one of those sports where you push yourself to the limit.
People in the community here is amazing.
There's a balance between this purity in the technique and the actual determination in the power of the stroke.
We're here to make Olympians.
Driven, hardworking, passionate.
The ultimate goals, Olympic gold.
Like, we're here to make friends, but we're also here to work hard.
Most successful Paralympic programme in the world.
You want it for yourself, but you've also got to want it for everyone else. All boats came home with a medal, 3 of them were gold, 1 of them silver.
I crossed that line, I looked to the crowd, it was euphoric.
And you have to be a bit of a fighter. Like, it doesn't come easy when you get to the top of the world.
one of those sports where you push yourself to the limit.
People in the community here is amazing.
There's a balance between this purity in the technique and the actual determination in the power of the stroke.
We're here to make Olympians. Driven, hardworking, passionate.
The ultimate goal is Olympic gold.
Like, we're here to make friends, but we're also here to work hard.
Most successful Paralympic program in the world.
You want it for yourself, but you've also got to want it for everyone else. All boats came home with a medal. 3 of them were gold, 1 of them silver.
I crossed that line, I looked to the crowd, it was euphoric.
And you have to be a bit of a fighter. Like, it doesn't come easy when you get to the top of the world.
one of those sports where you push yourself to the limit.
People in the community here is amazing.
There's a balance between this purity in the technique and the actual determination in the power of the stroke.
We're here to make Olympians. Driven, hardworking, passionate.
The ultimate goals, Olympic gold.
Like, we're here to make friends, but we're also here to work hard.
Most successful Paralympic program in the world.
You want it for yourself, but you've also got to want it for everyone else. All boats came home with a medal, 3 of them were gold, 1 of them silver.
I crossed that line, I looked to the crowd, it was euphoric.
And you have to be a bit of a fighter. Like, it doesn't come easy when you get to the top of the world.
one of those sports where you push yourself to the limit.
People in the community here is amazing.
There's a balance between this purity in the technique and the actual determination in the power of the stroke.
We're here to make Olympians. Driven, hardworking, passionate.
The ultimate goal is Olympic gold.
Like, we're here to make friends, but we're also here to work hard.
Most successful Paralympic program in the world.
You want it for yourself, but you've also got to want it for everyone else. All boats came home with a medal. 3 of them were gold, 1 of them silver.
I crossed that line, I looked to the crowd. It was euphoric.
And you have to be a bit of a fighter. Like, it doesn't come easy when you get to the top of the world.
One of those sports where you push yourself to the limit.
People in the community here is amazing.
There's a balance between this purity in the technique and the actual determination in the power of the stroke.
We're here to make Olympians. Driven, hardworking, passionate.
The ultimate goal is Olympic gold.
Like, we're here to make friends, but we're also here to work hard.
Most successful Paralympic program in the world.
You want it for yourself, but you've also got to want it for everyone else. All boats came home with a medal. 3 of them were gold, 1 of them silver.
I crossed that line, I looked to the crowd. It was euphoric.
And you have to be a bit of a fighter. Like, it doesn't come easy when you get to the top of the world.
one of those sports where you push yourself to the limit.
People in the community here is amazing.
There's a balance between this purity in the technique and the actual determination in the power of the stroke.
We're here to make Olympians. Driven, hardworking, passionate.
The ultimate goals, Olympic gold.
Like, we're here to make friends, but we're also here to work hard.
Most successful Paralympic program in the world.
You want it for yourself, but you've also got to want it for everyone else. All boats came home with a medal, 3 of them were gold, 1 of them silver.
I crossed that line, I looked to the crowd. It was euphoric.
And you have to be a bit of a fighter. Like, it doesn't come easy when you get to the top of the world.
It is day 2 of the British Rowing Club Championships here at the National Water Sports Centre in Nottingham, and yesterday we got off to a cracking start. This year's competition is shaping up to be bigger and better than ever before. It's been a long day of racing, but this is what it's all about. It is finals time. Let's give out some medals.
It was good, it was very good. I think all of our hard work in the winter is just paying off.
I'm joined once again by the wonderful Sasha Castelbranco. Good morning, Sasha. Now, yesterday you had your work cut out up in that commentary tower. So many great races to report on. What were some of your highlights?
I mean, as I said yesterday, my favourite races to commentate and watch are the ones with exciting finishes, and we got so many of them. I mean, I think a couple of my highlights were the A final of the women's J18 double sculls. It was just an absolute sprint finish between Barnelms and Rob Roy. I think Rob Roy came across the line with maybe a canvas in front of Barnelms, but wow, they were just fantastic to watch. And as I said yesterday, I was really excited to see how Quinn from Durham Amateur would fare against a slightly older set of competitors. Now, The Open J18 single sculls were a large group. There were 96 entries, and he still managed to top the time trials by 2 seconds, and he just led all of his competitors from the start in every race, and he came home with that coveted and quite contended for gold medal. So that was absolutely brilliant to watch, and I'm really excited to see how he fares against the age range that he normally races against today in the Open J16 trials for single sculls.
Yeah, it was crazy. Those finals from the pontoon here, there were some photo finishes. We had to double check them, triple check them. It was really hard to tell who got across that line first. So yeah, it's really intense, and I think we're in for more today as well. And when you went up in that commentary tower, did you get to kind of soak up a bit of the atmosphere here on the banks?
I mean, there is a fantastic atmosphere at every rowing event, but this being, I think, British rowing's biggest event yet, it was just fantastic. Even on a Friday when you expect not as many people to be here as on the weekend, you had people lining the banks, cheering on their crews. I had a little walk around the competitors' village. I got myself a little bit of stash. There are some very nice caps with ducks on them, so I highly recommend, if you are here, to go and check them out.
I have seen said cap, and I'm tempted to get one myself. Very, very lovely stuff on offer there, so do check it out if you're here in the venue. And so today, what are some of the things you're looking forward to most?
Well, I would be lying if I didn't say that I was biased. I have been very excited for Saturday at Brit Champs, because this is when the eights come out to play. So we've got open eights, we've got women's eights. It's just, I love an eight. It's the eights I have raced the most. But I also think that you've got 9 people in a boat. It's as organised chaos as you can get, I think. So I'm really looking forward to seeing those races. They're always very exciting. But also we've got mixed categories. So we've got the mixed 8 and the mixed 4. And I think it's just really wonderful to have the opportunity for a slightly, I guess, more fun boat class than you would normally get at a regatta this big and prestigious.
And I think some of our athletes yesterday, they were contending with the heat. They were doing multiple races and trying to also manage staying out of the sun in between. Today it looks, fingers crossed, like we're in for a better day. What do you reckon?
Well, I'm definitely feeling cooler. I was able to put on my jeans this morning without starting to sweat, so I think it will be just a more comfortable day for everyone involved, which I think probably the people who are out on the launches especially will be quite grateful for.
Well, we better get started. There's so much action ahead by the sounds of it, and so we best let you run up to said commentary tower as the heats and preliminaries get underway.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So welcome to Saturday's racing. On the course now, we have the Women's Club Quad Heat 1, featuring London Otters, Nottingham, Newark, Sir William Borlase, and NCRA. First 2 crews will go through to the final. The remainder will go to the repechage. So all of these crews will hopefully be racing again later on, but anyone who's here can see that the weather might be a bit inclement today. So it's really important to just make sure you try and finish in those top 2 places, because they'll probably run the finals later on, but there's a section in the middle of the day that might get affected.
And what a difference today makes compared to yesterday, Alex. This is the complete opposite. Thankfully no wind, but a very, very, very wet start to day 2 of racing. Walking around the park, however, it's nice to see that spirits aren't dampened or haven't been dampened. Lots of smiles on faces and people really enjoying what has been a fantastic championship so far.
Yeah, so we hope everyone did well in their time trials this morning, but we're now into heats. Not every event had a time trial. Some have gone straight into heats here, like, for example, this first race. They're going to be 2 heats here. Whether there's a time trial or not is based on how many entries there have been to the competition. So in this case, we had 11 entries, so they could go straight to heats in this Women's Club Quads.
And for the benefit of those at the start with the finish with us, we're looking at the TV screen, aren't we, Alex? And we can see those quads backing down onto the stake boats as we speak. They're counting down, probably going to be sort of 3 minutes or so before that race comes down. Alex has already called the competing crews, but just to say that London Otters are in lane 1. That's the near side, that's the grandstand side. And then working across the lanes, Nottingham in lane 2, Newark 3, Sir William Borlase in 4, and then towards the far side, the scoreboard side, is Nottingham County Rowing Association.
So our camera's just cut, and you can see at about the 1K mark, we have all 5 crews as expected. The 2 crews in the middle, lanes 3 and 4, Newark and Sir William Borlase, seem to be slightly into the lead, but quite close behind them are lane 5, not CRA, on almost home water. And then there's a little bit of a battle between London Otters and Nottingham's B crew in lanes 1 and 2.
Well, I have to say, Alex, the feed caught me out there. Thank you for correcting me. I can see the boats coming down now. Looking across the lanes, the ratings look pretty even. All crews rating high, treating this race with the respect it deserves. Everyone's desperate to be in those top 2 places that are going to take them through to the final. Yeah, so 2 places directly into the final, and it's a 3-way battle here between lanes 3, 4, 5, Newark, Sir William Borlase, and NCRA, and it is really close between those 3. From this angle, it's very difficult to pick them apart. We are hopefully going to get some times come up. It's suggested Sir William Borlase came through the 1K first, but it's really close. And a lot of crews do make a move in that third 500, don't they, Mine? Oh, absolutely. This is the movers and shaking time. If you're in the lead, you're looking to really cement that position and push away. If you're coming in 3rd, 4th, you're looking to make that move on to those crews ahead. It's when the race really gets exciting.
I think the other thing is just sort of tactically, if I was in 4th or 5th here, like we know we've got a repechage, you can just save a little bit of energy later on. But these 3 crews that are at the front, like they have to go, 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 and one of them is going to have to spend a lot of energy to try and get in that top 2, but one of them is going to miss out on one of those automatic places in the final.
Oh, absolutely, Alex. I think the difficulty here these are coxless boats, so the bow person is having to turn around, look over their shoulder, which is not ideal when you're racing, to sort of get a feel for where you are. That call whether or not to hold back and save your energy for the repechage is a lot easier in a cox boat, I think.
Yeah, and from where I am, it looks like Newark have pressed through in lane 3. I think they might well be in the lead, and it's then the NCRA crew in 5 who have pressed through. I think Sir William Borlase went through the 1K first, but I think at the moment it looks like they might be down in 3rd, but it's very close between themselves and NCRA over in 5 at the moment. These crews now have probably about 400 metres to go.
Yeah, and as I look through the binoculars, I'd say that's Newark clearly in front at the moment, but I think you've called that absolutely right, Alex. Looking across at 4 and 5, you can see them looking out of the boat at each other. This is going to go all the way to the line, I think, for that 2nd place. But don't discount the Nottingham crew in lane 2 either. They look like they've got overlap, and they're going to be looking to press on and speed up as we approach the last 250.
Yeah, I'd say that crew in 2 is still just giving a little bit of a spurt, see if they can get on terms. I would say it's the very distinctive green of Notts County Rowing Association that has pressed through into one of the automatics places, probably 2nd, but they might even be going out into 1st place here. I think Newark and NCRA just sandwiching Borlase at the moment. I think it looks like they've done enough in this last 300 metres so that in this last 250 they've got about a length lead here.
Yeah, I think you've called that absolutely right there, Alex. As they come into view, it is just Newark, probably by about half a length there and thereabouts. The viewers on our YouTube channel will be able to make that judgment for themselves as well. This looks like it's going to be a comfortable 1-2 for Newark and NCRA.
Yeah, and the advantage of going straight into the final is that final is much later today. They'll be able to put their feet up and just rest, get out of the rain, and just relax knowing when their final is, whereas the other crews in here are going to have to race again. They're sort of in the middle of the day.
And Newark definitely look like they're pushing for the line. I guess they want that lane advantage come the final. It's always nice to be sitting in lanes 3 or 4. And great finish. Notts County come across the line in 2nd, followed by followed by the Sir William Borlase crew, and then Nottingham Boat Club come across the line now, and London Otters just coming into the last 150 metres.
Yeah, so the day starts with a nice competitive race. There were 3 crews fighting for 2 places all the way into the line. But as we say, it will be Newark and Notts CRA having to go straight into their final, and it will be Sir William Borlase doing a repechage.
And for our viewers on YouTube, and for the benefit of the crowd and spectators at the Water Sports Centre, our second race of the morning has started and is approaching what looks like the 500 metres point. We've got the second heat of the women's club quads. In lane 1, closest to the grandstand, and if you were looking on the television on the right-hand side, we've got Lancaster University. In lane 2, we have Warrington. In lane 3, Sir William Perkins School. Lane 4, another Nottingham Boat Club crew. And in lane 5, a crew from Clydesdale ARC. And then over in lane 6, on the left-hand side of your picture, closest to the scoreboard, is Hexham.
So unlike the last race where it was kind of all going off in the middle of the lake, it's actually quite a tight race in lanes 1 and 2 between Lancaster and Warrington. Again, just like in the last heat, 2 will go directly to the A final. The remainder will compete in a repechage to find the other 4 finalists later on. But it is quite a good battle here between Lancaster Uni and Warrington. Lancaster in lane 1, Warrington are in lane 2, and from our place in the tower, it does look like that it's Warrington just ahead of Lancaster. But it's very close, so it does depend on whether they're happy, these crews are happy just going straight to the final, or whether they want a more seeded lane later on, and that will go to the crew that crosses the line first. We don't want to count out the crew over in 4 from NRC, so Nottingham Rowing Club's A crew. They're not out of this as well. If they put a massive effort in this last 500 metres, they could definitely go into second place, but at the moment it is still Warrington and Lancaster Uni 1-2.
Yeah, I'm looking at that Nottingham Rowing Club crew on the far side. It can be a bit tricky sometimes, can't it, Alex, when you're not next to the crews that you're directly racing against. But I have to say, they are really racing with intent. That rating has stayed high for all the time I've been looking at the screen, and I definitely think they've made a move and might even be pushing into second. What do you think?
Yeah, definitely making a move here. I wonder if Lancaster have seen it. I'm sure they've looked across, but sometimes the response, if it comes a little bit panicked, you don't just always move together. Whereas if you're kind of aware of it, which is much easier if the crew's right next to you, you can kind of make that move. But I think it could be Nottingham Rowing Club pressing into second place here, Martin.
Yeah, so our first 3 crews are inside the 200 metres now. And in first place, it is the Warrington crew in lane 2. And actually in lane 1, it is Lancaster University, but I think Alex, you are right. It is Nottingham Rowing Club that have pushed through in lane 4, and they've gone again. And as they come past our commentary tower, it looks like they're in second place.
Yeah, it's going to be a really tight race to the line. Just looking at the commentary tower here, it is Warrington that have just about clear water. And as we cross the line now, it will be Nottingham by about 3/4 of a length over Lancaster, so Lancaster will have to go into that repechage a little bit later on, but they will get another chance to go into that final. But yeah, absolutely tight race in there between Lancaster and Nottingham. But 2 really good races to start the day, Martin. This is the kind of thing we want carrying on.
And it's interesting just comparing the times, actually. That was a really, really quick heat there from Warrington. They qualify with a time of 7:12. The winners of the first heat were 7:18 and second place was 7:21. So this is a really competitive heat. Second place here for Nottingham on the unofficial times was 7:15. So it looks like it's going to be shaping up certainly 4 boats that are going to be really close together as they come down for that final. And I'm sure there'll be 2 quick boats that come through from the repechage later on.
Yeah, so we look forward to some quick racing later on. But like you say, there was some good times there. We just wonder who might have been maybe saving a little bit. On our screens now, we have the first mixed club coxed 4 all will go to the final, so they are kind of racing for lanes here. This race features Clare's Court, Grosvenor, the University of Birmingham, Kingston, Sir William Borlase, and Derby Rowing Club.
This is an interesting one, Alex. I'd be interested in your view. What would you do in this situation? Race for lanes? Do you spend some money now to try and get one of those centre lanes for later? Or do you say, no, we'll just grow into the event, we'll go down the course and save all of our energy for the final that you know is coming later on?
So I know our University of Birmingham crew in lane 3, their only time in this boat was the row up to the start. So they probably want to put a pretty good start together and just execute the first K and see where they are. So at the moment, I think they look like they're out in front, but they're probably not going to go up through the tiers fully. They'll probably just flatline it through to the finish. But I think in a race like this, you can kind of see who's going to be competitive. And I would say at the moment, unfortunately, it's Derby that aren't. Everyone else is pretty close together. And the times that have just come up have shown only about a 10-second spread between first and fifth at the 1K mark.
Yeah, certainly. I'm not sure you'd learn too much if you were in one of these crews about who's going to be the super fast in the final. I think you're right. I like your point of view. If you've not spent a long time in a boat, use this as an opportunity just to sort of build a little cohesion. And perhaps if you have, then maybe put a couple of bursts in just to sort of give your crew a little bit of confidence before you turn up for the final a little later on this afternoon.
Yeah, and I forgot to chuck my rate meter in my pocket earlier on, but I would say looking at this just by eye, none of these crews have really ramped it up. I think a lot of them are just kind of happy with what they've done. I'm sure everyone went off the start with intent, but then it's just how early you shut it down, especially if, as you say, everyone's going to the final here.
But as we look across the course from our vantage point, and as we look at our television for the benefit of the people watching on YouTube, the standard looks really good. It's not a race that I've seen very often, to be honest with you. Tricky combination in some respects. Sort of these mixed crews. How do you get the balance of the crew right? Who do you put in which seats? But it's a really super platform, some great looking blade work, and these crews look like they're rowing to a good standard.
Yeah, I think traditionally mixed boats was sometimes a little bit of fun at regional regattas, but becoming more and more serious. You look at the Paralympics and you've got the mixed 4. That's absolutely a serious event. And, you've also now got the mixed double. And I think mixed rowing is something that is like an area for expansion. We've expanded into sort of beach sprints, coastal, but mixed rowing is another place where there's room for some growth.
I think that's absolutely right. As sort of pressure comes on the sport, and you're thinking about different ways to innovate it. It certainly is an interesting prospect. And as the race comes into the last 200 metres, if you're watching on TV, and indeed if you're watching from the bank, you'll see that there is a clear order coming in as we speak now. So, as Alex called earlier, it's the University of Birmingham coming in, followed then by, it looks like, the Grosvenor crew, and then followed in by the Kingston crew. Oh, forgive me, Kingston in 4. I think that's the... is that a Newark crew in lane 1? It is, I think. And then coming along after that, it is the Edinburgh University crew.
Yeah, so kind of a nice traditional chevron coming off the line there, sort of like the point of an arrow. So all of these crews will indeed be going through. Clare's Court have come through in, I think, either 3rd or 4th. A very distinctive Kingston Rowing Club, they've come through as well. But I say all these crews, as long as they cross the finish line, will be competing. So whilst it is maybe quite a big gap back to this Borlase crew and the Derby crew, they may well have just been saving their energy. There's nothing to say they can't do that.
You're absolutely right, and I'm going to offer my apologies there to the Clare's Court crew. I was looking at the line below and calling that in as Newark. Of course, I should have recognised the distinctive blades and racing kit of Clare's Court. Congratulations, Clare's Court, and my apologies.
So as we cut back up, we've got a view of the stake boats. So this is the beginner singles. We have Edinburgh, Birmingham, Newark, Agecroft and Kingston. So we have 5 crews in here. 2 will go to the final and the remainder will go to a repechage. So beginner singles, I forget the exact date designation, but it's probably after June the 1st, something like that. Martin, do you know the exact date of this?
I'd like to say I do, but I think my understanding is that we're talking within the first year of learning to scull, aren't we, Alex?
Yeah, so I know for bucks we say you have to have started after June the 1st of the year before, so it's going to be pretty similar to that. Some of our athletes here probably have spent more time in a single than others, because some will come from programs like the PDA program where the majority of their time is going to be in a single. But some of them might have come from big boats and transitioned across to doing some single sculling, which is always a very useful skill to be able to pick up.
I have to say I'm in awe of anybody that jumps into a single and rocks up to a race like this, particularly with a lack of experience. It's a big race. 2,000 metres in a single scull is a long way. And you've got to have a lot of confidence in yourself to put yourself on the line.
Yeah, and I think people do get nervous. Even if you're more experienced, you can be quite nervous racing a single. And then for people who are beginners, it's definitely going to be in the back of their mind. Like they just want to have a nice, clean race. But the conditions are pretty nice today, so there's no wind. It is really going to be down to who can move the boat the best. So it does look like all the scullers have gotten off pretty safely. I do remember back in 2008, it's a long time ago now, it was the first time, actually it might have been 2009, the first time we did beginner singles at Bucks here, and that top K was definitely a little bit wobbly.
Yes, if I was in a beginner single this morning, these are exactly the conditions that I would be asking for. So just another rundown of the crew. We've got Alan Chorovicius from Kingston Rowing Club in lane 1 on the near side. Ruben Copley from Agecroft Rowing Club in lane 2. Lewis Southwood from Newark Rowing Club in lane 3. Miles Taylor from the University of Birmingham Rowing Club in lane 4. And then Joshua Martin representing Edinburgh University Boat Club in lane 5. And we're hoping to get some pictures coming through relatively soon so we can give you some feedback about where they are as they approach the 500 metres.
Yeah, and as that's going on, we can see on our screen that the second heat is just getting attached to the stake boat. That's one of the small little things as well, getting attached to stake boats. So just a quick update, they've actually flip-flopped the second heat and the first heat. So it's actually Molesey, Aberdeen, Nottingham, University of Birmingham and Newark in this first one. So the second heat is going first, the first heat is going second. So on the screen we can see at the moment, which athlete is this? Well, it looks like they're in a PDA boat, just trying to look at the blades, but they're kind of just plain white. Might well be the Agecroft sculler then. So just a quick run through again, sorry. Sorry, it might be the Aberdeen Schools sculler actually. So Molesey, Aberdeen, Nottingham, University of Birmingham and Newark are the ones competing here. But the sculler in the lead has a pretty significant lead. They might well be the lane 3 sculler. So it could actually be the Nottingham sculler here. So the lane 3 sculler is indeed from Nottingham. Just looking at that boat, it just looks like one of what we used to call the start program boats. So that'll be PDA. So what that is like the Performance Development Academy. So these people are chosen for their kind of physical traits, the tools they have, the raw tools, and they spend a lot of their time sculling here. Molesey are in second, I've been informed by Martin. Thank you very much. Well, we can just see from the camera now, anyone who's watching on YouTube, or even if you're here sometimes, I like to sit and watch the YouTube feed at the same time. Just crossing through the 1K mark, you can see that that sculler has a massive lead and is really cruising, you know, especially if they are from Nottingham Rowing Club. They've spent a lot of time on this lake. They'll be really familiar with it. You can now just see the Molesey sculler coming through second. And we're just waiting to see who comes through third. So it looks like to me lane 2. So that's going to be the Aberdeen Schools athlete coming through in third. But all these athletes will go to a repechage. And its first 2 will go to the final. So at the moment, it looks like Nottingham and Molesey will be going through to the final as our camera pans through and just follows this sculler through into their second K.
And I have to say, looking at the TV screens, and for the benefit of those on the bank, the quality of sculling is fantastic. I mean, you would not think that these were beginner singles. I wish I could scull as well as this, but after I'd been in a boat for just a year. There's a really nice long rhythm, super technique, quick catches, and boats going a long way for each stroke. This is a really, really good advert for all of the scullers in this heat.
Yeah, absolutely. We can still see the first three. I'm hoping we get the other two come through shot in a moment. I'm hoping James Hall is still upright and coming through, so he should hopefully be coming into shot at some point. So James Hall, yeah, like you say, they're sculling very nicely. He's part of our beginner program. He hasn't spent a huge amount of time in singles, but a couple of days ago when we were boat loading, he did go out and he did a 12K on his own. So he knows how to paddle, but just as I say, I'm hoping that he just comes through into shot here. So looks like James Hall probably is fourth at the moment. And do we also have the Newark Sculler out there in fifth? Yeah, we do indeed. So everyone just making their way down the course. But the first three definitely out in front. And in fact, the Sculler who is in third place at the moment, the Aberdeen School Sculler, may well be starting to put a bit of pressure on the Molesey Sculler in lane one.
Absolutely, I would certainly agree with that. I think there is a race on for that second place. It's not a done deal by any stretch of the imagination. And I think Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, Cormac, has probably, as we move into the last 500 metres, is saying, do you know what, I'm going to give this a go. I'm not willing to give this up just yet. So as we come through there, as you're watching on TV screen, you can see clearly that it's the Nottingham Sculler that's going to take this one. Although you can see on the TV, I think there's probably a length in it between the Molesey Sculler and the Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. And as you know, Alex, you can change speed in a single really very quickly. A length is nothing. It's not the same as racing an 8, is it?
Yeah, you can change speed in the single pretty quickly. I can't see many bikes riding down with this. I can just see the one. We don't have the traditional peloton coming down, but I know as a coach, if you were coaching the athlete that's just a length down, you'd be really spurring them on at the moment. But so I mean, maybe that one bike is that coach spurring that athlete on, but definitely worth a little bit of a squeeze here, especially in beginner sculling. You put pressure on a beginner sculler, sometimes it doesn't always go that well. So rate has gone up. Martin, what are you seeing there?
Yeah, I think that's a little burst there. I think the Aberdeen Scullers tried to take this up. Molesey Scullers not able to respond, but I think the Aberdeen Scullers trying to lift that rate. Whether or not he's going to run out of water, well, we will see. That's the excitement of racing, isn't it? But I think there's certainly an intent there to try and get on terms from Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association.
Yeah, you can just see the Sculler out in front here as well from Nottingham Rowing Club. Like, you can just see the physicality of this athlete. Tall, rangy, long. These are the traits that they're looking for when they're trying to build the next set of Olympians. You may have heard of things like Project LA, and there'll be similar ones coming after that. So they're looking for people to prop up the senior squads in the future. But I think the excitement here is actually between the Aberdeen Schools Sculler and the Molesey Sculler. So it is the Nottingham Sculler crossing first, but just coming into shot, you will see a really close race for second place. Only one of these, and a little crowd from the Molesey Sculler, and another, and you can see here, it was worth the push, and it will be the Aberdeen School Sculler that will go through in second. So like I said, anything can happen when you put a little bit of pressure on in beginner singles, and so that will mean that the Molesey Sculler will have to do a repage, and you can see he's just throwing his hat down, but very frustrating there. Like, we've all been there, we've all caught crabs at points in races, but it's so frustrating when it's cost you an automatic place.
That's heartbreak. Our heart goes out to that Molesey Sculler, but kudos to the Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. You row all the way to the line, and it's where you are when you cross that line. Fantastic effort and commitment rewarded.
Yeah, absolutely. And just on your screen there, we saw that Dominic Hartley was the winner of that, second heat, but that happened first. So a little bit out of sequence, but it's all good. We do still actually have that second heat going on, and it will be James Hall crossing in fourth place. And we do also have the Newark Sculler with about 200 metres to go. But Martin, do you want to take us through who's in the first heat that's actually happening second?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Alex. So in lane 1, you have Kingston, Sharavicius. In lane 2, rowing for Agecroft is Copley. Lane 3 is Newark, represented by Southwood. In lane 4, it's the University of Birmingham, represented by Taylor. And in lane 5, it's Edinburgh University, represented by Joshua Martin. And it's got the makings of a good race.
It does, and Joshua Martin looks like he's hunting down Powell of Newark, who is from the race ahead, because with about 200 metres to go for Powell of Newark, I would say the Edinburgh Sculler has about 350 metres to go. So the leaders of this first heat that's gone off second are really hunting down, and you can even see the umpire launches right here in the last 250 metres as well.
Yeah, so having called those 5 competitors, we don't actually have 5 competitors on our screen.
So at the moment we've got a clear front 2 here, so Edinburgh and Agecroft, Copley for Agecroft and Martin of Edinburgh are going to cross 1 and 2. The Newark Sculler does safely finish the second heat before the first heat gets here, but only just about, by about 50 metres. So there was some real talent here in the race between Agecroft and Edinburgh, and they are just crossing the line now. We do still also have 2 other scullers out on the course. We've got Miles Taylor out there of University of Birmingham and the Newark Sculler in 3 now. I know Miles was a bit ill this morning, and I did sort of say, look, you've got to know your own body, but if you can, just kind of get down the course, maybe you'll feel a bit better later on. And it looks like he will be crossing the line, and he'll have to judge whether he wants to do the repechage and finals later on. But it was Ruben Copley that won from Agecroft. But we coming thick and fast now, because we've also now got a women's double race on the course. So the first women's double, beginner double heat is on the way. It's got Hartbury, Leeds University, the University of Birmingham, and Derby Rowing Club. And on our picture at the moment, we have Lily Keane and Ellie Harding of the University of Birmingham, who have gone through the K in 3rd place. It looks like Leeds Uni and Hartbury are 1st and 2nd.
Yeah, and if you are watching on YouTube, you can see the times of the 1,000-metre split. If you are on the bank, I can tell you what they are. University of Leeds went through 1,000 at 4 minutes and 6 seconds, followed by Hartbury in 2nd, 6 seconds back at 4 minutes and 12. And in 3rd place is the University of Birmingham with a time of 4:18. So quite a good spread there between the first 3. Derby have just gone through the 1,000 at 4:58.
Yeah, so on your screen, you've still got University of Birmingham. So Lily and Ellie have about a 6-second deficit that they'll want to try and overturn if they can get into the top 2 places. It is the top 2 directly to the final. So we've had a fairly similar kind of breakdown of what's going to happen in each race. And it is first 2 to the final, remains to repechage. So it is the Birmingham double that we've had quite a lot of shots of on the screen. But they're 3rd at the moment. And just coming onto screens as well, we've now got Derby Rowing Club that we can just see over in lane 5.
And as we talked about in terms of the beginner singles, there's no shortage of effort here and no shortage of quality. And it's really nice to see these beginners stepping up to what is a really big race in their rowing career. It's probably the biggest race that they'll have done all year. What do you think, Alex?
Might well have done. Might well be. I know that this is not our usual Birmingham double. But obviously you want to come here and race. You know, there's some stunning, beautiful medals to win here. I don't know if you've seen them, Martin, but they're really nice looking medals.
Sadly, not good enough ever to get near one. And I will make my way down there for the presentation a little bit later. I have seen one or two competitors walk around, and one of the things I did notice was that they had the name of the event engraved on the back of them. I think that's a nice little touch, rather than just sort of the generic medal, and just adds a little bit more perhaps to the award.
Yeah, I think having that on the back definitely is a nice touch. But I think the medals themselves, they're kind of based on the British Rowing logo. I think they are pretty stylish. At the moment, we can see from the tower as well that it's Leeds Uni that are out in front of the crew over here, who are from Hartbury. So Hartbury, very well coached always. They scull very well. They do a lot of sculling on that Gloucester Sharpness Canal. It's kind of like their bag, I would say. But yeah, Leeds Uni out in front, and well done to Leeds. Not necessarily one of the top tier HPP university programs, but they come down here and they've performed very well, and they've won quite a lot of medals in beginner sculling the last few years.
And that success has clearly translated itself into this boat. What I'm liking, actually, as we look from the finish tower, is that they've just put a little burst in. Even though they're securely coming in first place, perhaps just thinking about the final later and thinking this is where we're going to go for the line. Let's put a little practice push in there, see how it goes, and learn from the experience.
Yeah, sometimes it's nice to visualize, but sometimes it's also nice to just execute. And as you say, they've done a little spurt here. They're looking very nice. I think they're rowing well together, sculling well together. Blades are in and out together, and it's clearly made the difference in this heat of the women's beginner doubles. So coming up to the line now, we've got Hartbury. So they'll be finishing, I don't know, maybe 5 to 10 seconds behind there. So we're just seeing, a bit bigger than that, 15 seconds. So Leeds way out in front. And then University of Birmingham crossing next. We'll see what the gap is. So Hartbury were 8:34, Leeds were 8:20, Birmingham 8:45. So it'll be Leeds and Hartbury that go directly to the final. University of Birmingham will have to go compete in a repechage, as will the crew from Derby Rowing Club, who have about 200 metres left in their race.
And what I noticed in that Leeds crew as they came across the line was just how happy they are. There was a little sort of exchange of a handshake, as it were, and a fist pump from the girl in the stroke seat. That clearly means an awful lot, and it's nice to know that people are here, wanting to race, wanting to compete, and really proud of their efforts, and as they've gone down what might be their first 2,000-metre race.
Yeah, possibly. I say the Leeds have done well in their sculling in the last few years. They might well have raced here at Bucks back at the start of May. But it's good to see that they've carried on through with their season. And in fact, we have another University of Leeds crew in the women's beginner doubles in the second heat. So this second heat has just over 500 metres to go. So on camera shot, we're at the 500-metre camera position, and we're going to see crews coming into shot very, very shortly. We have Derby's B crew, York, Leeds Uni's B crew, Millfield School, and Chesterless Street. Those are the crews we are expecting in this next race.
No, I can't see the crew in lane 1, but I'd certainly lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5 through my binoculars. And as we look down the course, I think it looks like it's another crew from the University of Leeds that's blazing the trail and leading the field in this heat.
So yeah, we just saw lane 3 go through the 500-metre first. That is the University of Leeds. They've got a nice little lead over lane 4, Millfield School. Just coming into shot next, you're going to see the crew over on that far side. So that's Chesterless Street, potentially, I believe. And then also in this, we have York City as well. So those are the 4 crews competing here. We have 2 straight to the final. The rest will go to a repechage. As we just cut out, you can see it is again the University of Leeds B crew this time. I'd say maybe their angles aren't quite as good as the A crew, but they've still got good speed in this heat, and they're out in front just like their compatriots from the A crew were.
And to be honest, Alex, I love it when you see 2 crews from the same club in a final. There's a grudge match there. Not that they don't get on with each other, but it's for bragging rights, isn't it, as much as anything else? That B crew would definitely be wanting to hunt down the A crew. And that A crew will be wanting to assert why it is the A crew and not the B crew. I'm really looking forward to seeing this final a little later.
Yeah, absolutely. So Leeds B crew coming up towards the line now. It doesn't look like they've put on a spurt yet like the A crew did, but they might well do soon. In fact, that looks like they've now maybe put a little bit of a move in there. So maybe the plan all along was maybe with about 150 metres to go, put a little press on, because that's what we might need to do in the final. And I suppose if you've had a kind of walkthrough of it earlier in the day, it just makes life a little bit easier later on when it's like, okay, we're going to take it up like we just did this morning. So it'll be Leeds crossing the line first. They've got quite a comfortable lead. They're in lane 3 over that crew in lane 4 from Millfield School. And it's quite a close race here between the other two crews, between York and Chesterless Street. They're both going to go to the repechage, but it's good to see that they're racing each other through to the line.
Yeah, absolutely. As we come into the Red Boys, it looks like the crew over in lane 2, the York crew, have just got the advantage. And I think actually the Chesterless Street, they've caught a couple of crabs over in lane 5. They'll learn from that experience, and I'm sure we'll look to put that right in the repechage a little bit later this afternoon.
Yeah, so it will be Millfield crossing the line second. And so they will take a place in the final. So Katie Crowther and Ilka Ramsden of Leeds University, they did win that. And similarly to the first Leeds crew, like they were very happy as well. Bow Girl slid up and gave Stroke a little tap on the shoulder to say well done. So it's good to see, like you say, that kind of that crew camaraderie. And there will be a nice race between Leeds and Leeds later on in that final.
And our next race down the course is one I'm really looking forward to. It's the women's J18's coxless 4s. We've got a heat of 5 crews. In lane 1, we should have Evesham. Lane 2, we should have Great Marlow School. In lane 3, Wallingford. Lane 4, Sir William Perkins. And lanes 5, a composite crew between Hexham and Queen's Elizabeth High School, I think. And there are 2 to the final and the rest through to the repechage in this event.
Yeah, and that race is quite far in. I would say they're about 500 metres away. Well, the crew in first is the Sir William Perkins crew has absolutely blasted it out, I believe. They're way out in front just by eye. You know, it almost looks like they're in another race, but it's quite close then between, I'd say quite close. I'd say the crew in lane 3 have a reasonable lead. Wallingford have a reasonable lead, but quite close between the crews following that. But yeah, it's Sir William Perkins, or we've got a Sir William Perkins rower at Birmingham now, and you know we call them Schwupps sometimes, but Schwupps are definitely out in front, and they have done fantastically in the first 1,500 metres of this heat.
Yeah, it's a real statement of intent, actually. I think the Sir William Perkins women's J18 crew won the Coxless Pairs event yesterday. It is a very strong sweep programme at this school, and they've come here basically looking to stamp their mark on this event in the same way that they did yesterday. Looking forward to seeing Wallingford race a little bit later as well. Maybe they know they're 2 through. They're sitting on the other 3 crews. I think there's more speed to come from them this afternoon as well, I think.
Yeah, and Sir William Perkins has got some fantastic speed at the moment. I was down at England Trials at the Docklands last weekend, and they had the fastest J18 pair, and they also had the fastest senior women's pair. So that was on the women's side. So I don't know if maybe those 2 pairs have come together to compete in this, but they were absolutely motoring last weekend, and they're motoring this weekend as well.
Just had some time, Sue, for the 1,500 metres. And if you're watching on TV, you can see those as well. It's clearly Sir William Perkins. And if you're watching on TV, you can see just how good and tight a unit these 4 juniors are. Fantastic rowing as they come through the Red Boys. There's a very large gap between them and second place Wallingford. But as I said earlier, Wallingford sitting on the other 3 crews behind. I think perhaps maybe saving a little bit later for the final, Alex.
Yeah, it's probably the smart move, because we have 3 medals up for grabs. And, this Sir William Perkins crew just looks like class apart in this heat. But there'll definitely be medals to be competed for later on, the silver and the bronze as well. And maybe these crews are not showing their hand. Looks to me like Wallingford have done a little sprint here Don't need to, but sometimes it's nice to. I think as well, if I was a steers person, I'd want a little sprint to the line just to kind of get a feel for, okay, when we ramp it up, does it kick left, does it kick right? You just kind of want to be aware of these things. And we've got quite a nice race going on here as well between Evesham and Great Marlow School. This is a nice race happening in lanes 1 and 2. But fair play to these crews because these are all coxless fours being steered by one of the athletes. Typically it's the bow person, but at a straight course like this, it can be the stroke as well. So we'll see where they've got the steering shoe today.
Yeah, I think if you've got the foot today, you are very grateful for these conditions. No crosswind making things tricky, no headwind to make things tricky. These are really, really favourable conditions for coxless boats, and certainly the conditions I would want to race in if I was on the foot. So as we come through here in lane 1, you can see Evesham cross the line in 3rd place. Then we've got Great Marlow coming through, and then followed in lane 5 by the Hexham Queen's Elizabeth Composite.
According to these times, 42 seconds ahead, Sir William Perkins were there, so that was an absolutely dominant performance in that race there. They do have a B crew, so we'll have to see what their B crew does in the next heat. So the next heat is underway. We have Monmouth Comp, we have Sir William Perkins B crew, Glasgow Academy, Tyne United and Calpe, who have made the trip here from Gibraltar.
I have to say, I love seeing Calpe come over and row, along with the Mediterranean crew as well that come from Gibraltar. Always bringing something new, something different to the racing each year. And I think probably really sort of a highlight of their season, I suspect, something to work towards. It can't be easy logistically coming across with boats and equipment and things like that. So yeah, probably a great way for them to finish their season too.
Yeah, and I've commentated at this event for quite a few years now, and they're always here in force. So just got to say, shout out to Calpe, always making that effort coming across, because like we say, it's not as simple as just sticking some boats on the trailer and coming a couple of hours. So well done to Calpe for competing here. And they're competing very well here. They're in 2nd place at the moment, just chasing the lane 3 crew from Glasgow Academy. So Calpe, I say, they're always out in force, but they're usually pretty competitive as well.
Yeah, and looking at the times, so it's a very different race to the last heat. Just 3 seconds between the Glasgow crew and the Calpe crew. Those two definitely establishing themselves out in front over the 3rd place crew from Monmouth. So it does look like through the 1,000 it's going to be those two crews that go through. But it'll be interesting to see their time at the finish compared to that of Sir William Perkins, which for the benefit of those on the bank was 7:18, and one of them came across the line 2nd place in that last heat in 8 minutes.
Yeah, so our camera position at the moment that we can see on our screens is at the 500, and we're just waiting for the first couple of crews to come through. But like we say, we expect a couple of crews to come through pretty similarly in terms of their times. It's not like the last heat where there was a clear-cut crew in front, but it looks like Glasgow Academy should hit our screens first. In fact, there they go. But it's very, very close here. So you can see on the screen there is a little bit of a gap. It was about 3 or 4 seconds, but Glasgow Academy still in the lead, but might well be just about overlap. So it's about a 1 length. Maybe that bow ball is just overlapping at the moment. It's Calpe over in lane 5 who have that overlap. So those are the 2 crews at the moment that look like they'll go through as the 2 automatic to finals. Calpe and Glasgow Academy. But just coming through the screens now, we've got our other crews coming through. So you've got Monmouth Comp, Sir William Perkins and Tyne United. So we've seen all 5 crews cross through the 1,500 metre mark now. And it's still very close at the front here, Martin, between Glasgow Academy and Calpe.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this as it comes into the last 250. The other thing I'd like to note, Alex, is just how good the steering is so far. Again, looking down the line here, crews holding a really good course. Standard of rowing is exceptionally high for what are just juniors. And yeah, I think there are lots of seniors like myself that would love to be able to move boats as well as some of the juniors that we've seen racing this weekend.
Yeah, and being J18, a lot of these students will be going off to universities very soon. So I think if if the uni sees, oh, that's someone who's trying to come to ours, they'll be rubbing their hands together thinking, oh, these are some good athletes that we're going to have turning up into our programs for the next few years. So it's really close. Is Calpe putting a move in here, possibly? Our Glasgow Academy pressing back. Neither of them's gone for a full bore sprint. They know they're in the top two, but it's whether they want to just sort of stay ahead. Glasgow Academy have been ahead most of the way, but I think now Calpe are putting a spurt in. Glasgow Academy are responding. They've decided, yeah, we'll actually race this out to the line. So we'll see who has the lead. It looks like Glasgow Academy's battle ball may slightly be ahead still, but Calpe are charging really, really hard. We're going to look across the line here. And it's just a beep, beep. It's really close. I think, to me, it looks like it is Glasgow Academy, but Calpe were very, very close. So it'll have to come down to the official verdict. I know on the screen there it's kind of got Calpe at the top, but their time is slightly behind. But it's also below, so a little bit strange there. But I would say Glasgow Academy did just press through just ahead. Emily Orr, Iris Barr, Ruby Foss, and Sophie Swanson. But both of those crews themselves and Calpe will go through to the final directly. Monmouth Comp just crossing there in third place, being chased quite hard by the Sir William Perkins B crew. And then we also have Tyne United. So all of those crews will go through to the repechage there, other than the first two that, of course, will go directly to the A final.
And the next race coming down the course is the Heat 1 of the Women J16's Coxed 4. You can see on the screen that race has made a start. In lane 1, we've got Clare's Court School. In lane 2, we've got Queen Elizabeth High School. In lane 3, we have a composite between Lambton and Tyne University. And then in lane 4, we've got Glasgow Academy. Lane 5, we've got Trafford. And lane 6, we have Weybridge Rowing Club. And I'm just looking down at the crew list, and it's very interesting, actually. Lambton, I noticed a couple of names that were racing in the single sculls yesterday, and that's quite a skill to be able to move from a single scull into a sweep boat, a slightly heavy sweep boat. We're looking forward to seeing how they get on in this heat. Just for the benefit of those watching the race, it's 2 to the final. The rest of the crews will go to the repechage. We can see the race is starting to form if you're watching on the television. It looks like that Lambton crew has made a real push and has broken clear of the rest of the boats. They've gone through the first 500 in 1:56. Looking at the times, in second place through 500 metres was Clare's Court in 2:01. Third place at 500 metres was a Trafford crew at 2:02. And then followed by the Glasgow Academy crew and the Queen Elizabeth High School crew. First crew through the 1,000 was also the Lambton crew, cementing their place at the front of the race. And then they had a very good lead actually over Clare's Court over in lane 1. Then moving into third place was the Glasgow Academy crew. So at 1,000 metres, you would say that Lambton Tyne composite looks good for the final. And we look forward to seeing how the race unfolds in the second half. If you're watching on television at the moment, you'll see a very good display of rowing from the Glasgow Academy crew. Good cohesion, good movement, and that boat's going a good distance for each stroke. It'll be interesting to see whether or not they can move back on the second place crew, Clare's Court, in that third 500 and claim that second place going straight to the final. And as I look through the binoculars going down the course, it is still Lambton, still leading, and it looks like it is still Clare's Court in lane 1. So they look like the two crews that are going to be going through to the final at this moment in time. Otherwise, we move across to lanes 4, 5. Lane 4 has got a slight lead over lane 5, which are also level with lane 6 and lane 2. So The race is developing really, really nicely as we move through towards the 1500 metre mark. And as we approach the 1500 metre mark, if you watch it on the television, you can see it is still the Lambton and Tyne crew with a good lead, probably something approaching 3 to 4 lengths. Second place, the Glasgow Academy have moved through, I think, or all have drawn level, certainly, with the crew from Clare's Court. So there's definitely something to race for here as those two crews seek out the second qualifying place, Alex. And we can see the other crews moving through on the shot on the television, and we've sort of broken away now. We can see that across the whole of the lanes, and that's the same view that I'm getting from the commentary tower. And it's pretty much the same view that if you're watching from the bank. This Lambton crew looking really, really very impressive in this first heat of the women's J16 Cox 4s. Just a reminder, 2 through to the final. It looks to my eye, although it's still a race between the Glasgow Academy and Clare's Court for that second place. But I think in lane 1, would you say, Alex, Clare's Court perhaps with the advantage?
Yeah, I think Clare's Court might well be in a position to make a charge. I don't think they're ahead at the moment. I think Glasgow Academy probably still have their noses out in front, but Clare's Court have definitely set themselves up into position to strike. So we're just going to watch. It looks like the Glasgow Academy have just gone into the yellow boys, and now Clare's Court are. So I think there's a couple of seconds in it, but with just 2 going straight through to the final, it's definitely worth Clare's Court winding that up in 1, and Glasgow Academy are going to have to respond in 4. It is indeed, though, that Lambton and Tyne United crew that you were talking about, Martin, that look like the class of this race at the moment.
Yes, and all those skills of the single scholars, I'm thinking of Jasmine Kane and Eleanor Wiesencraft College, 2 single scholars from yesterday's J16 event, are coming to, are being put to good use in the middle of that Cox 4 in seats 3 and 2, keeping that stroke really nice and long and strong, and they're certainly going to be a force to reckon with in the final of this event. And as the second crew approaches the line, is the Glasgow Academy crew that have broken clear of the Clare's Court crew. There is clear water between the two, so it'll be Glasgow and Lambton that goes straight to the final. Clare's Court will be in the repechage later, and then followed in on the far side by Weybridge Rowing Club. And then coming up not too far behind is the crew from Trafford Rowing Club. What an exciting start to the Women J16 Cox 4s. Looking forward to the second heat when that starts. And that second heat of the Women J16's Cox 4 has started. In lane 1, closest to the grandstand, we've got Evesham Rowing Club. That's the right-hand side if you're looking at the screen. In lane 2, we have Henley. Lane 3, Wallingford. Lane 4, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. Lane 5, Trent Rowing Club. And lane 6, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. And as we look at this event, actually forgive me, I can update that actually. The Henley crew that were in lane 2 have in fact scratched. So as I look at the times at 500 metres, in first place it's the Trent Rowing Club in a time of 1:57. In second place, very close behind, is Wallingford Rowing Club. And then a little bit further behind that, we've got Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. They've got 2 crews in this one, followed by Evesham. At the 1,000 metres, the race is forming, Alex.
Yeah, and on our screen at the moment, you can see that Evesham crew who are in lane 1 in 4th place. Just been getting some screen time there. And we can also see Wallingford Rowing Club as well, just pressing on. So these crews, through their K, they're into their second half of their race. Still nice conditions, but I think everyone just generally kind of accepts that the coxed 4 is like the most heavy to row. So You know, we've got that person steering. We've not had anyone steering specifically other than the athletes themselves since the third race of today. So those coxes are in there. They're steering the boats. They're going to be making the calls, making the commands, driving their crew to the finish. And once again, like we've had before, it's going to be 2 to the final. So we're just watching as we wait for these crews to come through the 500-meter mark. But it does look to me like it's kind of lanes 5 and 3 that are out in the lead at the moment. Trent and Wallingford, they were the first two through the 1K, and it looks like they continue to stay in the lead as they approach the last 500 meters.
Yeah, you've called that absolutely right, Alex. As I look through the binoculars down the course, it is the comfortable 1 and 2. It looks like both crews are still racing, though. There are bragging rights on here, and also, of course, lanes in the final. We've talked a little bit about this already this morning. A lot of coaches want their crews to be in lane 3 and 4. It's often thought that you're in command of the race there. You can look left and right rather than being in one of the outer lanes, which is often thought to be a little bit of a disadvantage.
Yeah, unless your race plan is specifically to be one of those sneaky up the edge crews, that does sometimes happen. But yeah, sometimes it is much nicer to just be in the middle and survey the field. So we have our crews coming through the 500. We can now see Evesham coming through again on our screens. They were in 4th before. They're just sort of chasing down the crew over in lane 4, who is from Aberdeen Schools. In fact, there's 2 Aberdeen Schools here, lanes 4 and 6, but the Evesham crew in 1 is trying to chase down the Aberdeen crew in lane 4. That's the race for 3rd place. But on our screens at the moment, you can see out in front, we've got the 2 crews from Trent and Wallingford. They're the 2 that are out in front at the moment. Wallingford were down at the K and the 1500, but they are closing that gap on Trent, who are currently first. So on the screens, if you're watching on the YouTube feed, the crew to the left in the kind of lightish blue, that is Trent, and then the crew in the red, sort of towards the middle of your screen, that is Wallingford, and both of those crews are challenging each other to win this heat.
And what I find, just as a little sort of aside, I suppose, a bit of interest myself, the Trent crew, the cox, you'll see the person steering the boat is actually sat in front of the stroke. And in the Wallingford crew, you'll see the cox is sat behind the last person in the boat, the person at bow. Different people have different views as to which is the best place to be, but at the moment, it doesn't seem to be making any disadvantage to Trent, who are finishing like a train. They've taken the rate up. It's a last spurt in as they approach the last 60, 70 metres of the race. Wallingford seemed content to come across the line in second. It'll be those 2 crews that go through to the final later on. I look forward to comparing their times with the Lambton time crew when they cross the line.
So it will be Trent crossing ahead of Wallingford. Those will go directly to the A final. We still just await the crew coming across in 3rd and 4th. But it's a good race. It has been a good race the whole way down between the Aberdeen Schools A crew and Evesham, and they continue to battle all the way to the line. It will be the Aberdeen Schools A crew that finish about 3/4 of a length ahead of the Evesham crew. All these crews will race again, including the Aberdeen Schools B crew, who you can just see on your shot now. They're into their last sort of 5 to 10 strokes of the race. But 3 seconds the gap at the top between Trent and Wallingford. But Martin, do you have the difference between this heat and the heat before?
Looks like it's just a couple of seconds between the Lambton crew. I think they were 8:08, and the first crew across this line, Trent crew, were 8:10. Of course, all the crews were well ahead of their competition, so it might be a different picture when they're all side by side with each other, but certainly the time suggests that it's going to be a really, really exciting final later. So if you're around and about, please do tune in. And on our screens now, coming down the course now, is the first heat of the mixed eights. 2 to the final, the rest go to repechage. And in the first heat, Alex, there were just 3 boats.
Yeah, and you got University of Bath, Oriel Kensington, and Thames, and it looks to me like Bath. I was speaking to one of the athletes in there, and she did kind of say that she did feel like she might be a little bit of a passenger in there, but at the moment they're pretty much out in front, but being challenged hard by Thames's B crew. There's also Thames A, of course, in the next race to come, but it looks like it's the Bath Avon County composite that just has about a length lead over the Thames B crew. And then Oriel Kensington a little bit further behind her.
And I have to say, I'm looking down the crew list, and there's one name that really sticks out to me in that Avon County composite crew with Bath University, and that's the girl in the 7th seat, Ella Fullman, international pedigree. And of course, that 7th seat is such an important rhythm seat in the 8, and clearly she's bringing all that experience to bear on the crew as it rose into the last 200 metres. This is looking fantastic. It's lively, it's long, it's punchy, and I think this is a crew that's come here with a mission. They want to go away with, want to go home with a medal, Alex.
And you know, they're doing this stunningly unnecessary sprint to the line, but why not? Let's just do it. You stick a bucket in there, it means you're here to rumble. So we have Bath and Avon County crossing the line first. An open water, probably about 3 lengths, I'd say, over Thames B. But both of those crews will go straight to the final. So it will be the Avon County Bath Composite and Thames. And then we still have Oriel Kensington, who definitely have not rated up. If anything, they've rated down as they approach this last 200 metres.
Yes, knowing that they've got a repechage ahead, I think they've probably taken a view, haven't they? And just paddling it in now to the final. To the finish line. We're in the last 200 metres now, just paddling through the red buoys. And then we await the second heat in this event, which will be contested between Sheffield University, Thames A, Hinksey, and Trenton Boat Club.
Yeah, so just on the shots at the moment, you have Oriel Kensington looking like they're on the old ceremonial Henley row through, but they are not. They are just proceeding through to the repechage later on.
If you don't need that, then I can do everything I need to do.
So on your screens, you can see, if you're watching on YouTube, you can see a Thames crew with a really great strong rhythm leading Heat 2. If you're on the bank, they'll probably still look quite far away. As I look through my binoculars for the benefit of those spectators on the bank, it is Thames with a very clear lead in this heat. And in second place, I think I would say at the moment, it looks like it's the Hinksey crew. That's for the benefit of those people standing in the grandstand who are spectating live. If you're watching on television, you'll have seen the Thames crew come through in a time, come through the 1,000 in a time of 3:08, and it is indeed the Hinksey crew in second place. Thames had a commanding lead over Hinksey at the 1,000 metres, but Hinksey were definitely in a race with the Trenton Boat Club for that second place in the final, Alex.
Yeah, and just 4 seconds separating second, third and fourth for that automatic place in the final. Hinksey, really strong season last year, I seem to recall. I'm pretty sure they were strong this year, but they were really strong last season. But yeah, some really good racing here. So our camera's just cutting between different crews. We're still on the Hinksey crew at the moment. But yeah, Thames out in front pretty comfortably, but Hinksey, Trentham and Sheffield Uni are really close, and they're all going to be battling hard to try and get that automatic A final position. And I was just having a quick look at the prizes. So some of the categories here do win a dry row, but this is one of the ones where they will win a prize pack from Blackfeet Brewery.
As I look through my binoculars for the benefit of those on the bank, it is still Thames with a commanding lead, but they're really that fight for the second place continues. It looks like Trentham have dropped off just a little bit from it, but certainly Hinksey and Sheffield University looking to battle it out.
Yeah, so we can see on our camera shot now, it's really close between the crews from Trentham and Hinksey. They're battling hard. We're also expecting Sheffield to just come into shot, but I think Sheffield have just dropped off the pace a little bit. So it's going to be between Hinksey and Trentham in the last 500 metres for the final automatic spot. It is Hinksey just ahead at the moment still, but the rate is high from Trentham. They are really pushing hard to try and get on terms as these crews get to about 350 metres to go. So we can see those two crews battling each other. We also got Thames on shot, right out in front there. They are really comfortable and cruising. Haven't really knocked the rate all the way down yet, but they also haven't put a final sprint. But Thames out in front, the class of the race. But it looks like Trentham continue to put pressure on Hinksey as they now go into the last 250 metres.
It's difficult in 8, isn't it, to change that speed, but Trentham are doing their best. They've committed to this. They've absolutely committed to the second place, and they really, really don't want to have to do another race. Hinksey got the bit between their teeth as well, having worked so hard through the first 1,700 metres, equally don't want to throw that second place away. Coming across the finish line now, by many lengths of clear water, is Thames Rowing Club. And as we approach the 150, it's quite literally bow ball to bow ball. It's so difficult to call. I'd say Trentham look the more energetic of the two crews, and they're on the move. And I think, Alex, they've just gone through by a canvas as we approach the last 5 or 6 strokes. It is now, in fact, Trentham. Their hard work is going to be rewarded. Gutsy effort from Hinksey, but it is Trentham that qualify in second place. They will go straight through to the final. And undoubtedly disappointed, Hinksey will race again in the repechage. And then coming in across the line is the crew from Sheffield University. What an exciting heat.
Yeah, Trentham just chucked that coal in the engine at the right time. It got up to temperature. The boiler was going. The steam was whistling. And choo-choo through they came in that last 50 metres. It was just the most perfectly timed push that you needed to get into that automatic final position. So they can now put their feet up, and it will be Hinksey that will have to race an extra time.
I'm looking forward to seeing which crew prevails from the Bath Composite and Thames. But right now, we've got the first heat of the Open Junior 18 8s. It's heat 1 of 2. There are 2 to the final. The rest go to repechage. And in lane 2, we've got Leeds Rowing Club. In lane 3, we have Reading Bluecoat School. Lane 4, we've got Leeds Rowing Club. And in lane 5, we've got the crew from a composite crew, I think, from Tideway Scullers and Tyne Amateur Rowing Association. And if you're on YouTube, you can see the pictures of that race forming right now. It looks like it is the I think it's the crew from Reading Bluecoat there that are currently leading the way. It is indeed Reading Bluecoat School that are leading the way, and as they go through the 1,000 metres, it's still the case. So Reading 3:12, followed by Leeds 3:13. So those two crews are clearly in front. In third place, it's the composite crew from Scullers and Tyne in 3:18, and we're still waiting for Leeds Rowing Club to go through that 1,000 metre mark.
Yeah, I do enjoy a bit of 8s racing. You know, it's getting towards the middle of the day now. I think everyone's woken up. It's time for some 8s to start running down this track. So on the shot at the moment, we've just seen these crews fighting their way through the 1K mark. So like we say, we've got Leeds, we've got Reading Bluecoat, we've got 2 Leeds crews in fact, and then we've got the Tyne Tideway Sculler composite. So all these crews getting a little bit of screen time here, but you've got a nice battle here with just 2 going through to the final, 2 going to the repechage. And who's out in front at the moment then, mine?
As I look through my binoculars, it's still the same race order, I think, as I called earlier in lane 2 and lane 3. So that's a battle between, lane 3, I think, is the Reading Bluecoat School. Yeah, they're still prevailing. And lane 4, forgive me, so Reading Bluecoat School and Leeds Rowing Club. I would say that it's Reading Bluecoat looking clear favourites to be the first across the finish line as we move through into the last 500, Alex.
Yeah, so just coming through that camera shot, it is Reading Bluecoat School just about half a length up on Leeds' A crew, with the Tideway Scullers Tyne Composite trying to hunt that down. But the Tideway Scullers Tyne Composite are really going to have to press on to try and get on here. They're racing really hard, these crews, in the first 2 places, even though they're both going to go through. They're both battling really hard to the line. And at the moment, it is still the Reading Bluecoat School just ahead of the Leeds A crew. But the Leeds A crew can definitely press on. Like, it's not, I wouldn't even say it's half a length now. I think that gap is closing.
Yeah, I think you're right, Alex. I think you're right. And to my untrained eye, you would certainly say that Leeds crew have taken it up again. They're looking to make a move as we approach the last 250. I don't think Reading Bluecoat are in the mood to give up first place. So why would you? You want the best lane in the final, don't you? You want one of those 2 centre lanes.
Absolutely, and this race actually has a bit of a peloton coming down. Well, maybe a Tour de France breakaway. There's 4 of them. But I know Gav Coates is really going to want that Leeds crew to pump it up in this last couple of 100 metres. They're still charging, but it's Reading Bluecoat School just out in front. So both of these crews charge into the line. We can see it right in front of our eyes, and it's happening on the screens as well. Both of these crews charging hard to the line. They will both go to the final. It was Reading Bluecoat School by about half a length at the 500 metre mark, and they continue to hold a lead. Leeds never backed down. They pressed all the way through into this last 50 metres. But as we get to the line, it will be Reading Bluecoat School who hold their nerve, run long and strong through the line, and will finish about half a length ahead of that Leeds crew. So the Leeds crew did put them under pressure, and both of those crews have moved quite a way away from the Tideway Scullers Tyne boat that we've just got crossing the line now. So it will be Reading Bluecoat School and Leeds going straight to the final. Leeds B crew yet to finish. They're about 200 metres from the line, but they will also go into the repechage along with Tideway Scullers Tyne Composite.
Yes, and for the benefit of those spectators, you can see that Leeds crew coming through now. Now the second heat of this competition has started. Second heat of the J18's 8, 2 to the final. Remember, rest of repechage. In lane 1, we've got a composite of Queen's Park and. Forgive me, I'm just looking for several clues. And Royal Chester Rowing Club. In lane 2, we've got a City of Cambridge crew. In lane 3, we've got a crew from Nottingham and Union. In lane 4, we've got a crew from Clares Court. And lane 5, we've got a crew from Queen's Elizabeth High School. And as we look at the screens, we can see Clares Court in first place and Nottingham and Union are in second place, and both boats look like they've got a good lead on the crew in third place from Queen Elizabeth High School. I have to declare, Alex, a little bit of bias here. I'm a Nottingham and Union sort of guy. Maybe I should probably take a step back because I want to be objective in my commentary, but I'd be delighted if this Notts and Union crew can hold this position and progress straight to the final.
I think objective commentary is wholly unnecessary. Like, we have volunteered, we've put ourselves forward. Anyone could have volunteered to commentate, but we did it. So if you want to just cheer on Notts and Union, I'm all for that. You know, I will not hide the fact that I cheer on the University of Birmingham. But Notts and Union and Clares Court, they're the ones battling hard. Clares Court with the free speed of the bucket hats. I think that's kind of maybe a bit 2020 kind of how it looked back there, 2019, but it looks like the bucket hats are back with a vengeance in the Clares Court crew. But Notts and Union, they were only a couple of seconds behind at that last checkpoint, and they can definitely press on, and maybe we'll have a race a little bit like the last one where the top 2 crews, even though they were going through, wanted to rumble in that last few 100 metres.
Yeah, absolutely. I know that union coach, they're not going to want them to come across in second place. They'll be pushing. They'll want the first place. They want the best lane, and they'll be screaming that's 4-5-6 combination of Ollie Fitcher, Daniel Kitchen, and Alfie Armstrong, just to keep pouring it on strong and driving that crew back on the Clares Court crew, who are also rowing wonderfully well. I think Nottingham Union might be disappointed, however, though, looking at the pictures on the screen. That Clares Court crew are looking strong in this heat, and at the moment look like they're going to be first through.
Yeah, I think when you get to like a one-length difference here, sometimes it's hard to overcome that. So it would have to be a massive burn from Notts and Union to come back onto terms here. So if I was them, I would probably just conserve what you can because you're in the top two places. But sometimes the mentality is just like, no, we must win.
100%, Alex. You know what it's like when you're in the midst of a race. You've got a cox driving you on. You can hear the coach ordering you on. But I think actually sense may well have prevailed in the Nottingham Union crew. They're in a comfortable second place at the moment, and it looks like they are maintaining their rhythm rather than pushing on. Happy with this second place and happy to know at the moment they are going through in second place. That said, the crew on the far side, the crew from Queen Elizabeth High School, have put a burst in. They've taken their rating up. They think there's something on, and this might be in response to the crew over in lane 2 from the city of Cambridge. Oh, sorry, crew from lane 1. Forgive me, from Warrington, who have also put a burst in. This is a really exciting finish. Not quite throw a blanket over it, but there's not a lot in this. That Queen Elizabeth High School crew are really pouring it on. I think they'll run out of water before the finish line, but they're going to be something to contend with in the repechage a little bit later, and you might fancy them to get into the final. So to confirm then, that's Clares Court across the line in first place, followed by Nottingham Union in second place, third place Queen Elizabeth High School, and then coming over the line in fourth place, not too far behind at all, is the composite from Queen's Park, Royal Chester and Warrington Rowing Club. The powerhouses of Northwest Rowing. Congratulations to all concerned. Look forward to seeing that race a little bit later as well. And on our screen now, and coming down the course now, is the Open Club 8, the first heat of that race. In lane 1, we've got London Otters. In lane 2, we've got Evesham Rowing Club. Lane 3, we have Derby Rowing Club. Lane 4, Hereford Rowing Club. And lane 5, St George's College. 2 to the final, rest to the repechage. And Alex, at the moment, going through the 1,000 metres, it looks like Hereford in first place, Derby a very close second, and then a bit of a distant gap to the third place crew of Evesham.
Yeah, Hereford really bumped up their senior squads the last couple of years. They had a good charge at Henley back in 2024. I seem to recall in the Y-fold they got in and went to the second round. I forget who beat them. It might have been someone like a Sydney, but very distinctive Hereford. Coaching at the University of Birmingham, I know when I started in 2002, our coach was keen to go and do things like race at Hereford, or we did a winter camp there. So pretty familiar with them, and it's great to see that program has kind of decided we want to get really good. We want to sort of draw in athletes from around. So quite a lot of athletes from that part of the world have been descending on Hereford, and we can see here that it's transpiring into a pretty strong men's club 8 at the moment here. So it's quite a good race between themselves and Derby. Derby have been really on the up as well. These are two programs that have been on the up. I can't remember if Derby won sort of British Rowing Club of the Year, but they've definitely had coaches winning awards. So both of these programs are programs that have been around for a long time but have stepped up their game the last couple of years.
I agree entirely with what you're saying, Alex. And if you're looking at the screens now, or perhaps watching from the bank, you can see the first 2 8s rowing down in a really, really, really strong rhythm. And that only comes from good quality coaching, one clear message, and everyone tapping into that and looking to execute that coach's sort of image in their mind's eye. 2 super examples of men's 8 rowing.
Yeah, and whilst neither of these crews need to wind it up, I think all of us want to see it. But they're both really just strolling to the line. This is a little bit like, you know, when you're watching Tour de France and there's an intermediate sprint, but there's two are on the breakaway and they don't want to rock the boat because they know that actually it's better for them to just kind of work together here. And it looks that kind of like that to me. Derby and Hereford just happily just walking their way to the line, as it were.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really like the analogy there. That's a perfect example. Both crews know that they're through. Why exert any more effort than you need to? They have raced hard, cleared in the first 1,000 metres to establish this lead against two other really good crews in this heat, and because they've pushed ahead, that affords them the luxury of being able to then sort of cruise in, as it were, and look forward to taking their place in the final later.
Yeah, and the other thing is neither of these crews have really shown their hand later on. Who does have a devastating move in the last 500 metres? We don't know. It could be either of them, could be both. But that's something we can look forward to later on as Derby and Hereford just cruise through the line in first and second. It is Derby that happened to cross the line first, but they're both comfortably into that final. And then we have the Evesham crew crossing next. Good to see so much Evesham action going on at the moment. We've seen quite a lot of Evesham crews in the last few heats, so it's good to see them out in force. And then we've also got London Otters. I think this is the second London Otters crew we've seen today, but they'll be crossing next. And they will also be competing in the repechage.
Yeah, and their cox is ordering to give them a little burst as they come into the finish line. Finishing in style, congratulations. Good row, London Otters. We look forward to seeing you in the repechage later. Fantastic effort. It won't be long before the second heat of this competition comes down. In fact, Alex, I think that's what we can see on our screens now. Is that right?
Yeah, so this is our 1,000 metre camera. We've got Lancaster Uni, Cambridge, City of Cambridge A and B crews, Monmouth Comp, and Dart Totnes in this as well. So these are the 5 crews that we are expecting. And just looking up the course, I can definitely see 4 crews. Maybe we're missing 1 crew, possibly. Yeah, it looks like City of Cambridge B crew. We don't have any times coming up on the screen, so I think they have indeed scratched. So coming through the K, it was City of Cambridge, who we don't have to call the A crew anymore. It's just City of Cambridge in 3:03.5. And then second, we got Dart Totnes, who have crossed about 6 seconds later. They are at 3:09.9, and then Monmouth Comp 5 seconds after that. There will be 2 crews straight through to the final. So City of Cambridge and Dart Totnes are best placed at the moment to take those 2 spots. But about 5 seconds in an 8, that's about a length or so. Monmouth Comp will have to find a length to get up into second place.
Yeah, and it looks like those crews that are outside the top 2 are still racing really hard, still rating really high. It doesn't look like there's any desire here to save any energy for later. Perhaps they've not done much racing together and using this as an opportunity to sort of develop a little bit of cohesion within their crew. I don't know. But no one seems to have given up the ghost so far, despite the fact that there's a good spread across the field.
Yeah, and I wonder with some of these crews whether they contain university athletes that have gone back home. I know we've had that in the past, especially last year. We've had rowers competing for lots of different programs, just not in our own colours. So it might well be the case that there could be some scratch crews here. These might not be crews that have been running through the last few weeks, but we might have people that have maybe been rowing for their universities, like I say, or have competed in different boat classes at Henley and now have come together for the club champs in these 8s here.
So as the first crew enters the last 250, it is City of Cambridge rowing in a really nice strong rhythm, really picking up the boat nicely, coming through in first place. They're guaranteed to be in the final. Certainly from my vantage point. In second place, again, equally strong rhythm, rowing in a really tight crew. It's the Dart Totnes crew. And then coming up in third place, it's the Monmouth comp. And then on the far side, we can see the Lancaster University crew still pouring it on, still rating high. They will be in fourth place in this heat, I think.
Yeah, and so crossing the line first will be City of Cambridge. They'll be looking forward to their final a bit later on. And then just watching Dart Totnes cross the line at second. Looks to me like the rate has come down here a little bit from Monmouth Comp. They had about a 5-second deficit to try and make up. But I think they decided they would save the leg, so they're just cruising across the line next. The Cox here probably just made that decision. It's like, let's just shut this down, gentlemen. And we'll just save those legs just a little bit for later on. And then we've also got Lancaster Uni crossing the line as well. So all 4 crews that started the race have finished the race. And we stick with some more 8s actions. That's pretty good stuff. But it's going to be the women's J18 8s that we're expecting next.
That's absolutely right, Alex. A little different format, though. This is going to be it's a preliminary race. There are 5 crews in, and essentially this is going to be a race for lanes. So we talked a little bit about this earlier in terms of tactics. What do you do? Do you race hard, and so you've got one under your belt, as it were, and look to try and get what is often perceived to be the best lane? Or do you think, no, actually, we're going to keep our powder dry a little bit. We're not going to show our hand too much. Maybe we'll put a good start, maybe a couple of bursts as we go down the course, but otherwise, we'll keep things hidden a little bit.
Yeah, so the shot we've got now, they're quite a long way away. It's sometimes difficult to see who's ahead, but there's definitely no one that's clear cut ahead. It looks to me like cruising 1, 2, 3 and 4 pretty much next to each other, and lane 5 from this position looks maybe slightly behind, but not at all really. So Leeds, Aberdeen Schools, Wallingford, Marlow and Greater Marlow School, those are the 5 crews we're expecting, and they have all turned up to this. As we say, all will go through to the final. And now we've cut to our camera at the 1K mark, so they're just going to follow these crews coming in. So we'll look to see who is ahead. It is possibly the crew in lane 4 that might have slightly that Marlow crew. So the Marlow blades are kind of mostly red, but with a kind of a red accenting around the outside 2 edges. So they might well just have a little bit of a lead over this crew in the M-Packer. Possibly Aberdeen Schools might be second or Wallingford, but it's very close. We just watched the camera pan across now. So it is indeed going to be Marlow crossing the line in first place through the K. But very close. If I go like bam, 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 that's the 3 crews crossing through the 1K mark. So it's very close here. Less than 2 seconds separating the Aberdeen Schools crew, the Leeds crew and the Wallingford crew. So even though everyone's going to go through to the final, it's very close, and if anyone wants a more seeded lane, they'll be able to put a little spurt on it in the second K.
I think there's a lot of depth in this competition, if I'm honest with you, Alex. This is good. It's got the makings of a really, really good final. Marlow Rowing Club, perhaps the standout crew, and perhaps that's why we're seeing them in the position that they are at 1,000 metres, leading the race by 5 seconds. But you look down through second, third and fourth, and there's a lot of racing there. 3 medals, 4 boats. This is certainly going to be one of those races that I look to tune in for later. This is, although there are only a few crews in an event, this is nevertheless a very competitive race.
Yeah, good competitive race. We saw the Aberdeen Schools crew on screen for quite a while there, so moving well. But it's, good racing here. Lane 1, Leeds Rowing Club. We've seen a few Leeds Rowing Club crews on the track so far, so we look forward to seeing what they would do at the finish line here. And just at the moment, we're just doing a small commentary change. Martin, thank you very much for this morning, and Piotr is with me now.
Oh, it is an absolute delight to be here with you, Alex. We've commented previously a couple of other regattas, so let's hope to bring the same level of energy here in this rainy condition.
Right, so it is still the J18-8s on the track. We have about 500 meters left to run. Still pretty close. Marlow were out in front and continue to be out in front. Doesn't look like we've got any sprints going on at the moment for second place, though.
It's difficult, obviously. You want to make sure you retain full control of the blade in these rainy conditions. You don't want to make sure that you want to make sure that nothing bad is going to happen. You're not going to lose control of your oar. And yeah, it'll be time. As soon as we come into this red boy territory, there'll be time for a final sprint. And here we are, that Marlow crew still out in front over on the far side on lane 5. You can see them now starting to lift that rate up and be a lot more powerful and explosive here. They really fancy themselves that first position that will secure them progress through to the next round. And into the last 100 meters we go in. Marlow with that distinctive sprint here that really solidified them that primary position here. We're not going to announce any results until they cross the line and we get official confirmation, but it does look like they will be going over the line first here. And then we've got a bit of a spat going on for a scrap going on for second place here. It's too close to call. I think it's going to be photo finish. Those boats were lined up exactly on the surges. Wow. That doesn't happen too often, but let's take a look.
Yeah, I agree. They crossed pretty much simultaneously. We can't call this from up here. Obviously, Marlow crossed first, but that second place really close. But yeah, some really, really good racing.
Can I trouble you for a black coffee, please? Thank you.
And joining the commentary booth, I am here by Erin Shippey. We have commentated before at Bucks Regatta. Are you looking forward to some exciting racing today?
I am. I'm really looking forward to seeing what racing brings to us today. I'm especially looking forward to watching all of this 8s racing. There's been some really great races this morning already, fighting out for places in A finals and reps.
Yeah, and currently on the course we've got the preliminary race for the Women's Club 8, and currently in the lead, well, talk us through it, Erin.
So currently in the lead we have Cambridge University coming through the 1,000-metre mark, followed quite closely by Sudbury Rowing Club. And then behind them, through the K, we have Cambridge University again, just another second behind them.
Great stuff from Cambridge to be seeing them here racing quite a few months after their regular season has finished.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to see some of these athletes still racing post the university racing season, really. It's great to see that they've stayed on. they're still pushing on their training, and they're coming out and hopefully laying down some great results here at Brit Champs.
And this is certainly a good race. It's difficult. You can see here from the commentator started to separate these crews. We've got a slight leader here in the form of Cambridge, but they were just 1 second ahead of Leeds Rowing Club at the K, and then chased by Cambridge.
Yeah, it's definitely difficult to tell who is definitively in the lead from here. We're just waiting for those results to come through for the 1500 metre mark, which I think the boats are just approaching now.
And for those of you watching the video stream, we're about to get confirmation of the 1500 meter times. This is race 225. This is the preliminary race for the women's club 8s. In the lead, we've got Cambridge still in the first place over in lane 1. In 2, we've got the Cambridge A boat actually. Now powering through, they've made up some ground on Leeds Rowing Club, who have now dropped to 4th since halfway. And in 3rd, we've got the London club, Oriel Kensington Rowing Club, just based near Hammersmith Bridge. So I think we're gearing up for a fantastic last 500, Erin. How do you see this playing out?
I mean, I think it's going to be close, but I do see Cambridge B probably maintaining their lead, although Cambridge A is sneaking up on them. They are getting closer. I think it depends on which boat has that final sprint in them and which club maybe is just holding on at this point. It would be great to see one of the other clubs make up a position or two, but I'm not sure if that's going to happen.
Yeah, I'm seeing that Cambridge boat on the far side being challenged by Oriel Kensington. I really think that they're fancying themselves that big sprint, and I believe at the moment their bows could be quite level. They've really made up the ground on Cambridge B boat, who are now raising the rate up yet again, putting in that final sprint. You can see them well over 40 strokes a minute here. Oriel Kensington just edging ahead of Cambridge A. I think this is going to come down to the line, Erin.
I agree, and I think even Cambridge A looks pretty close as well. They all look quite in the mix at the moment. I'm not sure who's going to come first, who's going to come second, or who's going to come third out of this.
It looks like that sprint between Cambridge A and Oriel Kensington has nearly put them ahead of the Cambridge B boat that was leading for the entire race. But as they cross the line, we're going to wait for the final finish in order to confirm the results. It looked like it was 1 ahead of 5, ahead of 4, but let's wait for the umpires.
We have had an incredible morning of racing here, and there is plenty more where that came from. Now, all of these races are made possible by an army of volunteers in timing huts and up at the start line on the stake boats. And if you're here in Nottingham in the venue and you'd like to get involved, then do sign up for a shift in one of those roles. You can join that team as well. So just head to the event hut, which is located by the commentary tower. There's a QR code you can scan to sign up, or you can chat to a member of the British rowing team there. They'll point you in the right direction. I've signed up for stake boats before, and it is so much fun. You get to see what the crews are like in that really crucial moment just before they head off the start, right at the beginning of the race, and it's an exciting place to be. Speaking of the start line, we better get there now, as our crews are lining up ready for the first semi-finals of the day.
And we are back with some action now. On the course, we have race 226. This is the AB semi-final, where the top 3 boats will progress to the A final here. And Erin, what is the lineup?
So we have in lane 1 the University of Leeds Boat Club. Lane 2 is Agecroft. Lane 3 we have Bath University Boat Club. In lane 4 we have Wallingford Rowing Club. lane 5 Tees Rowing Club, and in lane 5 Warwick Boat Club.
So this is the Open Club Quadruple Sculls here. They'll be racing for that pennant later on once they qualify for the final. At the 500 meter mark, it was Wallingford that was leading, but I know at the halfway point those things have changed. We're just waiting for some extra results, and at the halfway point it was Bath University over in lane 3 that was leading with a advantage of just 1.1 of a second ahead of Agecroft, and in third we've had Wallingford Rowing Club, who've dropped from first to third over that course of the second 500. Erin?
It's interesting to see. I feel like it's going to be interesting to see how they play out through the second K of the race, and whether this is part of a race plan or whether they did just go out maybe a little bit too hard and they're struggling to maintain it through the K, or whether they'll bring it back later on and have that final sprint and pull through some of those crews again.
Well, I think one of the biggest questions that all the crews and coaches will have to ask themselves is exactly how much energy do we want to spend on qualifying potentially through to the final. As we know, these crews will have already raced in a time trial earlier on, and they will also have the final later, so 3 2K races in your legs is quite a bit of a challenge, Erin.
It's a lot of racing in one day. It will definitely be interesting to see how some of these crews fare in their finals later on as well, having had to have raced in semi-finals as well as the time trial this morning.
Oh yeah, and the race is powering through. We are now nearing, or inside actually, the last 500. We've just got confirmation of times from 500 to go, Erin.
It looks like Bath Uni is still leading, just over, they seem to have created a gap actually to Agecroft Rowing Club, who are 3 seconds behind, followed by Wallingford Rowing Club in third place.
You can see almost on the course we've got the perfect chevron formation that we always like to talk about. It's so visually appealing here. And let's take a look at that quad from Bath University, absolutely powering through. We talked a lot about energy conservation, and I think we know what their race plan was, which is measure up where their opponents are at 500 and then turn that switch on and go up through the gears.
Absolutely. It looks like they are just chipping away that little bit every stroke now in this last 500. It looks like they are pulling away from the field, although it does look like Wallingford aren't going to let them take it too easily, but I'm not sure that they'll have enough of a sprint in them to catch back up again.
We don't have a lot of water left here, and it looks like Bath University will be crossing the line first, but it's unsure who will come second here. We've got a big rivalry going on between Agecroft and Wallingford. That obviously will determine who will get the better lane later on. But as we cross the line, just on a surge again, the crews have leveled themselves. That's twice in a row now. Absolutely fascinating.
It looks like Leeds have crossed the line in fourth, just ahead of Warwick Boat Club and Tees Rowing Club.
What a turn of events here we've got. Let's wait for the official confirmation, and I believe, yes, it will be Bath, Agecroft and Wallingford progressing through to the final, Wallingford finishing ahead of Agecroft. And here we are on the course with the second semi-final of this Open Club Quadruple Scull. Second semi-final here. We've got Tidal Sculler School, Northwich, Nottingham, Newark, Peterborough, St Ives Composite and Sunderland City, Erin.
It's great to see Newark doing so well. I saw they had quite a successful day yesterday, so let's see how they do today. I think they're quad qualified in one of the top positions from the time trial today. It's just whether they can keep that position through the semi-final.
Again, it's a really important race, but you do not get a medal for winning your semi-final. What does matter is how you race later on. This is just that stepping stone into the progression here, and we see Nottingham, the home crew, really making some moves here. They had 4 seconds advantage at the K, Erin.
Absolutely, that is quite a solid lead, and it looks like they might even be edging out that lead as they go as well. They seem to have quite a strong rhythm through the middle bit of this race, which could really serve them well, especially from the point of view of conserving some energy for their final later on today.
Yeah, the coach Des Atkins really knows how to move a quad and exactly how the biomechanical aspect of the stroke should look like. And we've got a great shot of them on the screen here now, and it's just really great to see the efficiency despite these slightly tricky conditions, quite variable along the course. They're still trucking on, working down low, keeping the shoulders and the hands nice and loose. That's exactly how you want to ride this boat category here.
Absolutely, staying long, loose and relaxed is going to be your best friend in a quad, because the boat will just do the work for you at that point. And coming through 1,500 metres, it is Newark Rowing Club in the lead. It is Nottingham Rowing Club in the lead, followed very closely by Newark, and then about 4 seconds behind Newark, we have Sunderland.
So we've got 6 seconds separating Nottingham and Newark, and then further 4 seconds separating Sunderland and Newark as well. So it does look like the field is shaped up quite a bit during the course of the last 1,500 metres, but this is still a quarter of a race to go here. We're now going through the 250 metre to go mark for our leaders, and you can see them take that rate up. They're taking absolutely zero risks here, trying to safely deliver all the work that they've put in early in the race.
Absolutely, and you can see that, is that Northwich really going for the sprint on the finish as well? No, they're further back. I think it is Newark coming in strong in the finish just behind Nottingham Rowing Club there. They're still quite a solid way back from Nottingham, but they seem to be securing that second place position unless Sunderland comes up on the edge.
Northwich is challenging Sunderland. Sunderland are putting in a great sprint, again minimising the risk. And as we head across the line here, they cross it just ahead of Northwich, probably about a length. What a great race. Still waiting for confirmation of the results here for that second semi-final. And the action continues. We are back with another semi-final, race 228. Top 3 boats will later contend in the A final here. And this is the Open J16 single sculls.
Yeah, and we've got quite a strong lineup here. We have Newark Rowing Club in lane 1, Windsor Boys School in lane 2, Durham Amateur Rowing Club in lane 3, Windsor Boys B Crew in lane 4, and Hinksey Sculling School B in lane 5, and St Andrews Boat Club in lane 6. What's interesting to note here is the sculler from Durham Amateur Rowing Club, I believe, won the J18 singles yesterday, and is now racing in the J16 single sculls today. So he would have rowed up an age category yesterday and done incredibly well.
Yeah, Quinn Mosley from Durham Amateur Rowing Club absolutely destroyed the competition yesterday by winning with a clear margin of very big open water here. And he is now leading the field here at the halfway point as we decide who will go through to the final. It looked like he had a 6-second lead over Newark Rowing Club, who was the sculler was just 1 second ahead of the Windsor Boys School Boat Club sculler. And it looks like the Edinburgh sculler from St Andrew Boat Club is currently trailing. Here we get a great shot on the screen of the Windsor Boys sculler with Quinn Mosley from Durham Amateur Boat Club just ahead of him. Very nice style of rowing, very back-end focused. That power is really starting to accelerate as you go through the peak of the power curve of the stroke here. It's really great to see. He's making that boat look so effortless, and that bows just keep rising, and it just wants to keep running on that water, particularly in these conditions, Erin.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been quite lucky up at Nottingham this weekend. It's really quite flat on the water. It was all of yesterday, and it seems like up until this point today, it seems quite flat as well, which, as we've seen from other events this season, national schools and from Bucks regattas, that it often is not flat up at Home Pier Point.
When the conditions treat us like this, it is important to take full advantage of them. Just like Quinn Mosley is now extended his lead even further, and as we come through the 1500 meter mark with 500 meters to go, we will update you with the results here. But it doesn't look like there's been any other change in the field here. There were 2 seconds difference between the Windsor Boys sculler in 4th and the Hinksey Sculling School sculler in 5th at the halfway point. So let's take a look as we head into the final quarter of this race. You can hear the cheers and the supporters despite the rainy conditions on the bank. They want to motivate and push their athletes on so that they have the best possible result here. Quinn Mosley still powering through here ahead of his competition. There's a nice big margin of open water, but the other scullers are starting to sprint back on him. It is the semi-final, so it is important, particularly in a single, to conserve as much energy as possible for the next race here. But they are just not letting him go. They really want to give him a run for his money, Quinn Mosley here.
Yeah, absolutely. They're definitely not trying to let him take it easily, although it does look like he's just powering through that last 500 meters. And coming through the 1500 meter mark, it was Quinn Mosley that again was taking that first position spot, followed by the sculler from Windsor Boys.
We've got a great fight here coming on for the 2nd and 3rd place here. We've almost got these scullers rowing in tandem. Is the Windsor Boys, 2 scullers from Windsor Boys and a sculler from Newark. So lane 1, 2 and 4 here. Who will cross the finish line? We've got maybe about 100 meters to go, so less than 20 seconds of rowing. Take a look at this because it's going to come right down to the line. I think we're going to have another photo finish here, Erin, on our hands.
Absolutely. All 3 scullers, you can see, are really putting everything they have into these last few strokes. It looks like... Oh,
drama! No. Oh, no, a crab towards the end of the course, and we've got a capsize on the course here. What a dramatic turn of events here. You can just see how much that effort and that final sprint cost our Windsor Boys sculler, Zach Coombs, over in lane 4. That just shows you how much this racing means, and well done to the Windsor Boys sculler, because that is a great effort required in order to get that. Wow.
Oh my God, what a dramatic semi-final for the Open Junior 16 single sculls.
Have you ever raced so hard in your semi-final that one stroke before the line, the boat just gave up?
I don't think I've ever had an experience like that. That is, yeah.
That is some serious effort and determination. Absolutely. So well done to Zach. And 2nd semi-final of the Open J16 singles is in progress on the course. Currently, we've passed the halfway point. How is the field shaping up, Erin?
It looks like we have Tideway Scullers in lane 1, City of Cambridge Rowing Club in B in lane 2, Lambert Rowing Club in lane 3, Trenton Boat Club in lane 4, Windsor Boys School A in lane 5, and Lee Rowing Club B in lane 6. And coming through the K mark, it looks like the sculler from Trenton Boat Club has taken the first spot with only 0.3 of a second lead over Lambton Rowing Club. So it's looking like it is very much up for grabs on that first position spot still at the halfway mark. And both scullers are followed by the sculler from Windsor Boys School in lane 5, coming 3rd place, about 5 seconds behind.
And we're just approaching the 500 meter to go mark on the course for the second semi-final. Meanwhile, we still need to get Mr. Zach Coombe out of the racing line here over in lane 4. So we've got maybe about 2 minutes until that needs to be completed here. But at the margins at the halfway point, it didn't look like they were too decisive here. I wonder how that will have shaped up. As we know, the third 500 typically is the hardest part of the race because the amount of lactate in your muscles is really starting to signal to your brain that this is becoming quite tough to deal with, actually.
Absolutely, and from a psychological perspective as well, it's that point where you know that you've got to wind up for your final push, which you know is going to be painful, and you're already in pain, so it's a very difficult thing to try and get through that third 500.
There's quite a nice split on that field here. You can see it's not quite a typical chevron pattern that we see, but it does look like lane 4 is ahead of lane 5, ahead of lane 3 here.
It looks like the Trenton Boat Club sculler is still in the lead at 1,500 metres, followed again by Lambton Rowing Club, but there has been a bit of a gap built there. There's about 3 seconds now rather than just that 0.3 of a second that we had at the K mark. And the Windsor Boys School is still coming in that third place.
So it looks like our J16 scullers here have worked out that they need to be putting in a little bit more effort here in order to really secure themselves the progressment here, because we've seen some fantastic sprint finishes and some real shuffling going on.
Absolutely. All is for play in that last 500 metres. As long as you're within some kind of contact, anyone could win.
And as we know, singles can change the speed really rapidly here, quite quickly, within just a few short strokes. It doesn't look like that might be the case for Lucas Copeland from Trenton Boat Club. He is powering through here to the finish, but he is being chased here by Lambton Rowing Club, Alec Thompson, and Windsor Boys School Boat Club, Sculler Castor Shoot on lane 5. Let's take a look. And also we've got the Lee Rowing Club Sculler, no, Tardway Sculls Rowing Club, Tardway Sculler School, Edward Metcalf here with a fantastic sprint as well. He fancies himself in the final later on too. Let's take a look.
Lucas Copeland from Newark is not going to let it be taken from him though. He's really putting in that work for that first place spot in this semi-final. It's being closely followed by Lambton still, who looks like they will cross the line in second place, followed possibly by the Windsor Boys School.
And both Lee and Tardway Scullers just behind them with not too big of a margin will be competing, as we will hear the official confirmations we predict in the B final later on. And we've got the final sculler crossing the line here from City of Cambridge Rowing Club.
And moving on to the first semi-final of the women's J18 single sculls, race 230. We have Hartpury University C in lane 1, Newark Rowing Club in lane 2, Rob Roy Boat Club in lane 3, Sunderland Rowing Club in lane 4, Hereford Rowing Club in lane 5, and Tideway Sculler School in lane 6.
Yeah, we're past the halfway point and the field is already starting to take quite good shape here. We've got Hartpury University C sculler Gracie Janes with just 0.5 of a second actually of advantage over Alex Padgam from Tardway Sculler School, who was just 0.6 of a second ahead of Newark Row Club Naomi Williams. So really not much to separate them here. There's a little bit of a gap between those three scullers and the rest of the field. So it does look like we've got a little peloton going on for that final, huh?
Absolutely, and it does look like all three of those scullers are really able to challenge each other, and it should shape up to be an interesting final nonetheless later on if they do end up in the same race. But anything could happen at this point. The sculler from Sunderland is still only 2 seconds behind in that fourth place, as she's still very much in the mix fighting for that A final spot.
Yes, absolutely right. You definitely cannot be writing anyone off at this stage in the race, particularly in the single and in the junior category. Those gaps do change so vastly, so quickly here. And here we go, we're heading into the last 500 meters here. We've had a change of lead here. Newark Rowing Club Sculler is now 0.7 of a second ahead of Hartpury, who's just 0.5 of a second ahead of Rob Roy. There's still a 2-second gap between them and the rest of the field here. But I believe Tideway, who was second at halfway point, has now dropped to fourth. So like we said, these distances do change quite rapidly. And we are now approaching the business end of this race, where we're really going to start to see some great sprints ahead of us here, Erin.
Absolutely, and this is where the scullers really do have to debate where they put that final sprint in. When the field is this tight, is it worth sprinting earlier, or are you going to blow before the finish? Or could putting in that sprint earlier be the difference between getting that spot in the A final or missing out and ending up in a B final?
That's a great point. I think you want to start that sprint as early as possible. The more water you have, the more strokes you have to work with. You don't want to leave it too late, as we can see some drama here all over at the finish line. But the trick in a single is just to almost sneak up on your opposition. Get that sneaky length for 2 advantage, and then you can really respond to anything that they're going to throw at you. And look at that sculler in lane 3, really going for it now, really securing the lead. Rob Roy Rowing Club, she was 6th at the halfway point, and now she is leading heading into the end of this semi-final. Will she progress through to the A, or will the other scullers respond, Erin?
Absolutely, and it looks like a really close battle between that Hartpury College Sculler and the Newark Boat Club. It looks like they're going to come across the finish line almost neck and neck, and looks like over in lane 5 we have Hereford Rowing Club really challenging both of them as well, but lane 4 are also not to be discounted at this point. Sunderland is very much coming up close on all of these boats.
Oh, just about 5 strokes to go, and we couldn't possibly split the field. It looks like the Rob Roy Sculler will cross the line first, having been 6th at halfway, and then Hartpury Sculler regained the 2nd position here, crossing the line. And we believe it was Hereford, but let's wait for the confirmation. That was just ahead of Newark. Wow, what a great race. You really couldn't predict it.
Absolutely
at any
not.
point, no.
The field just kept changing through that entire race, and that really shows you that you do need to be in the race the entire race. You can't tune out or check out at any point. For that Rob Roy Sculler to go from 6th at the halfway point to coming first is incredible.
Oh, that is the real trick of racing in a single, isn't it? You really cannot let off for even 1 stroke, because so many different things can happen. And like we said, it's good if you can sneak up on your opposition, and then you can just really allow yourself to respond to any moves and just control the race from the front, yeah.
Dynamics. There was a thing the other day where Miz is not really wrestling.
Without further ado, we've got the 2nd semi-final of the Women's J18 Single Scull in progress. Over in lane 1, Weybridge Rowing Club. Lane 2, Chesley Street Amateur Rowing Club. Lane 3, Barn Elms Rowing Club. Lane 4, another Rob Roy Sculler. This is the B Sculler from that club in this event. Then we've got lane 5, Leicester Rowing Club, and lane 6 is Derby Rowing Club.
Looks like coming through that first K mark, we have Barn Elms Rowing Club in the lead, followed very closely by the sculler from Chesterley Street Amateur Rowing Club. And in 3rd place, we had Rob Roy coming through. So it looks like Rob Roy could be in contention to have 2 scullers in the A final of this category.
It looks like it's less than a second separating 4 scullers on the field here. These are absolutely incredible scenes. Just the standard of this competition is so high, as you can see here on the screen. Also, the confirmation of those times. It is unbelievable, but look at that. Rob Roy Sculler is having none of her 3rd place. She wants to be out in front, just like her teammate who's just won the semi-final we've just seen here. Again, so much water ahead of us, so much could still happen. We are now approaching the end of that 3rd 500, and we're heading into the final quarter, Erin.
It's really great to see these scullers having to really fight for their positions in these finals. This is what you want to see from a semi-final. It's great to see that close, really tough racing from these scullers.
Great move here from Sculler over in lane 2. She's really putting in some work on that single. You can see just how much power is being applied with every single stroke. That is an absolutely silky rhythm here. And she is opting for a slightly lower stroke rate, but just more power with each stroke. So as long as she can keep that stroke nice and efficient, that bow will keep accelerating and taking her through. She just had a little look over at the rest of the field. She wants to measure up where she is and exactly how much of a final sprint she will need to push as we approach 250 meters to go. It's neck and neck between the top three scullers here, Erin. I couldn't possibly separate Chesley Street, Barnum's, Rob Roy and Leicester Rowing Club here. They are so close in contention here. It does potentially look like Chesley Street, Susanna Yulton is up ahead a little bit from the commentator's tower, but that could still change. We've got 200 meters to go, just approaching the red boy territory here.
Absolutely, and as we saw in the last race, anything could happen in 200 metres. We could have a completely different result of who's going to end up in this A final from this field, although it does look like these three scullers are pulling out ahead.
So at the moment, Rob Roy and Chesley Street, Barnums is still putting in that sprint here in the middle. Oh, he's going to come down to the line again. What an exciting semi-final here.
Absolutely, and it really looks like that Chester Sculler is really pushing on the Barn Elms gal as well as Rob Roy, but Rob Roy does look like they are really putting in that finish.
Yeah, I think Rob Roy will repeat the performance of a teammate and cross the line here first, just ahead of Chesley Street. Has just had enough to power her through in the second place. She will be progressing through to the semi-final once we hear the official announcement. And Barnum's Karen Lee crossing the line in third. What a great race. An interesting pacing technique, obviously, we see from the Cambridge Scullers here in the Rob Roy Rowing Club, because they were both at the back of the pack at the 500 meter and at the K here. And to come away with a win, it just shows you the level of strategy that they have for every single different race here. They're prepared for anything that can happen, and I cannot wait to see them go side by side in the lanes next to each other in the final later on.
Absolutely, it's going to be a very tough race later on for both of them, but it should be a great watch.
And we've got another great watch ahead of us. Race 232 in progress. We are past the halfway point. We are nearing the 500 meter to go mark at the moment. It is the first semi-final of Open J18's doubles. And who's in the lead, Erin?
In the lead, we have the Windsor Boys A coming through strong, followed closely by Northampton Rowing Club with a lead of about 5 seconds still for Windsor Boys, and in third place is Hexham Rowing Club, only 2 seconds behind Northampton.
Yeah, so there's 2 seconds separating Hexham and Sir William Borlase with 500 metres to go. So that progression and the advancement is still all to play for here. It does look like Windsor Boys are in a very nice, comfortable position here. But that is not stopping them from sprinting. So look at them take that rate up. They are letting nothing external happen to them. They will be in full control of that race. And look at those puddles. There's so much power, aggression and acceleration coming through here. And the same is coming from the Scullers over in Northampton Rowing Club in lane 2. But Hexham are chasing them. There's maybe half a length between them here, potentially even a canvas. We've got 250 meters to go, so about 40 seconds of rowing here. Who's going to come out on top?
Absolutely, it still also looks like Sir William Borlase could still be in play for that spot in that A final. They really are chasing on, but looks like they are being pushed on by George Watson's College in the next lane over as well.
Oh, there's maybe a length separating these two. At the moment, it's Windsor Boys ahead of Northampton, ahead of Hexham, but Borlase are coming. George Watson's are coming. It is still not done here. Maybe 10 strokes to go at this point. Windsor Boys, very clinically, very technically proficient. Last 5 strokes heading into the line here, and it looks like Hexham Drama is overtaking Northampton just on the surge with about 2 strokes to go. Wow, what a turn of events here. And they do cross the line ahead of them, but just about a canvas.
What an incredible finish for Hexham there.
They just never gave up. They just kept going with each strokes, just asking each other for more, Let's put the pressure, and it worked out. And George Watson's College also finished ahead of Sir William Borlase. So that was another crew with a very, very lovely sprint here to finish the race here in the last quarter. I think we've got some incredible finals coming up ahead. This is only the second race of the day. These athletes will be feeling the burn later on, and I just want to see them all lined up at the start. The competition is so closely matched and so fierce here. I think there's going to be some really good scrap going on for the final.
I agree, absolutely.
When you race multiple times per day, Erin, here, when you compete at the time trial, in the semi-final, and then in the final, what is your best energy conservation strategy here? How do you sort of deal with that and approach each race? Because obviously you want to put forward your maximum effort. You don't want to let anything unpredicted happen to you. But how do you deal with that?
I think having the structure of a race plan before you go out and race is really important. And I think sticking and rowing your own race, as much as people say it so many times, it is so important to row your own race. As much as you do need to respond to other people around you, you can't discard your race plan in the first 200 metres because a crew's gone out quicker than you off the start. Because as we've seen today, we've had crews pull through from 6th place at the K mark to become first at the end of the race. So a race plan, I think, is really important. I think it really helps manage the way you row as a crew together and really does help save some energy.
And how do you manage, obviously, making that decision between going all out in the semi-final to secure yourself the slot in the top 6 versus, like you said, conserving that energy so you can go out and fight for the finals later? What is important to you?
I think it very much does vary rower to rower and also between coaches, but I think from my perspective, sometimes in a semi-final, just securing that spot in that final is more important than vying for lanes. As we've seen today, it's been really close, so actually crews have had to battle out even for first position just to ensure that they're getting 3rd place. But sometimes if you're solidly in that 3rd place position, sitting in that position can sometimes be more efficient than fighting out for lanes, which ultimately might not have an impact on your final. It might do. It depends on the conditions of the day.
Particularly like we're seeing the conditions this weekend, if any of our eagle-eyed viewers are spotting any flags, you can see that there's barely any movement, so it's mostly flat here, so the lane shouldn't technically affect the outcome of the racing too much here.
Absolutely, and coming through that K mark of this second J18 semi-final, we have Cambridge 99 Rowing Club taking 1st place with just under a second ahead of Marlow Rowing Club, and Windsor Boys School taking that 3rd place position, just 0.2 of a second behind them. But even there's still less than a second between 3rd and 4th down to Hartpury's A crew.
Wow, there's exactly 3.2 seconds separating all 6 crews here, so it's neck and neck here. We have no clear favourites, and at the moment it looks like we're going to have absolute feast of rowing for our eyes in just about 2 minutes when they come past the grandstands. So, the lineup: Rob Roy Rowing Club in lane 1. Lane 2, we got Hartpury University and College Boat Club. Lane 3, another Hartpury. This is a B crew from this club. Then we've got Cambridge 99 Rowing Club. And then we've got Windsor Boys School Boat Club in lane 5. And then lane 6, Marlow Rowing Club. I can see a couple of these athletes definitely will have raced yesterday, so they will have plenty of experience in knowing how to pace any sort of semi-final or any battle going on here.
Absolutely. It looks like there's been some movement from the K to the 1500 metre mark. We have Hartpury University's B crew coming through in 1st, but very closely followed by Cambridge 99 Boat Club, and again closely followed by Marlow Rowing Club. There's less than a second separating these crews.
Yeah, so the margins have increased slightly. It's still 4.3 seconds separating the entire field, so it all will come down to this business end of that race, the final quarter. And as they are ahead of us, nearly heading into the last 250, it's so difficult to call. It's practically neck and neck here. I think from the commentator's tower, it is lane 3 at the moment leading their race, but we've got an incredible fight going on for that 2nd and 3rd slot between lanes 5, 4 and 3. You can see all these crews sprinting, taking the rate up despite the rainy conditions and the slippy hands. They're just going for it and just sending those puddles down with each stroke inching away. And actually it looks like lane 2 is now challenging for 1st place. Wow.
With a field this close, it is all to play for. Any crew could pull through. It is all down to this final sprint, these last final strokes. We have about 200 metres left of the race, and anyone could take it at this point.
great speed we can see here. It's still lane 3 leading ahead of lane 2, but those are the two leaders at the moment. Who will cross the line? It's also practically nothing to separate lane 4 and 5 here. It will be an incredible photo finish, and we don't know who's going to end up in the final with 2 strokes to go. Wow.
All 3.
We'll hesitate before announcing anything, but we have maybe got a slight indication of who crossed the line where. It was really not that much to separate. We can see here on the time system 1.1 second between first and fourth, which when you divide it by 4 quarters on a split, is nothing. And the dust hasn't even settled yet after that second semi-final of the J18 doubles, and we are now moving over to the first semi-final of the women's J16 doubles sculls. We've got Lee Rowing Club in lane 6, Barnums in 5, Nottingham and Union in lane 4. We've got Marlow Rowing Club in lane 3, Hartpury University in lane 2, and Cambridge 99 Rowing Club in lane 1. Erin, what did the field look like at the K here?
It looks like Marlow Rowing Club have taken the first spot coming through the K, about 4 seconds ahead of Hartpury University and College coming through in second place, who were still about 5 seconds ahead of Barn Elms Rowing Club in third place. So it looks like there might be quite a spread out field compared to the last few semi-finals that we've seen, but that doesn't mean that it's going to stay that way the whole race.
And over in lane 4, we've got Anya Knight in the bow seat of the J16 double. It's the daughter of one of our commentators, Martin Knight, who had the absolute pleasure of taking you through the first set of side-by-side racing earlier on. And he will also be joining the commentary booth later on as well. So good luck to lane 4 here, Nottingham and Union Rowing Club. They were 4th at the K. So just just a good few seconds, 3 seconds behind the qualification spot at the K. But as we've seen, Aaron, anything can change here, and we get some first confirmation of times from the 1500 meter mark. It's Marlow Rowing Club, almost 3 seconds ahead of Hartpury, which is about 5 seconds ahead of Barn Elms, and then we've got 5 seconds behind them, that Nottingham and Union Rowing Club.
It does look like the field is starting to space out more and more as we get through the race, so it'll be interesting to see if it closes back together in this final sprint or if those crews do manage to keep pulling away and making those gaps even bigger.
I think for a psychological comfort, maybe you want to avoid putting everything down to the line, particularly in the semi-final. You want to almost know if you will race later on or not for the medals, so then you can start to practice and conserve your energy here. So is it sometimes worth maybe going out a bit harder and trying to control the race from out in front, or it's all about using the minimum amount of energy possible in order to qualify, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. I think these crews do seem to have just gone out hard at the start and have gotten that lead, and that seems to have really worked for them. They seem to keep chipping away that gap, although it does look like there might be a bit of a battle between lanes 2 and 3 coming into the finish here.
Yeah, I couldn't quite separate them out. Say lane 3 was in front, that Marlow Rowing Club, but then again, Hartpury are challenging, and they were just 4 seconds behind them. That doesn't look like it is the gap anymore. Either Marlow are trying to conserve energy, or Hartpury are just absolutely going for it, trying to secure themselves the best lane for the final.
Absolutely. It does still look like Barn Elms are in that third place position, but it does look like they might be pushing Hartpury on a bit as well. It definitely doesn't look like a 5 second gap there now either.
So with about 5 strokes to go, Marlow ahead of Hartpury, ahead of Barn Elms, heading for that finish line. The work they've put on earlier in the race has paid off as a race executed well, job done.
And it looks like here we're moving on to the second semi-final of the women's J16 double sculls. We have AB7 Rowing Club in lane 6, George Watson's in lane 5, Strathclyde Park in lane 4, Agecroft Rowing Club in lane 3, Hereford Rowing Club A in lane 2, and Hereford Rowing Club B in lane 1.
Great turnout from Hereford to have two crews competing in the semi-final here. It looked like at the 500 meter mark, Hereford A was leading 0.3 of a second ahead of Agecroft. That was 0.8 of a second ahead of George Watson's College. Over in fourth, we had Strathclyde Park Rowing Club, then Hereford Rowing Club, and the field at the 500 meter was closed by AB7 Boat Club. But that is not the case anymore, is it, Erin?
Absolutely not. It looks like Strathclyde Park might be taking that first place position through the K mark. Followed by, it looks like Hereford Rowing Club is still in that first place through the K, followed by Strathclyde Park Rowing Club, just over a second behind. And Hereford B now looks like they are, it looks like Agecroft Rowing Club are now in third place. So Agecroft have dropped a place, but Hereford does seem to be maintaining their lead.
With a field this tight, it's sometimes difficult to separate these crews, and they are going for it. You can see the rate is quite high. Despite the tricky conditions, the rain does seem to keep picking up. So it's, it takes a lot of composure to not let the handle slip through. You want to maintain the full control, but also move that boat fluidly, dynamically, and keep that loose grip. So it's a bit of a balance here, and I think these athletes are managing it quite well. Hereford A still ahead of Strathclyde Park, ahead of George Watson's College. So the two Scottish crews really fancy themselves that spot. George Watson's College was third and fourth at the 500 and the K respectively, but now they are in the third place here, ahead of Agecroft, who've dropped down to fourth. Have they gone off too hard, or are they going to surprise us in that final quarter now?
It looks like George Watson's is really holding on for that place in that A final today. They've really tried to power through and take that third spot back.
Here we go. You can just see these crews approaching the 250 meter to go mark here, nearing the grandstands as well. It's difficult to tell if the leaders change hands or not, just because it's so close between Hereford and Strathclyde.
Absolutely. Hereford does seem to have controlled the race up until this point, but will they take that first spot position coming over the finish line?
Strathclyde really going for it now. They are powering through over in lane 4. They do not want to come second in this race. They want the win, and they are making a statement here with every single stroke. Little bit of steering difficulty, but they're back on track now, and I think they've just put their bow out in front, and look at what's happening over in lane 5. George Watson's College, I think now also getting into that fight for the second place with Hereford Rowing Club, who've been leading this whole time and might now drop down into third. Wow. Strathclyde at the moment leading the pack with about 5 strokes to go, and George Watson's College neck and neck with Hereford. It is going to be another photo finish, but I think Hereford maybe just slightly responding is going to come down on the surge. And let's wait for the official results. And the show must go on. Race 236 in progress now. The first semi-final of the Open J18 coxless Spurs at the K mark. Walton Rowing Club ahead of Rob Roy, ahead of Mediterranean, our Gibraltar competitors here, ahead of Great Marlow School. Now we're ahead of Wallingford Rowing Club and Clare's Court School, currently in 6th. But the distance between the first and the 6th place is about 14 seconds. So quite a spread out field here at this point in the race, Aaron.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like Walton Rowing Club really have secured that first place spot going through the K. It looks like they are about 7 seconds ahead of second place, which is Rob Roy Boat Club. But then that's quite a close margin down to the Mediterranean Rowing Club.
So looking at that Walton crew, what do you think they're doing differently to the other crews here? They do seem to be a little bit more relaxed, and their stroke rate isn't quite so high.
I was going to say, they look very loose and very relaxed. It does look very energy efficient, actually. I think, as we were talking about earlier, conserving that energy, it does look like this is a really energy efficient crew.
I think they've just decided, okay, look, in these rainy conditions, maybe we'll take a few less strokes, but let's make each one of them count.
Absolutely. And it does look like they still maintain that solid lead coming through the 1500 metre mark, with again another 7-second lead over Mediterranean Boat Club this time, who have just taken that second place spot from Rob Roy, who still follow closely a second behind.
Great Marlowe's Girl also in 4th place, 5:36 and 5:36.9 was Wallingford Rowing Club. So still the progression here is all up for grabs. We are now in the business end of this race, in the final quarter, where some dreams will go to die and some dreams will come to fruition. Let's take a look here as Walton Rowing Club have now increased their rate slightly. They want to be controlling this race from the front. They don't want anyone to come back on them. But who's in second and who's in third, it's so difficult to say. It looks like maybe lane 4 and lane 5 are competing for it. They're closely the most at the moment.
Absolutely, it does look like Walton is still squeezing out that quite loose rhythm. Although their stroke rate has come up, they are still underrating quite a lot of the crews in the field right now, and they are still keeping that strong lead. Does look like quite a fight for third, though. It looks like we have Great Marlowe School and the Mediterranean Boat all pushing each other on, as well as Wallingford Rowing Club and Rob Roy.
So lane 3 ahead of lane 4 at the moment, but the fight is not done. We've got lane 1 and lane 2 coming in fast. It's Wallingford and Rob Roy. They want to go through to the final as well. We cannot possibly decide what's going to happen. With about 5 strokes to go, we've got Walton Rowing Club ahead of Mediterranean all the way from Gibraltar. And who's going to come in third here? It does look like Great Marlowe School crossed the line third. They were 4th at the K, 4th with 500 meters to go, and they have put in a great push and made up that gap in order to secure themselves the spot fighting for the medals later on. Well done, boys, well done.
And now we are on to the second semi-final of the men's J18 pairs. We have Monmouth Comprehensive School Boat Club in lane 1, St George's College Boat Club in lane 2, St George's Boat Club A Crew in lane 3, Kingston Rowing Club in lane 4, Canterbury Rowing Club in lane 5, and Stratford upon Avon Boat Club in lane 6.
So we've just gone over the K. It does look like it's the St George's A Crew currently in the lead. St George's B Crew from lane 2 currently in the lead, just ahead of Canterbury Rowing Club, who that is 1.2 seconds ahead of Kingston. So again, not much to separate this pack. I think this semi-final is a bit closely compacted together.
Absolutely, and at the moment there seems to only be 0.4 seconds between third and fourth place, so that spot in that semi-final is still all to play for in this race.
Still got a lot of water to cover. There's a lot of strokes ahead of these young athletes. But they are bravely fighting for it with each stroke and all the different racing strategies that they have. We look to be about 34, 35 strokes per minute from nearly all the crews here, which is quite good in these really tricky rainy conditions. At least it's not too windy. But again, you got to watch those hands being too slippy. We're now at the end of the third quarter here. We're heading into the final portion of this race, and Canterbury have taken the lead, and St George's College also really put a push in here. St George's A to come from 4th, they're now in 3rd. So again, we have no idea who's going to race in the final. Wow.
It looks like St George's College really have put in some work to maintain that gap and secure themselves that third place position. Looks like Kingston Rowing Club is following in fourth place, 24 seconds behind. This field really has spread out from the top three to the rest of the field at this point.
We've got 4 crews in really close contention. We've not mentioned much about Kingston Rowing Club, but they were just a couple of seconds behind that third spot here. We've got a great fight going on here, lots of pushes. At the moment, lane 2 and lane 3 fighting for that first spot. Lane 5 just trying to ease any advances over from lane 4. We've got 150 meters to go. That's maybe about 15 strokes left at most. Each one of them will count now. Let's put in that big push. We're seeing all the rates starting to come up. The puddles keep getting increasingly bigger and bigger. And we're getting some real shuffling going on. At the moment, I couldn't decide who's in front here. It looks like lane 2 and 3, but also lane 5 with a great sprint here. I think they've just edged their bow out in front, and they are going for it here. That's Canterbridge and Rowing Club.
And it looks like lane 2 have just pushed out for that third place position crossing the line. We will wait for the official results before confirming. What a close finish for those 4 boats.
And great final sprint from Kingston Rowing Club as well. It's great to see them finishing up so close to the progression here. Robin Sillis and Eddie Line from Canterbridge crossing that line first in the second semi-final of the Open J18 coxless pairs.
It looks like we have the first semi-final of the Open J16 pairs starting now. We have Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association in lane 1, Wallingford Rowing Club C crew in lane 2, Wallingford Rowing Club B crew in lane 3, the Windsor Boys School in lane 4, Henley Rowing Club A in lane 5, and Kelp Rowing Club in lane 6. And it looks like coming through the 500 metre mark, Wallingford Rowing Club B crew was taking that first place spot, fairly closely followed by Windsor Boys School. And through the K, Wallingford have maintained that lead.
It's actually increased to about 2 or 3 lengths here. We can see it's about 8.1 seconds here. And then Wallingford C crew currently in 3rd position, just holding out that a slight advantage ahead of Henley Rowing Club. That is ahead of Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association and Carp Rowing Club in 6th.
Absolutely. It looks like the Wallingford C crew might be really pushing Windsor Boys School on this one, but they themselves are being pushed by Henley Rowing Club for that A final position.
Yeah, very brave move from Wallingford B crew to just really go for it out in that third 500, second and third 500 here. I guess if you want to dominate the race, you got to dominate the middle K, and it's such a crucial portion of the rowing on the 2,000 metre course.
Absolutely, and it does look like they are still rating quite high. It does look like they are all out, as opposed to that Walton crew we saw in the J18 pairs earlier that just looked like they were kind of cruising at this point and looked very relaxed. This Wallingford crew does still look quite racy, so it'll be interesting to see if they can maintain this the whole way through to the finish.
Yeah, and the competition in this semi-final is fierce. Obviously, we've got Windsor Boys School Boat Club and Henley Rowing Club A crew as well, so they will know each other very well. They're just a couple of locks outside of each other on the River Thames, so these crews will have been looking at what the other one's doing all year. Obviously, they're now sweeping. Typically, they will be sculling throughout the main portion of the season, but they are doing a great job of it, aren't they, Erin?
Absolutely. All of these crews do look very neat, very tied in, very together. It's really great to watch.
And despite them working quite hard, that Wallingford B crew currently in this massive lead ahead of Windsor boys, they are still keeping it nice and loose. It looks like very efficient rowing. It's that effortless catch. Those legs don't seem to be needing to push quite so hard because it is coming quite naturally to them. They are making very, very good rowing for us to witness.
It looks like they have a gap of about 8 seconds to Windsor boys now, and it does look like they have settled into that more relaxed and loose rhythm coming into this last 500 metres.
Yeah, the junior coach at Wallingford Rowing Club, Katie Greaves, obviously she knows a thing or two about sweeping as she is an Olympic medalist. So I'm sure she will have prepared them for anything that their opponents will be throwing at them here on Nottingham National Water Sports Centre.
Absolutely, it does look like this field is quite spread out coming into this last 500 metres.
Yeah, Wallingford ahead of Windsor boys, ahead of the other Wallingford crew.
Looks like the Wallingford C crew might be pushing Windsor boys just slightly from here, but I'm not sure if it's incredibly close like we've seen in some of the previous semi-finals that we've had.
Of course, the close finish is what we want to see as commentators, but what we're seeing here, that big gap that Wallingford B crew have worked themselves, that's just a beautiful execution of their race plan, and that is another very mature style of rowing. So this is also great to see here as they take their final 10 strokes. You can see them take the rate down slightly. They're starting to conserve that energy for the final. I'm sure they will be challenging Walton all the way with every stroke, and perhaps we'll see a photo finish there too.
Absolutely, and it's been great to see that this crew's lowest rate we've seen the entire race has been as they cross the finish line. That's such an amazing piece of rowing to have done that and got that lead.
And you can see the other Wallingford crew following suit again, just taking that rate down slightly. They've crossed the line third, so they should be able to progress through to the final. We'll wait for the official confirmation. But that does look like a strategic bit of rowing here we've seen this race.
Absolutely, it does look like their plan was to go out hard and take it down throughout the race as they gain that lead, which they've managed to do.
Moving over to the other semi-final of the Open J16 pairs. In lane 1 we've got Nottingham and Union Rowing Club. In lane 2 we've got Clare's Court School Boat Club. In lane 3 Kingston Grammar School Boat Club. Lane 4 Wallingford Rowing Club A. Lane 5 Glasgow Academy Rowing Club. And in lane 6 Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association in lane 6. Yeah. And we've just gone through to the K, through the halfway point, and Kingston Grammar School with a very healthy lead of about 5 seconds, led by their coach Bethan Thomas. She's been working with Kingston for a number of years now, doing a great job preparing these young athletes in how to row fast and move a boat well. And after this season, their new director of rowing will be a person some of you may know, James Cracknell, a double Olympic champion. So I think we've got some great things that will be coming out of Kingston Grammar School in the next few years as well.
Absolutely, and their coaching definitely seems to be paying off at the moment as they do seem to be in the lead through the 500, and we'll see if they do maintain that to the 1,000 metre mark, but it does look like that will be the case at the moment.
So Kingston with that nice lead as we now finish the third quarter of the race, 5:31.5. That's a great time here to be doing in a J16 coxless pair. They're just exactly 5 seconds ahead of Clare's Court School Boat Club and Glasgow Academy, currently lingering in third, 5 seconds ahead of Nottingham and Union. So it does look like the progression should be a done deal by now, but in the last 500 meters, like we say, dreams either go to die or come into fruition.
Absolutely, and it will be interesting to see this Kingston Grammar School Club this Kingston Grammar School Boat Club crew race that crew from the Wallingford from the previous final. Be interesting to see if they can push each other on later on, as they both seem to have finished their races that nice relaxed finish. But we'll see if Kingston do manage to keep that relaxed finish, or whether they will be pushed on by another crew and be forced to sprint out that final few hundred metres.
Well, I think Clare's Court isn't going to let them get away with holding that 5-second advantage through. You can see them rating slightly higher here than Kingston Grammar School. Kingston probably need to respond soon because Clare's Court are coming. They fancy themselves that top spot. They nearly got overlap on the Kingston crew. Still very good lead from Kingston, but Clare's Court are coming, like we said, and Glasgow Academy also not letting go. We've got the top 3 positions here really making a move on the rest of the field, and the rates keep going up. I can see Kingston Grammar School now responding, but Clare's Court are still pushing higher and higher. With about 10 strokes to go, we've got an exciting finish on our hands, Erin.
Absolutely, and it does look like Glasgow Academy might also be pushing on that Clare's Court School Boat Club crew all over in lane 5. It looks like this could be quite a close finish coming into these final few strokes.
And Kingston carrying themselves across the line first, ahead of Clare's Court. Just 1 length ahead of Glasgow Academy. Just 3 seconds margin separating each crew here. And we've got that lovely bit of celebration from Kingston Grammar School, fist pumping the air. They are definitely happy that they managed to secure themselves a spot for the medal fight.
Absolutely. It would be interesting to see them fight out for that medal later on this afternoon.
They are wasting no time. They're rowing straight over to the pontoon. They want to make sure they get off the water as soon as possible and go and start to conserve that energy. That's a very smart strategic move, and I'm sure I know where that came from. Their coach Bethan Thomas is no stranger to preparing juniors racing 3 times a day here.
It looks like we might be moving on to the women's coxless club coxless fours for the first repechage. We have Hexham Rowing Club in lane 2, Sir William Borlas Grammar School in lane 3, Sir William Perkins School in lane 4.
And we've got Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club here over in lane 5 as well. Although that is a scratch crew. So we've only got 3 contenders here in this repechage. First crew to cross the line will go to the final A, and the remainder will be competing in the final B.
It looks like Sir William Borlas Grammar School has taken that first place spot through the 500 metre mark, but they are followed just 2 seconds behind by Sir William Perkins School Rowing Club. It's interesting to see these school boat clubs fighting it out in the women's club divisions.
It was Borlase with a 2-second advantage at the 500 metre done. Hexham were just a little bit left behind here. They were exactly 14.3 seconds behind them, so they do have some serious moving up to do if they still want to compete in the fight for the medals. But Borlase are so strong. This is the women's club quadruple scores here, and Borlase have got such a great pedigree of sculling here. They've won plenty of medals and red boxes at Henley Regatta in the past 2 decades, and I'm sure they want to keep continuing on with that trend. But that seems to be a junior crew racing in the senior event here, so to see them on top by 2 seconds ahead of Sir William Perkins is great. You can see them here. Borlase still maintaining that lead ahead of Perkins, but Perkins are rating slightly higher. They are fighting for that position, and we've seen Perkins do really great things at Henley Women's Regatta and Henley Royal Regatta, where they made semi-final in both those events.
Looks like through the K mark it is Borlases that are still in that lead, about 3 seconds ahead of Sir William Perkins.
So they've increased that lead by about a second in the last 500 metres. They're clearly going for it. They're rowing really hard, but just that technical composure and ability here. We've got a great close-up shot of that crew. You can see all the legs moving in unison, all the bodies moving in unison. This is great preparation that they've got. Rowing in the Hudson Hole. That is a good tradition for Sir William Borlase.
I think this is also just a testament to how high the standard is of junior rowing at the moment, that we have a junior crew at the moment topping the field in this rep for the women's divisions. And there's definitely going to be some tough competition for them later on in this. It's going to be interesting how they do, if they do make it into that A final against some of those senior crews that I'm sure have probably competed at events like Henley Women's Regatta this season.
I love watching quads go down the track. It's just such perfect execution of technique, and just seeing 8 blades just drop that spoon in the water all at the same time. Those legs, like we said, moving in a nice uniform fashion together. Those shoulders nice and loose, and just like loosely controlling the handle. It is absolute poetry to watch, isn't it?
Absolutely, and a quad can be one of the most technically difficult boats to get looking at this point. The work you have to put in to have 4 rowers moving completely in sync with that blade work and that relaxed rhythm is so difficult.
It's so crucial to get that catch important in the quad, because it is quite a heavy boat category. The boat itself weighs a good number of kilograms, and also the 4 athletes, that's quite a lot of weight to move through the water. So unless you can really pick that boat up together, it's going to start to get really heavy, and you want to make sure that your athletes are working together to get the best possible result.
It looks like coming into the last 500 metres, Sir William Borlace leads by about 5 seconds over Sir William Perkins.
Yeah, it looks like Perkins are not giving up that fight. They are taking that rate up. They know only one crew here will advance. They've got less than 500 meters to make that happen, and they are taking their chance on here. Borlace have got a very comfortable lead. They are rating slightly lower. They can respond to any move that Sir William Perkins is throwing at them. But Perkins are just making another push. I've just seen them make another call in that boat, and that rate just keeps going up. We've got maybe about 250 meters to go, so 40 seconds of rowing. They can still do it if they go for it now. Let's take a look at what happens, Erin.
Absolutely, and it does look like Perkins might be outrating Borlace at the moment, so it'd be interesting to see if that does help them catch up in those last few hundred meters, or whether Borlace is going to take that lead.
Yeah, Perkins going for it, but Borlace is responding. Their rating is lower. They're just putting a little bit more efficiency and power through every stroke. But you got to give the credit to Perkins for putting in such a great fight here. They've nearly got overlap over the Borlace crew. There's still a tiny bit of open water, and with about 10 strokes to go, it's unlikely to change. But let's take a look.
And it looks like Borlace do cross the line first, followed by Perkins. What a great finish there, and really hard work from Perkins in to catch up.
Amy Palmer, Lucy Browning, Ellie Lehman and Bo Ridley just looking to head over to the pontoon and start their recovery phase ahead of their final. If they can maintain their rowing style and show us a similar display of performance later on, I believe they will be a strong contender for the medal fight.
Absolutely, and with the second repechage underway at the women's club coxless quads, we have London Otters Rowing Club in lane 2, we have Lancaster University Boat Club in lane 3, and Nottingham Rowing Club in lane 4.
So we passed the halfway point. Lancaster was leading by about 5 seconds, and just some 20 seconds behind was the London Otters Rowing Club. So it looks like Lancaster are looking to maintain that lead here ahead of Nottingham Rowing Club. But Nottingham B crew here, just behind them, they are on the home water, so they will know this course better than anyone. They train here day in, day out. They know exactly all the markers and where the water might give them some advantage here. So let's see. You can see a great shot here on our screen of just that Lancaster University Boat Club quad Really nice and efficient rhythm here. Very powerful, particularly towards the back end of the stroke. That looks like those legs are slowly taking their time, accelerating that boat, and the peak of their power comes past that moment when you rock the body back over and swing those hips open.
Absolutely, I think I'd hear some of my coaches describe their rhythm as quite chunky. They're not rating particularly high, but they have really got a lot of, they're really loading up that power onto those legs and really squeezing it through.
So with 500 meters to go, Lancaster were 4 seconds ahead of Nottingham. There's quite a bit of speed difference that Nottingham will have to try and close down on, and they are doing exactly that. They're taking that rate up, they're going for it. There's nothing to leave in your legs for, because otherwise they will be competing in the B final later on. Lancaster looking to progress through, but Nottingham aren't going to let them go, and they've taken that rate up yet again. That sprint that keeps going to continue. Lancaster needs to respond now.
It really does look like Nottingham is really pushing Lancaster at this point. It looks like they really, really do want to fight for that spot in that A final, but will they get it?
Oh, what a scrap we've got going on for that final spot in the A final here. Lancaster have now responded. They're putting even more power down. You can see that coming out of their paddles. But Nottingham, it looks like they've got overlap on Lancaster. So they were 4 seconds behind with 500 to go, and now they've got overlap. They are going for it. Maybe 10 strokes left. Let's take a look.
And it does look like Lancaster just finished that line first, with Nottingham Rowing Club following, crossing that line second. But we will see what the official results say.
So still got one contender in this repechage, but it looks like Lancaster and Nottingham. It looks like Nottingham have closed that gap on Lancaster from 4 seconds down to 3. So great effort from them. And now we've got London Otters Rowing Club heading over the line, over in lane 1. Well done to them. That's a good effort. And on the screen you can see the natural inhabitants of the National Water Sports Centre. Some geese just looking to take a nice shower in those refreshing rainy conditions here. And we got a really nice shot on the camera as well on our B finalists here on stake boats. We've currently got 2 out of 3. And the third sculler is just heading up to that start line, looking to line up and get ready for the race. It's quite a nerve-wracking moment, you know, backing onto the start pontoons. It can be quite a very calm place on the course. You know, there's a lot of action, there's a lot of roaring and screaming and shouting that will happen by the fans later on that as you head down the track. But at the start it's almost like the complete opposite. You can stay very internally focused in your head. You know, you need to go over the race plan again, but it's important to, you know, check that your gates are closed, empty your water bottle, do whatever pre-race ritual you need to do. How do you normally approach this stage, Erin?
This is, as you say, it's definitely where you try and keep yourself internal. You're not focusing on other crews, you're focusing on what's going on in your own boat. This is generally, I like to take a nice deep breath and let my shoulders drop back and just kind of sit ready. I don't have any strange traditions. I know some people like to empty their water bottles out and stuff, but I don't think I've ever built in the habit of doing anything like that.
Well, we've seen some interesting things over the years, including some Wolf of Wall Street chest pumping going on as well. There's a number of different things that you can try and do to intimidate your opposition, but ultimately you will intimidate them the best by being slightly faster than them for the entire course. So. So in the B final, race 242, we're going to have Birmingham University B crew over in lane 4, coached by Alex Darby, our co-commentator here, that you will have heard earlier on, and he will also be joining us tonight. And in lane 3, we've got Newark Rowing Club A. In lane 2, we've got Newark Rowing Club B. So very familiar territory for the two scullers in lane 2 and 3. And obviously the Birmingham University sculler that will try to stay ahead of them. It's not very pleasant conditions to be sat in the start line for a long time. As the rain keeps dropping, your kit keeps getting slightly more wet, so you'll have to deal with that extra little bit of weight as you race.
Definitely, and knowing that your handles are going to be slippy from the first stroke is also it's definitely something that can unnerve you when you're sat on that finish line, on that start line.
Yeah, you want to minimize all the risk as possible. You know, you want to make sure that first stroke is as clinical. And to be honest, in those type of conditions, it's important that you get off to a clean start rather than the most explosive start possible. But look at that, Birmingham Sculler over in lane 4. He just completely went for the explosive option here, and it looks like he's got a length up on his opposition already. Maybe 15 strokes into this race.
This is an incredible shot that we're getting of the start here. We don't often get to see that on the live stream, and it was really great to see all three scullers go out. They all looked quite clean as well off that start, but that Birmingham sculler does seem to be the most explosive.
Yeah, the Newark A sculler in lane 3 is chasing him. He's not letting him go. It's important to keep that elastic, so you don't want to lose complete track and sight of your opposition.
Especially in a single scull, if you do lose contact with the other boats around you, it can psychologically be really difficult to keep your head in that race and focused.
It's a great close-up shot here of our athletes, our single scullers in this B final, nearly approaching the 500-meter gone mark. And what I'm really paying attention to is the Newark A sculler, Mr. Lewis Southwood, and just how relaxed his rowing style is here.
Absolutely, he seems to be really pulling it through on that back end and really just getting that last little oomph in that stroke and really maximising the power he can get through. He's really using his body weight.
Let's take a look at how that's working out as we cross the 500-meter done mark. He is just 2.4 seconds behind the University of Birmingham sculler that we talked about, that explosive start, and that's certainly paid off. But what's important in the single is to make sure that if you start on a certain pace that you can maintain it for the rest of the course, because there are no crewmates around you that can support you or motivate you or substitute some of those watts for you.
Absolutely, racing in a single can be quite lonely, especially over a 2K course. With it being probably 8 to 10 minutes, especially for these beginner single sculls, it can be quite a long time to be sat with your own thoughts and not having those other crew members in that boat around you to motivate you, push you on, make calls for you.
Yeah, you have to have a very strong self-belief here in the single if you will be successful, because you have to be great at motivating yourself and just relying on 100% input just from you. Like you said, no one else can do it for you. And what I'm looking at here is I think that gap between the University of Birmingham sculler and the Newark sculler is closing with that loose and relaxed rhythm. I think he's just Not decelerating the boat quite so much. There's less check going on in that stern, and I think that's starting to pay off for him. Here we go, approaching the halfway mark. It actually looks like Birmingham Sculler has responded to the advances from the Newark Sculler, and he is now strengthening his lead. It looks like a little bit of open water advantage. That's a very comforting position to be in order to control the rest of this race. We always talk about that. Just if you can sneakily get a couple of lengths up on your opponents, then that allows you to really be able to respond and move.
Absolutely. It looks like coming through the Kmart that we have this University of Birmingham Sculler still coming through in the lead, and it does seem like he has managed to create a gap to the Newark A Sculler, who's coming in 6 seconds behind him now.
Wow, our Birmingham Sculler really put himself to work in that second quarter of the race. He's increased the advantage, you said, to 6 seconds. That's quite a big difference in speed here.
Especially in a single scull, 6 seconds is quite a lot of space to make up. But with single sculls being so light, sometimes it can be easier to get that boat speed moving in that final sprint and catch up a bit more space.
And let's not forget, this is the Open Beginner Single Scull event, so this will be the first year that these athletes are rowing. So great to see them, you know, being able to generate some really good speeds in the single here and still be able to, you know, take their boat down along the course without any complications here. We've seen some really good rowing. Until I saw that this is a beginner's category, to be honest, judging by the way they're rowing, I had no idea about the skill level here.
No, absolutely. I think some of the technique we're seeing from these scullers is really impressive, especially considering they've both been rowing probably less than a year in order to qualify for this event.
We see here a shot of our Newark B Sculler over in lane 2. Toby Powell powering that boat through. That's a great effort from him here. And Birmingham Sculler slowly inching away ahead of the Newark Sculler. With every stroke, he's just gaining a little bit of water. So James Hall ahead of Lewis Southwood. I wonder if Lewis has got a strong second half ahead of himself. Maybe there's an ace up his sleeve, yeah?
Absolutely, who could have that really strong sprint finish and pull through.
Sometimes all it takes is just a little change of rate in the power application and your single can really start to sing and just move along that course.
It does look like the gap is closing between these two scullers coming into the last 500 metres. Lewis Southwood has managed to close that gap from 6 seconds to 3 seconds, so he might be able to pull through in these last 500 metres.
Yeah, he's already halfway there in terms of closing that gap, and maybe the James Hall's Birmingham Sculler has just gone off slightly too hard trying to get that lead, and maybe Lewis will be able to close that up on him, the Sculler from Newark A. It looks like we're going to have a real scrap going on. I think that gap is closing even more rapidly, and it looks like Lewis might be able to take his bow in front as we start to head in front of the grandstand here. Another great finish on our hands, Erin.
Absolutely, it does look like Lewis Southwood is pushing James Hall here in these last few hundred metres. From the commentary tower, they do look like they're overlapping, so let's see how this plays out in the last few hundred metres.
Yeah, so from 6 seconds gap at halfway to now being neck and neck. I believe the momentum is with the Newark Sculler, but I would not write off our Birmingham Sculler here at this point. He knows how to work hard. That's how he had such a That's why he had such a big advantage earlier in this race. But will he have enough momentum to carry him through the line here? Or is Lewis Southwood from Newark Rowing Club going to surprise us? And like we said, close that 6-second gap from halfway, and now he's fully in the lead. I believe he will cross the finish line first, but let's take a look.
It's going to be interesting to see if James Hall has a response to put in these last maybe 150 metres, or whether Lewis Southwood will take this first place spot in the Open Beginner Single Scull B final.
And there was a bit of steering difficulty here from both athletes, catching a little bit of a crab on the buoy. And I think that was a decisive moment that is now securing Lewis Southwood with the first spot in this B final as we head through the line, less than 10 strokes to go. What an effort. In this B final of Open Beginner Single Sculls. The Newark A sculler heading across the line first, just ahead of the University of Birmingham sculler. And there is another Newark sculler still on the course. Toby Powell is trucking on. He's approaching the 350 meter to go mark. And after this race, we'll have a little bit of a changeover in our commentary team. I've been joined by Erin Shippey and Piotr Kulawski, and taking over will be Charles Barry and Martin Knight to take you through the next set of semi-finals and some close, exciting racing. And let's hear it for the Newark sculler here from our fans on the grandstand. Toby Powell is just approaching the finish line. This will be his first year of rowing, so let's cheer him on as he heads towards the line here.
And good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the British Rowing Championships 2025. You're joined here with myself, Charles Barry, in the commentary box with
Martin Knight. For a second stint today, you lucky people. Looking forward to some fantastic racing over the course of the next 45-50 minutes, Charles.
Yeah, I mean, I was having my lunch break, just sat in the finish area, and the views of the racing were phenomenal because the racing itself was so close. Even in these repechages, semi-finals, whatever, we've seen crews crossing the line, photo finishes, and it's been very, very exciting to watch, not only here on the screen, but also here at the Regatta Centre itself. And we're now continuing with the racing. We're on to race 244. Martin, what are we looking forward to?
244, this is a repechage of the women's beginners double. In lane 2, we've got Derby Rowing Club. In lane 3, we've got the University of Birmingham Boat Club. In lane 4, we've got York City Rowing Club. And in lane 5, we've got Chesterless Street Amateur Rowing Club. And as we go through the 1,000 metres, it looks like Chesterless Street are in the lead by about 4 or 5 seconds over the University of Birmingham Boat Club. And then third and fourth, bit of a gap between second. York City in third place and Derby Rowing Club in fourth place.
And we're having some nice shots on the screen now as the camera pans through the 1,500 metre mark. It is indeed the crew in lane 4, I believe, who will... lane 5 from Chesterless Street, who will be crossing the line first. But they don't have much advantage of the crew in lane 3 from the University of Birmingham, as we're just panning through 80 degrees, 85 degrees, and across the line. And wow, Birmingham have caught them up, and they've just crossed the 1,500 metre line, dead level. So they've gone from a gap of some 4 seconds at the 1K. Birmingham had a fantastic third 500.
And that's it. And they say this is the movers and shakers 500 metres, don't they? Where some crews, if they've flown, tend to die, or those crews that perhaps sort of looking for a negative split, put the foot on the gas and then power through.
Well, very impressive pacing to get that absolutely bang on. We will have to see how they progress over the next 500 metres, the final 500 metres, because the question will now be asked of Chesterless Street, will they be able to respond to that challenge from the University of Birmingham? On the official times, we're just seeing on our screen, 0.4 of a second separated them officially, but I would prefer to say it was a little bit closer than that, but we'll have to see now as the crews are just entering the last 350 metres. I glance out the window and I'm looking on the pictures on the screen as well. I can't call the difference between those two crews. They must be, we'll go quite far separated across the course. They must be just having a quick look over their shoulders, seeing each other in their peripheral vision, trying to match each other stroke for stroke as the boys now turn through the red to mark the 250 metre mark. We've got just 45 seconds or so left in this race. To my eye, I would say it looks like the University of Birmingham crew are going through, but Chester Street reacting to that as well. What do you think, Martin?
I think I'm in complete agreement with you, actually. As they come a little bit closer, I'm probably at a little bit more of an advantage now because they're that much closer to me. I'd say it's looking at probably 3/4 of a length to a length in favour of the Birmingham crew, Charles.
Yeah, and both crews here in this beginner doubles category, putting in an excellent display of sculling. I do think it is the Birmingham crew who have the momentum. As we said, they've had a fantastic third 500. Their energy levels and momentum continuing to sustain them, and I think they've now just got a quarter of length, maybe even half length advantage on that Chesterless Street crew. Indeed, they're just rating slightly higher. It's not a dramatic sprint finish, but it is something that is moving them forwards because now they've extended that length to 1 length as they just crossed the finish line first. Congratulations to that Birmingham crew who seem to have progressing in that final first, and then Chester Street second. So those two will be the ones that, on what we can see, will be going through to the final. And just a little bit further back, we now have the crew in lane 4 from York City, who are just approaching the finish line, and then behind them it will be Derby Rowing Club. Those two seem to be the ones who will be being eliminated and ranked on their times. And across the line there for York City Rowing Club, and just a little bit further back, about 100 metres ago for the crew from Derby. Congratulations to all of these scullers. They are beginners. Fantastic to see them here. Fantastic to see them racing side by side in the rep after the time trial.
And for some of these crews, this could be their first 2,000 metres, or this event could involve them racing over 2,000 metres regatta style for the very first time. It's a big, big thing and a big, big effort. And as we watch Derby coming into their final few strokes, it's a fantastic committed effort. Take nothing away from them. They should be incredibly proud of their racing over the course of today. It's a superb effort, and they're a great advert for their club.
Absolutely, and I just saw the York crew then across the line, a pat on the back to each other. So although they aren't progressing through to the final, still they're very pleased with their efforts. And little smiles all round in the Derby crew to have completed that. There we are, a little high five. There we are, high five between the two Derby rowers. So although, as I say, they won't be progressing to the final, they've still clearly had great time doing possibly their first 2-kilometre race in a double.
Yeah, absolutely. So looking at the television and looking down the course, it looks like we've got our next repechage coming down the course. This is the women J18 coxless fours. In lane 1, we have the composite from Hexham Rowing Club and Queen Elizabeth High School Rowing. In lane 2, we have Great Marlow School Boat Club. In lane 3, we have Evesham Rowing Club. In lane 4, we have Monmouth Comprehensive School Boat Club, and in lane 5, we have Sir William Perkins School Rowing Club. And as those crews went through the 500 metres, it was Monmouth Comprehensive School with quite a decisive lead, followed then shortly after by, I'm looking at my computer screen, forgive me, I should have announced Tyne Rowing Club over in lane 6. They, in fact, were second, a very Tyne United Rowing Club, forgive me, in lane 6, a very close second. As all crews went through the 1,000, it was still Monmouth Comprehensive leading. It was still Tyne United Rowing Club in second place, but that distance between the two crews had grown. And coming through third was Sir William Perkins, followed then by Great Marlow Boats School Boat Club, then Hexham Composite Crew, and finally Evesham Rowing Club.
And again, there are 2 crews progressing out of this race into the A final. The remainder will be eliminated and ranked on their time. It does look to me that Monmouth crew have put a pretty clear, they had about a length's advantage over their opposition as we went through the 1K mark. And then the question will be, who is the second crew going through them? Because then there was about a 3-second gap back to Tyne United and a 3-second gap beyond them to William Perkins School. So there's plenty of room to change those margins between those 3 crews. And we're just getting some nice shots now of the crews moving past the 1,500 metre mark. It is those 3 crews vying for those 2 places. It does look like Monmouth are still quite out ahead, and they have the luxury of being able to see their opposition both sides of the course, so they can be rest assured they know where they need to be. But the question will be Tyne United versus Sir William Perkins. Can William Perkins make a move against Tyne United? And the camera is just swivelling around now, 80 degrees, 85 degrees, and now 90 degrees, as it is a very clear, comfortable advantage from Monmouth. There's some 2 lengths over Tyne United. And the camera swivels around, so I didn't quite catch the margin, but the times are coming up, so it looks like that William Perkins now 5 seconds back off Tyne United. So the question is, they'll need to have a stellar final 500 metres now to push themselves into the final.
Yeah, I agree. But what I would say, Charles, looking across the field, the standard of rowing for these J18 women is fantastic, or J18 girls, forgive me, is absolutely fantastic. There's no shortage of skill on show, and it's making the racing really, really exciting to watch.
Yeah, and all credit to anyone who can take a coxless 4 down a 2-kilometre course, because not only do you need to row powerfully, you need to row very effectively, so you're not disrupting the twitchy nature of the coxless 4, but the person who's steering as well isn't seeing where they're going, and they are steering via rotating typically their right foot, and so they have to be not only pushing as hard as they can through their feet, but making sure they're doing it at a perfectly dead-on angle and not introducing wiggles into the steering.
So as the crews enter the final 200 metres or so, it is quite a decisive lead, if you can see on our television screens. Indeed, if you're on the bank, that will be evident to you as well. A decisive lead there for the crew in lane 4, followed then by the crew in lane 6. And racing continues to be tight between lanes 2 and 5, and indeed 1 and 3. So something for everyone as the finish line approaches.
I mean, we haven't been talking about the Great Marlow School in lane 2, but they are coming right up against Sir William Perkins now. And although this won't lead to them progressing to the final, it's obviously all racing is a matter of pride. And I think they are determined to go across the finish line ahead of William Perkins. We're just seeing the Monmouth Comprehensive School crew now cross the line first, about 2.5 lengths advantage over Tyne United. So those look to be the 2 crews that will be going through. And now we're just seeing, gosh, it's about half a length, 3/4 of a length between these 2 crews. William Perkins crosses the line ahead of Great Marlow School.
And then coming up, the final 2 crews, you have that composite from Hexham, and then we have Evesham in lane 3.
Well, congratulations to all those crews, because as I say, it's not an easy thing to race a coxless 4. Have you ever done it before, Martin?
I have. I've had the foot, and I've made a right mess of it on several occasions. So definitely I agree with you, Charles. Hats off to the steers women in each of these boats.
We're moving from coxless 4s to coxed 4s, so a total contrast. You don't need to have anything quite like that finesse. What you do need to do in a coxed 4 is have huge amounts of power and grit and determination. And you also see in coxed 4s as well it's all often down to who paces this race exactly right. Obviously, you have a cox who's keeping you straight, and they can also tell you where the other crews are, and they can make some key race calls. So it's a very different art to that in a coxless 4. And the crews have just been racing for the last 4 minutes, so we're just seeing the camera swivel around at the 1 kilometre mark now. And it looks like that the crew from Queen Elizabeth High School has just got their babble in front, but it's a 3-horse race this, and we have just one crew that will be progressing through to the A final. Who have we got in this race, Martin?
So in lane 2, closest to the grandstand, we have Trafford Rowing Club. In lane 3, we have Clare's Court Schoolboat Club. Lane 4, Evesham Rowing Club. And in lane 5, Queen Elizabeth High School Rowing Club.
And just as I was saying, so we've got the times up on screen there, so there was just 2.5 seconds separating Clare's Court, Queen Elizabeth and Evesham there for that question of who is going to be the one progressing to the A final. Everyone else will be going through to the B final later today. So actually, it's a really interesting race now, because if you think that you might be able to win it, you've got to race it. And if you think you're not really in contention, maybe it's better to back off and save your energy for the B final.
Absolutely. I have to say, though, if I had the carrot of an A final dangled in front of me, I think I'd almost be willing to sacrifice my outcome in the B final just for the joy and the pleasure and the pride of being in the A final. And you can see from some of these close-up shots from all the crews, I think that's very much the view that these girls are taking as well. Paint etched across their faces, no shortage of commitment and effort. Clearly, this race means a tremendous amount to all concerned.
I mean, really, the coxed 4, as I was saying, it's a boat that really pays off if you've got the confidence in your own ability to pace yourself and the ability to execute a race plan that matches your style. You really do see in coxed 4 sometimes these dramatic turnarounds in the last 500 metres where people have just been holding and holding and holding, and then they go, bang, it's time to go. It's time to drop the hammer and push as hard as we can. And we might see that. It does look like now that Clare's Court School crew were just a little bit off the 1,500 metre mark, are still out in front. I think they've extended their advantage slightly over Queen Elizabeth, but as we're about 100 metres off the 1,500 metre mark, we'll get a update very shortly. There's some real looks of tired expressions on the crews I'm seeing on the screen here, but they are digging in deep and trying to keep themselves ahead of the others.
Absolutely, and I like the blade work actually in that Queen Elizabeth High School Rowing Club crew. They're nice and tight, moving as a unit, and at the moment, as they go through this marker, I do wonder whether actually that cohesion might allow them to raise a sprint and allow them to put more pressure on the Clare's Court crew, who are approximately a length ahead of them at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, we said it was 0.3 of a second gap at the 1K mark. Well, Clare's Court School have answered the question, Martin. Do you want to go through to the A final with a resounding yes, because they've taken 3 seconds out of the challengers behind them from Queen Elizabeth and from Evesham. And in fact, I think Evesham might be saying to Queen Elizabeth, well, we're not going to make the A final perhaps, we're definitely going to be the fastest one in this race, so watch out. And as we enter now the last 350 metres, I do wonder whether anyone will be able to keep up with that Clare's Court crew, who are perhaps not the tidiest of the crews that I can see at the window, but they've clearly got a lot of effort going through, and their physiological endurance and all their training is paying off.
Yeah, I think it goes back to what we were talking about a couple of races ago, Charles, that third 500 metres being so important, that movers and shakers 500 metres, and at that point Clare's Court clearly said, we want this. They grabbed the race by the scruff of the neck, and they've made it, or look to have made it, their own as we approach the final 200 metres.
Yeah, the boys just starting to turn red as we enter this final business end of the competition. And again, it does look like Clare's Court will be the one taking that A final slot. And I think Queen Elizabeth, having faced a bit of stiff competition from the Evesham crew, are still holding them off. They've got the advantage of just being about a length in front of them now, and they can see all of the attacks that Evesham are laying down on them and being able to respond to them. The tiredness in the crews must be enormous now. They've been racing for almost 8 minutes in these heavy coxed 4s, and now as we approach the 100 metre mark to go, it does look like that Clare's Court have seen the race, they've got out in front, they've held off those challenges, and it looks like they'll be the ones progressing.
Absolutely. And credit due to the crew in second from Queen Elizabeth, and credit too also to the crew in third place for Evesham. They've made this a real race, and they've applied pressure on Clare's Court throughout the course of it. Clares Court know they've been in a race, and they've really had to earn this place in the final.
And fair credit to them as well, Mark. I'm just looking at the earlier times in that race. Clares Court were third at the 500 metre mark, and they had just that fractional advantage over the other crews at the 1K, and they've just continued to move off. So having that calm at the first quarter of the race, not being up off the start, and being able to power through everyone else, say, the movers and shakers of this race.
And to have such maturity, as a J16, is frankly quite remarkable.
And just rounding out that race there, the crew from Trafford Rowing Club crossing the line. And we are now going back up the course to the second repechage of that, the second repechage of the women's J16 coxed fours. So this is quite literally a three-horse race. We have, who do we have, Martin?
In lane 2, we've got Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association B crew. In lane 3, we have Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association A crew. And in lane 4, we have Weybridge Rowing Club. And as the race progresses to the 1,000 metres, it is indeed Weybridge that are leading the way by approximately 3 seconds over the A crew from Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, with the B crew from Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association about to or approaching the 1,000 metre marker.
And again, just one crew from this pack will be going through. It does look like the B crew from Aberdeen Schools quite a bit further away back from these two, so it's really now become a two-horse race between Weybridge and the A crew from Aberdeen Schools. And as we enter now the second half of this race, the question will be, who is going to progress out of these two? They've been racing for over 4.5 minutes now, and they've got about another 3.5 minutes to go. So the question will be, can Weybridge keep that 3-second margin over Aberdeen, or will Aberdeen keep pushing? We're now into the, as you trademarked it, Martin, the movers and shakers 500. So this is the question. Both crews digging deep, thinking about themselves, thinking about their pacing. Their coxes are no doubt urging them forwards and trying to get a little bit of advantage over the other. Obviously, Weybridge have the advantage in that they can see the other crew, they can see them coming, but sometimes if another crew is executing its pacing perfect, you can see them coming and there's nothing you can do.
I think if I travelled all the way down from Aberdeen, I'd be putting everything into this third 500. It's a long way to go back, and I would much rather go back, having said that I've been in the A final, than having been in the B final. Not that there's any disrespect to those competing in the B final, but that's the A final is definitely the intention of all crews that I'm sure that come and race at these British Championships.
Well, indeed, the A final is the only final with medals at the end of it, so obviously we all want to be there. But also, of course, we want to get off the water, all competitors, and be able to say, I tried my hardest, I rowed my best, I achieved what I set out to do. And sometimes that isn't a nice outcome like a medal or a trophy at the end of it. Sometimes it's just being able to look your coach in the eye and saying, I did what you told me to do, I tried my best.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And as if you're watching on YouTube, you could see this very stylish crew coming through. A great exhibition of coxed rowing. An interesting thing to note here, I talked about this earlier in the heat. The leading boat from Weybridge, the cox is actually sitting in front of the stroke. Whereas if you looked at the Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association boat, the cox person steering the boat is actually sitting behind the bow seat of the boat. Charles, do you think that really makes any difference?
Well, yes, you're quite right to pick up on this, Martin. It's an interesting trade-off. So if you're sat at the back in the stern, like the crew from Weybridge are, you've got the advantage you can see your crew and you have a much better understanding of the race unfolding around you, whereas the preference, certainly on the international stage, is that you have the cox at the front, the idea being that they're lower in the hull and the weight is more evenly distributed so that you're having less of an effect on the balance or on the momentum of the crew. However, with eights, you never see that. You always see the cox at the back, although there was a period of time where some rowing clubs experimented with having a cox in the front of the eight, and indeed at Lee Rowing Club we have one of the few surviving relics of that era. We have a bow-loading eight. It's a menace to the waterways. It's been banned from the tideway, but they still go out on it every now and again, and I always sort of put my hands over my eyes and pretend I'm not seeing what I'm seeing. But anyhow, that's not a good bearing on this race. How's it unfolding, Martin?
But thank you very much for your insight. It's very interesting. As we enter the last 200 metres, it is still Weybridge that hold the lead. It still looks like a relatively convincing lead, although I can see that Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association A really are putting in the kitchen sink. I think they've now got an overlap. Perhaps it's Weybridge sitting out there at about a length.
It was a length earlier than at the 1500 metre. Weybridge had just broken clear. But you're right, I think the crew from Aberdeen now, they've got an overlap, and the Cox is looking over and she is calling the distances to the crew. I think the bow ball is now on the Cox, possibly on the stroke of the Weybridge crew. They are definitely moving through that Aberdeen crew, but unfortunately there is only a sliver of river left available for them to row on. And I think, yes, they are reduced that disadvantage by half a length over just the last 100 metres. But unfortunately, it appears to be the Weybridge crew that will be going through. High fives and shakes of the hand between all 5 members of the crew there as they cross the line. Well raised, both crews.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone involved in that battle for the line should feel very proud of themselves and their effort. And approaching the line now is the Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association B crew. Again, another credible performance. Not easy having to race against your own school A crew. A lot of pressure there, side by side, but this B crew have certainly done themselves lots and lots of credit and can be really proud of the effort that they've put in. Congratulations, great racing.
Yep, and that concludes those 2 repechages of the women's J16 Cox 4s. We'll be looking forward to seeing them race later today. Now we're on to an event I've been looking forward to seeing for quite some time. This is the repechage for the mixed championship 8s. We don't often see mixed boats racing, Martin, at any regattas.
No, and it's one of the things I was talking about with Alex earlier on, and it's we were sharing our views and sort of a way of maybe moving the sport forward, offering some more interest to club crews, and certainly help those perhaps those clubs that might struggle to put out a complete men's 8 or a complete women's 8, or perhaps don't have the depth of squad, allows them to come and have a row and a race in sort of another interesting event. Let's be quite clear though, the standard of rowing in this event, even though perhaps it's not a common one, is still incredibly high. And if you're looking at the YouTube pictures now, you can see the quality of the blade work and the cohesion in the crew. We're watching a high quality event, aren't we?
Well, I mean, so who do we have in this race? We have 3 crews. We've got Sheffield University in lane 2, Oriel Kensington in lane 3, and Hinksey in lane 4. And you were just referring there, we've got some wonderful shots of the Hinksey crew going through the 1500 metre mark. And I am afraid to say for the other 2 crews in this race, it is very much looking like they're out for a training paddle. They are well ahead of the other crews now. I think it was an 18-second margin at the halfway point, something like that. And they are rating something like 22 now, while the other crews are out at race pace. So a little bit of a showing off, may I say, from Hinksey, although those margins have declined as they've taken off the rate, now just 10 seconds between the 2 crews. I think it's 2 progressing through to the final, so the real question, if Hinksey is going through, is who else is going with them, and that's the race between Oriel Kensington and Sheffield University, which is all to play for. I think there was a 6-second margin in favour of Oriel Kensington at the 1500 metre mark, so about 2 lengths. It's a bit of a margin to overturn in an 8, but all to play for with just about 400 metres to go. It does look like Sheffield are keeping the advantage over... Sorry, it's Sheffield keeping the advantage over Oriel Kensington as I look out of my window. And the Hinksey crew continuing to look like they're on a training paddle as they enter the last 200 metres of this race.
Yes, if you're anywhere near the bank and you'd like to see some examples of really, really high quality paddling, then please do look out into lane number 4, Hinksey Sculling School, getting really good distance per stroke as they come into the last 100 metres. Let's hope that they can keep this and translate into some higher rate work later on in the final. I look forward to watching that Mixed Champs 8 final later this afternoon.
And indeed, it does look like they will be cruising through the line first into that A final. And the question is now, who's going to be with them? And it does look like that Oriel Kensington have closed right up against Sheffield, but they've still got clear water, Sheffield, over Oriel Kensington. So we've got just the last few strokes left of this race. It looks like Sheffield University will be going through with Hinksey into that A final, or sorry, the final of the Mixed Championship 8s later today.
One of the things I think is very interesting about mixed crews is where you place certain people in the crews. I'm looking down at the 8s here, and we can see that Sheffield University have got a female stern pair. Looking across, as have Oriel Kensington. But in the Hinksey Sculling School boat, they've got a male stern pair. Any views on that, Charles?
I think it all comes down to personal preference. I mean, this is like the endless debate about what's the best way to rig your 8, right? Whether to have a bucket or not to have a bucket. I'm just a bit bemused looking at the Royal Kensington crew, because the rower at 4 is absolutely put themselves in the bin there for that race, whereas some of their crewmates are having an amiable chat. So I think there might be words afterwards as to who was really trying for that race or not. Perhaps it's an elaborate racing strategy, but there aren't actually a subsequent race, so I don't know. But anyhow, yes, you're right. Well, some crews prefer to have two and two, or 4. Others prefer 4 and 4. I guess it all comes down to personal preference and what makes the boat go faster, Martin.
And that is, as always, the million-dollar question, isn't it? On the course now is a repechage of the men's J18 apes. First 2 to the final. The remainder will be placed. In lane 2, we have Leeds Rowing Club. In lane 3, we have a composite between Tideway Scullers School and Tyne Amateur Rowing Club. In lane 4, we have Queen Elizabeth High School. And in lane 5, we have a composite from the northwest of Queen's Park Chester, Royal Chester and Warrington Rowing Club. And as the crews went through the 500 mark, it was the Tideway Scullers composite going through 137. They had approximately half a length lead over Leeds Rowing Club, who went through at 138, followed then by Queen Elizabeth High School at 140, and then the Northwest Composite crew at 142. Everyone's in this race.
Yeah, indeed, just 4 seconds there, so just about a length separating those 3 crews, which is what you would expect at this kind of point in the race. I'm intrigued by the composites, though. The Northwest one makes sense because, of course, Rochester and Queen's Park are literally opposite each other on the River Dee, and Warrington's a short drive up the road, so that feels fairly manageable to get all the different crew members in one place. But I'm intrigued to have Tideway Scullers, who are based obviously on the Tideway in London, racing with a rower from Tyne who's several hundred miles away. So I don't know whether they just came down for this race in particular, whether they've been training together in London, who knows. But there's only one Tyne rower of the 8 in the crew.
And as all the crews pass through the 1,000 metres, it's still Tideway Scullers that maintain their lead. They've pushed it out now to sort of 3 seconds, so approaching a length and an 8 over Leeds Rowing Club. Followed then shortly afterwards by Queen Elizabeth High School, and then dropping off the back a little bit more is that Northwest Composite crew.
I think we've got the 2 composites there in shots. The single Tyne Sculler rower there in the 4-seat of the Tideway Scullers 8. So a bit of black and white rather than yellow and red and white. And yeah, that in your middle of your screen there, you can see the Tideway Scullers crew still fairly comfortably out in front. Just looking at those times from the halfway point. Again, there are 2 crews that are progressing to the final, and everyone else is going out. So the question is, it looks like Tideway Scullers have put their hand very firmly on one of those places. The question is who will be going with them. And there's about 3 seconds at the halfway mark between Leeds and between Queen Elizabeth High School, but it's still competitive. And we're just approaching the 1,500 metre mark. The camera is swivelling around. Still, Tideway Scullers continue to lead.
And what I find interesting, between those crews in second and third, that second 500 metres was more or less, they were even pace, going the same sort of speed. I wonder whether we'll see one of them make a decisive move in that third 500.
Funny thing is, Tideway Scullers, as the name suggests, traditionally specialise in sculling, but they have put out a number of strong 8s, famously the Super 8, which was composed, this is about a decade ago now, 15 years ago now, of the best single scullers in the world, and they all raced ahead of the Charles in, I think, 2011. And they're clearly doing a great job here because that 8 is moving, it's well ahead of the pack, and it is rowing extremely well. They've got 7 seconds now on the Leeds crew, who have just 0.9 of a second advantage over Queen Elizabeth High School. So I think as we approach the final 500 metres of this race, there is a real ding-dong going on between Queen Elizabeth High School in lane 3 and the crew in lane 1 from Leeds Rowing Club as to who will take that second place through to the final.
Absolutely. Well, I can certainly say that through the third 500, it was Queen Elizabeth High School that put their foot on the gas. They've pulled level with Leeds now, and it's whether they can keep that momentum as they move into the last 250 or so metres. If you're on the bank or if you're watching on the TV screen, I think the answer might be yes. They're certainly coming on strong. There's certainly a big burst, but that Leeds crew in lane 2, they're sticking to their task as well. an exciting one. Which way are you going to call it, Charles?
I mean, I think it's just a couple of seats advantage to Leeds there. I'm just looking at the screen, and you can see that Queen Elizabeth High School, they are taking the rate up, and they are rowing much more tidily than the Leeds crew, who have got power and effort, but it's not necessarily translating into boat speed quite as well as that Queen Elizabeth High School. And it's just a question of now, can they dig deep? Can they put themselves in the bin and keep that bow ball ahead of Queen Elizabeth High School? We've got literally 10 strokes in it now, and I think it is still a 1 or 2 seat advantage. I just see the bow of the Leeds Rowing Club crew look over his left shoulder. Where are they? They're coming. He can see them. The race is going up from Leeds. Can they hold it in there? The crowd is roaring, and I think Queen Elizabeth might take this on the line. It's literally 2 strokes to go. It's bow ball to bow ball, and I think that was just half a canvas in favour of Leeds. A slap on the back from the bow of Leeds crew there. He thinks he's won it. He's delighted. Confusion on the faces of the Queen Elizabeth High School rowers. We'll have to wait for the official times. And here they are, Martin. Apparently 0.5 of a second advantage to Leeds over Queen Elizabeth High School. Great racing.
A blink of an eye. It was fantastic. I have to say, coming into that 150 metres, I really thought that the Queen Elizabeth High School crew were going to do it. They were coming on strong. And a last-moment reaction from Leeds, just on the surge, perhaps keeping their bow ball ahead of the crew from Queen Elizabeth. Fantastic racing.
And the interesting thing is the scullers composite are trying to row away from the pack after racing as if it was a breeze in the park, inside hand only, onto the pontoons. Whether that's all mind games or the physiological reality, we'll have to wait for the final to find out.
Yeah. And coming down the course now is the men's Club 8 repechage. In lane 2 we have London Otters Rowing Club. In lane 3 we have Evesham Rowing Club. In lane 4 we have a Monmouth Comprehensive School Boat Club. And in lane 5 we have Lancaster University Boat Club. And as the crews went through the 500 metres, it was Monmouth Comprehensive School leading the way, followed shortly, a couple of seconds afterwards, by Evesham Rowing Club. In third place, very close third place, was Lancaster University. And in fourth place, a little more distant, with London Otters Rowing Club. And in this repechage, Charles, it's the first 2 to the final, so game on.
Game on indeed, and just looking at those times, it does seem a quite close pack between Evesham, Monmouth and Lancaster. The Otters a little bit further back, although I'm a big fan of the Otters. They're an absolutely fantastic club. They're a fellow East London club to me. I'm based at Lee Rowing Club. They're based out on the docks. They were founded by many great people who wanted to see a specific LGBT plus club in rowing. It's been enormously successful, and it's great to see that go from a local project into something that turns up at the national stage.
That's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. As we turn our attention back to the 1,000 metre mark, it is the Monmouth Comprehensive School that leads Evesham by couple of seconds at most, followed then shortly afterwards by Lancaster University Boat Club. Distance slightly greater now between second and third, which suggests perhaps those first 2 places might be going the way of Monmouth and Evesham. But we'll see whether Lancaster University can react in the third 500.
And again, 2 crews going through here, so it feels like that it is the Evesham and Monmouth crews who are putting themselves in contention to be those 2, but they've still got overlap. It's only about 2/3 of a length distance between Monmouth and Evesham, so actually, while they may be the 2 that are going through, the question is, as a point of pride, who will be going through into the A final ahead of the other, and it'll be interesting to see how the race develops. It does look like that Lancaster University have got a challenge on their hands to challenge those 2 now, because they're some 4 seconds behind, more than a length, so they've got to have real resilience and real grit to keep pushing even when they don't have an overlap, even when the bow can't see the stern of the other crew out the corner of their eye.
And I have to say, given the conditions, I don't think there's quite so much of a premium in terms of the lane. I don't think that there's any lane that's particularly favoured over any other. In circumstances where that might have been, I think we might have seen, or might see, a more desperate race for that first place, because you want the favoured lane in the final. But conditions fair across all 6 lanes this afternoon, I think.
I mean, I'm looking at the British Rowing Championships flag here at the medals podium. It's dead flat. It's not moving at all. There's only the slightest rustle on the windsock on the opposite side. And as we go through the 1,500 metre mark camera, I am seeing that it is the crew from Evesham have come right up alongside Monmouth, and they're only a 0.6 of a second behind them. Unfortunately, Lancaster still actually falling slightly further back, so it does seem that these 2 are the crews that are going to go through to the final, but it's clearly Evesham are not letting Monmouth just disappear into the horizon. They are saying, we want to go through to the A final first, we want the momentum, we want the positive energy going to that final later today.
And I guess psychologically, when you're on the start line of that final, you look across and you think, we've beaten you once, and we're going to beat you again. I mean, you must derive a lot of confidence from that as a crew if you have got that result in an earlier round.
I mean, it's turned into a fantastic side-by-side battle race between these two crews from Monmouth and Evesham. Real battle, not quite a paddle, it's a bit more energetic than that as we enter the last 250 metres of this race. It does seem actually that I think that Evesham might be just going through Monmouth. There's a little bit of a steering weave there from the crew in lane 2. Actually, that's Evesham, so apologies. I think Monmouth are just holding off Evesham's challenge. It's about, I'd say, a quarter of a length advantage to Monmouth there as we go into the final 100 metres of this race, and it is still extremely close. Both sets of rowers will be able to see the other out of the corner of their eyes, and the coxers will be telling them exactly where they are. They will be urging them on as we get into the last 10 strokes of this race, Martin.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think you've called the race exactly right, Charles. Coming through, it looks like the first across the line is going to be the Monmouth Comprehensive boat, although that gap has narrowed a little bit now. It's probably 3 seats. Followed then by Evesham Rowing Club crossing the line in second place, and then coming up third, there's a valiant effort from the Lancaster University crew. You could see the effort that's gone in there. Heads lowered, shoulders over, everyone has thrown in the kitchen sink to that, and a very, very credible performance from Lancaster University.
And just coming into view of the commentary tower as well, we have the crew from London Otters. Well done to them, well rowed. They're just approaching the line now. Last few strokes for them. Come all the way from East London. Well done to them. They won't be progressing to the final, but a creditable row nonetheless. And as the London Otters cross the crew, we've got a wonderful view on the pictures of the start line for the next race. This will be the J16 Single Sculls F final, but we've gifted a bit of a break here to the commentary team because there's an intermediate race which has been cancelled, so we get some wonderful shots of the F final on the start line. They're under starters' orders, all sat very tense, waiting for the call. And they're off. And it looks like an excellent start from the crew in lane 1, which is from Peterborough. Martin, who else have we got in the crew?
In lane 2, we've got Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club, Finley Ward. Lane 3, we've got Trafford Rowing Club, James Court. In lane 4, we have St Andrew Boat Club, Andre Templechuk. And in lane 5, from Molesey Boat Club, we've got Torin Kirby. And in lane 6, from Queen's Park Chester Rowing Club, Carlos Lopez Veneroso.
Fantastic. Well, I do think that Billy Hines from Peterborough City Rowing Club got an excellent start there, although the start, really the key thing in a single is to just make sure you don't wash out or disrupt the boat or scare yourself or even, God forbid, flip it. Really the key thing in a single is not to have, say, unlike an 8 where you want to go out as hard as possible. You want to give yourself a clean, smooth start from which you can then build and add momentum. A bit like a freight train, you just want to get going and get out the station and then build and build and build.
Yeah, absolutely. I always think about this first few strokes as sort of establishing the build and establishing some boat speed, and then once you've got that boat speed, you can then start to accelerate, pick up the rating, and before you know it, you are in the race, as it were.
I mean, I once raced single scull at the illustrious Lee Spring Regatta, and I had spent all week practicing my start, and I'd got it down to what I considered to be perfection. And I rowed up to the start line, and I was called up to the start a little earlier than I was expected, so I had to rush off my kit. I didn't quite think about what I was doing. I didn't quite bury my right-hand blade deeply enough, and when they went attention go, I had a colossal washout, almost went in the river, and the other person who was rowing against me disappeared out of my left-hand peripheral vision. And I did actually manage to catch up with them. I lost by a foot in that race, but it was all down to that fluff of a start. And clearly none of the rowers here, even though the J16s, they're clearly executing their starts much better than me.
That's it. You can't win a race off the start, but as you've just proven, you can actually lose one. So as the crews pass through the 500 metres, it looks like the Trafford sculler confidently sculling 152 has moved ahead of the Peterborough sculler, who got a fantastic start by a second, followed then by the Queen's Park Chester Boat Club, then followed after that by I think St Andrews, and then the Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club, and not far off the back there is Molesey Boat Club. 2 lengths across the whole of the field at the first 500. In a single scull, this is still anybody's race.
Absolutely, and it's actually great for us as commentators to see the field so compact. The lead could be changing several times throughout the course of this race, not only for the reasons as we just discussed, that actually it's about not just getting cleanly off the stop, but then being able to build, but also some of the rowers will be able to react better to the pressure of having people around there who are moving, trying to move through them or move off against them, and will be interesting to see whether this lead changes a few times. It does look like the sculler from Trafford still has the advantage. We're about at the 750 metre mark, approaching the halfway point, and it does look like that James Court from Trafford Rowing Club has the advantage in this race, but all to play for, and particularly the sculler from Queen's Park Chester, Carlos Lopez Veneroso, is putting himself in contention to be taking the win in this F final.
Yeah, I think that it's one of those things. In conditions like this, it wouldn't put me off being in one of those outside lanes, particularly in a single scull. It's in a sense, it's how do you get yourself from A to B as quickly as you possibly can do. I don't actually think you need to be in one of these centre lanes, as the Queen's Park Chester Rowing Club sculler is showing us.
I mean, from a rowing point of view, Martin, these conditions are practically the Amalfi Coast. I mean, we've got no wind, there's no waves, it's almost mill pond flat, and okay, there's a light bit of British drizzle, but that's just summertime in England, who cares? And yes, it is James Court from Trafford still out in front, but he's being pushed very hard by Billy Hines from Peterborough City, and indeed Carlos Lopez Veneroso from Queen's Park. I'm just looking at the times flashing up. It appears to be just 2 seconds separates those three scullers. So although this is only an F final and there is no grand trophy at the end of this race, matters of pride and confidence and setting up for future races are at stake.
Absolutely. You'd like to finish your campaign saying that you won the final that you were competing in. And you just see the sculler there from Trafford, James Court, having a little look to his left, having a little look to his right, and then looking again just to get that sense of where he is in the race. He came through the 1,000 metre in the first place, and clearly he's trying to make a decision as to whether he needs to push on in this third 500 or whether he can just sit where he is and sort of consolidate his position.
I mean, we sometimes say they all make it look very easy. Well, I have to say, I just saw the pictures of Finlay Ward there from Clydesdale. Grimace of pure pain on his face as he's digging in deep. He's currently in 5th, judging at the 1,000 metre mark, but he's only a few seconds behind his opposition. And so in a single, we can see turnarounds. In fact, there was a race yesterday where someone went from being 3 seconds down off the leader to 5 seconds up. So an 8-second turnaround in just 500 metres. So all to play for in singles. And we're just coming up to the 1,500 metre mark, so the crews are more than halfway through this race, and it is still a pretty compact field, but it does seem that James Court from Trafford is maintaining his lead in this race.
Yeah, it's a really confident scull. Carlos Lopez Veneroso hasn't given up the ghost either over in lane 6. I'm just waiting to see where the sculler Billy Hines is from Peterborough City Rowing Club. As the camera pans round into shot, we get a nice look across the lake. And be able to tell you a little bit more about who's on the move.
And I think even though we're still swivelling around a little bit more, it is Carlos Veneroso from the Queen's Park Chester who has taken the lead. He has just got his bow ball a fraction in front of the Queen's Trafford sculler. There, 0.2 of a second between those two crews as they went through. Billy Hines still very much with them though, only a couple of seconds behind them. And that means as we enter the last quarter of this race, it's a 3-horse race for the win in the F final, which is both exciting to commentate on and no doubt exciting to watch here at the lake.
And indeed for the Trafford sculler and the Queen's Park sculler, bragging rights across the northwest. These two clubs not a million miles away from each other. These two scullers may well have competed against each other sort of regionally and are now doing so again on the national stage.
I mean, these minor finals as well. When I were a lad, Martin, we didn't used to have this format. You would do heats, then perhaps quarterfinals, semi-finals, and then the final, and you'd be eliminated at each stage. Whereas this more modern format of doing a time trial followed by minor finals does mean that everyone gets a good race against people of a reasonable level of competition against them. It's not something used at the international level, but I think it's been a really positive development for junior rowing, and it does mean that all of these scullers are going to get some really excellent racing experience, which they can take them. They're only J16s. They've got many years of great rowing ahead of them, and the sculling here is top-notch. As we enter into the final legs of this race, we've got 200 metres to go, and it is actually, I would say, a 4-horse race now because the sculler in lane 4 from St Andrew Boat Club, Andrei Tepelchuk, has put himself in contention. He is now coming right up against Carlos Veneroso, and he's up there with Billy Hines. But it does seem that James Court has responded to the challenge from the Queen's Park Sculler and has now just got about a half-length advantage. But that sprint from Andrei Tepelchuk, maybe that's going to turn it round. He is right up against the other 3, and as we enter the last 100 metres of this race, just some 5 strokes to go now. The boys are red. We've got a few strokes of sprinting left. It does seem that James Court is going to hold on and dig in. Billy Hines here, bang on level with Carlos Veneroso, and Andrei Tepelchuk coming right up against them. As we go to the line, it's going to be a photo finish for second place, and they cross the line. I'm afraid I can't call that, Martin, for second place. James Court ahead, but I can't call second.
That was, you could have thrown a blanket over that one, couldn't you? To my eye, I think I can only say across the line. I don't know the final verdict, but across the line, I think the Queen's Park Sculler just held on. Billy Hines bent over his blades, breathing heavily, really giving it everything towards the end. I think he might have come up short, but we're waiting the official results.
And some great sportsmanship there from James Court. Thumbs up to his opposition for an absolutely cracking race. We have official result here on the time, which suggests that it was Billy Hines who took second over Carlos Lopez Veneroso, although the times do seem a little bit wide for me. 0.7 seconds separating them. I think it was a little bit less than that, but yeah. I won't cast aspersions on any of the officials here at the regatta. They're all doing a cracking job of refereeing, umpiring, and herding the cats generally.
Right, well, thank you very much to allow me to commentate with you, Charlie. I think that's the end. My time is up. What a great race to finish on. What a really enjoyable afternoon. I hope the great racing continues. And I'll hand over to one of my co-commentators, Alex. And I look forward to seeing you again in due course, Charlie.
Brilliant. Thank you, Martin.
The race was good.
And as we continue with the racing for the J16 single sculls, we had a changeover in the commentary tower. Thank you to Martin, who's just joined me, and I'm now joined by Alex. Welcome aboard.
Thanks very much, Charlie. Yeah, good to be back up here. It's a little bit warmer than it was earlier, but I'm sure as long as the racing matches the temperature of our commentary box, we are in for some good minor finals.
Yeah, one of my fellow commentators, Sasha, called it the castle in the sky, or the cloud 9 or whatever, but I do think it feels like the sweatbox in the sky right now. But anyhow, it's not about us, it's about the rowers, and we're into this E-final of the J16 single sculls. Who have we got in this race, Alex?
So in our E-final, let me just fire up my screen here. We have Durham School, we have Molesey, Hartbury, City of Cambridge, City of Oxford, and Clares Court Boat Club.
And as we go through the 500-metre mark, we have some of the times up on screen. So Sebastian Benzimira from Molesey Boat Club, who was out in front with a slight advantage over William Chater from Durham School, just half a length advantage over him. And then back in third place, just a fraction of a second behind, was Gethin Bulquin from Hartbury University and College. Again, it's an E-final, no medals at the end of this race, but pride is on the line, honour is on the line, and ultimately there's going to be some great racing, which hopefully will set these scullers up for many future years to come.
Yeah, and as you mentioned before, because of the format of having a time trial, we expect some close racing, and we do indeed have some close racing. Just watching our screens, we can see them come across the next camera position at the 1500. And I would say the first 5 crews pretty much have overlap. So it's some really exciting racing as we come down into the last portion of the race.
Well, William Chater there from Durham School went across the line first. He has had an exceptional middle 1K. He's moved up from second into first, and he's put some real margin between him and the sculler from Hartbury, who's also moved up. So it is Sebastian Benzimira from Molesey who has slipped back through the rankings. He was first at the 500. He's now fourth. And this is the problem with single sculling. Anything can happen. People can pace themselves in all all sorts of unusual ways, and you have to be psychologically strong enough and resilient to react to other people who are pushing you, race your own race, but equally manage the challenges from others.
Yeah, and with only about 5 seconds separating the first 5 crews, it is anyone's game. And these crews, these scullers, 250 meters to go. Anyone can wind it up now. It's too close to make a call on who's going to win this. But we have some fantastic racing between lanes 1, 3, 4, and 6 as we go towards the line here. So that's Durham, Hartbury, City of Cambridge, and Clare's Court. Those are the 4 really battling it out for the front here.
I mean, the sculler in lane 2 from Molesey has just had a bit of an upset. He just caught his blade there and he steered slightly into lane 1. But looking further ahead the pack, we have 3 scullers, possibly 4 scullers now, who are dead level, trying to win the E final of the single sculls. I can't call this between William Chater of Durham School, Gethin Balquin of Hartbury, Finlay Cooper of City of Cambridge has come up through the rankings and is right up there with Gethin Balquin. And on the far side as well, we are seeing a challenge from Finlay Garson from Clare's Court School. Just 100 metres to go, but it seems to be the 2 scullers in the middle lanes who are now upping the rate and pushing themselves as hard as they can. Who do you think is going to win this one, Alex?
Oh, this is too close to call, but I just saw Gethin Balquin just go for a massive, big surge. But it looks like the momentum is with the City of Cambridge sculler over there. And honestly, these are going to cross pretty much simultaneously. We cannot call that from up here. Fantastic race between those two. Doesn't matter if it's an E final. We're just competing. And that was wonderful competition for 2,000 metres.
And it does seem on the timing screen that it was Finlay Cooper from City of Cambridge who has paced that to perfection. He was 5th at the 500 metre mark. He was 3rd with 500 metres to go, and according to the official times that I'm seeing on my screen, he has crossed the line first to win that E final. Exceptional sculling. Thumbs up to the other competitors in that event. Great sportsmanship, great sculling, and great racing. And there we are, Finlay Cooper just on our screens, apparently the winner of that E final. Commiserations to Gethin Balquin, who seemed to have it, but who's into a battle royale for those last 100 metres, but didn't quite match the challenge from Finlay Cooper. And just heading up the course now, we've had the E final. It's now time for the D final of this J16 single sculls. Who have we got in this race, Alex?
So we have 2 scullers from the Windsor Boys School. They're in lanes 1 and 3. We have an Agecroft sculler in 2. We also have Christchurch Rowing Club in 4, Hereford in 5, and then St Andrew Boat Club in 6.
And just looking at the intermediate times there at the 500 metre mark, it was Hugh Pritchard from Hereford Rowing Club who was out in front, and he has maintained that lead at the halfway point. We've just got the times there on the screen, and he has a whopping 7-second advantage over the next sculler from Christchurch Rowing Club, who is in 2nd place. That's Louis Walker. He's moved up through the rankings. He was 3rd at the 500 and is now 2nd at the 1K. Meanwhile, a bit further back in 3rd place, it is Oliver Foxwell of St Andrew Boat Club, who's just slipped back slightly from 2nd into 3rd at the 1K. And we're just seeing the scullers come through. The camera is panning round now for the 500 metre mark to go. 1,500 metres gone. And it does seem that Hugh Pritchard from Hereford Rowing Club is maintaining that relatively commanding lead, actually, over the rest of the field, Alex.
Yeah, he does seem to have the best pace here. Just looking at the splits, he was first to the first 500 marker, 151.9. Settled quite a lot down to a 158, but it's still the quickest because everyone else's split was above a 2 in that second 500. So looks like Hugh Pritchard just has the best boat speed at the moment.
I'm afraid he's sculling so well. I'm looking at the 500 metres mark to go camera point, and I can't see anyone else on screen for just a moment. But back behind now, it is the sculler in lane 1 from the Windsor Boys, Sam Moss, who has moved right up against Louis Walker from Christchurch, moving through the pack. He was 5th, then he was 4th at the 1K. He's now 3rd at the 500 metre mark to go. Perhaps he is going to move up towards Hugh Pritchard from Hereford, but that lead does feel very comfortable now as we head into 300 metres to go in this race.
Yeah, this race certainly not quite as competitive at the front end as the one we just saw, but there is still a good battle between 2nd and 3rd place. They're not too far apart at all, just a couple of seconds separating them at the 1,500 metre mark. But coming down into sort of the last 300 metres is indeed still Hereford out in front. Just commanded the race the whole way through, I think, Charlie.
I mean, it's really impressive. I mean, clearly physiologically very, very strong, Hugh Pritchard. Single sculling, you've just got to have such resilience and determination. It's all down to you. There's no one else to blame. Your coach isn't with there. The only company you've got in the boat is perhaps a stroke coach telling you you're not pulling hard enough or you're rating too low or too high. You've just got to have that discipline to be able to react, read the field, not be pressurised, stick to your plan. And it's so impressive, these J16s, to be sculling in this way. And we've still got some good racing behind Hugh Pritchard. We have Sam Moss from Windsor Boys School in lane 1, who is right up against the sculler from Christchurch, Louis Walker, in lane 4. And I can't call between these two who is going to cross the line third. And behind them, the remaining 3 scullers in this race are all practically level. The sculler from Agecroft, Zach Blackburn, up alongside the other sculler from Windsor Boys, Alex Carver, and then Oliver Fox-Wilson, Andrew Boat Club.
Yeah, so all these scullers have wound it up. Even the Hereford sculler's gone for the little spurt to the line, even though he's in a really commanding position. But the big race here is between Windsor Boys and Christchurch Rowing Club, and it's going to come all the way to the line. We're just going to watch these last few strokes.
Oh.
And both of those scullers now cross within about a second of each other. So that was a massive charge there from the Windsor Boys sculler, who, like you said, went from 5th to 4th to 3rd, and it looks like to 2nd.
Impressive, very impressive pacing. I mean, as I was saying in the previous race, the thing about a single sculler is to just get out the start cleanly and not worry too much about getting ahead. Use that as a platform from which to build. And it seems that Sam Moss from Windsor Boys School has done that to perfection. He's got a face of absolute exhaustion as he sculls away from the line. He's clearly rowed very, very effectively. I'm not sure if it's a smile or a grimace on his face, but it's clearly his strategy in that race paid off dividends. And just moving back up the course now, we are switching events. So we were in the Open J16 single sculls. We're now onto the women's J18 single sculls, and this time it's their F final. Who have we got in this race, Alex?
So in this race we have Harriet Snow of Molesey Boat Club in 1, Esme Pugh of Hexham Rowing Club in 2, Charlotte Pusey of Minerva Bath in 3, Florence Dallas of Thames Scullers in 4, Aoife Lenihan of Cambridge 99 in 5, and then Evie Patrick of the Tideway Sculler School in 6.
I have to admit, it's a commentating cliche to talk about distinctive greens or blues or whatever of individual rowing clubs, but I have to admit, when I saw the Thames Sculling School crew row yesterday, I did a double take there in bright high-vis green. Very, very obvious to the commentating team who that is, and we'll see how they do later in the race. And it looks like as we go through the 1K mark, it's the sculler from Molesey Boat Club, Harriet Snow, who has a pretty commanding lead over the pack. She's got some 5 seconds now over second place, which was Florence Dallas from the high-vis Thames Scullers crew. And then just behind them, it was Esme Pugh from Hexham Rowing Club going through the middle. And we've got some shots there on screen of Florence Dallas from Thames Scullers, and to her left, the sculler from Minerva Bath, Charlotte Pusey. And as the camera pans out, these scullers have been rowing now for some 5.5 minutes, and they've still got about 750 metres left in this race. Question will be, just looking at the commentary tower window, it does seem that the sculler from Molesey, Harriet Snow, has the command of the field, but then looking a bit further back, it still seems pretty tight. It was only 1 second between second and third at the 1K mark, and we've still got about 100 metres to go before we'll get the 1,500 metre times up on screen. It'll be interesting to see how the racing plays out in this final third of the race.
Yeah, and just 5 seconds between 2nd and 6th as well at that last marker point. So we can just see from our camera that these athletes are approaching the 1,500. So this is our next camera position, and so we'll have a better idea of who's in the lead.
And that is the sculler in lane 2. Esme Pugh from Hexham has just caught a crab. I think she clipped a buoy and has just flipped over. So unfortunately, she won't be joining the rest of the pack in this final quarter. The camera just panning around to give us a 90-degree view, and there is Harriet Snow from Molesey Boat Club. She has 3, possibly 4 lengths advantage over the field, and we'll just wait to see who has got their bow across that line first. And it is the sculler from Thames, Florence Dallas, who is second, closely followed though by the sculler from Minerva Bath, Charlotte Pusey, who is in third place. And again, as you were saying, just 2 seconds separating those middle 3 scullers, Alex.
Yeah, and I think Esme Pugh was trying to put a push in because it was so competitive, wanted to work into that last 500. And like you say, may well have just clipped a buoy or something and lost grip. Like when it's a bit damp, it's not raining like it was earlier, but the blade handles might still be a little bit damp, and you can just lose a little bit of grip if you hit the buoy and maybe the blade went in at the wrong angle, or maybe just lost it entirely. But it's just kind of thrown this a little bit more open between the other scullers. Looks like the Molesey sculler is still in the lead. We're just looking out the tower here. So the Molesey sculler in 1, who's been controlling it, Harriet Snow, the whole time. Looks like Harriet Snow is still in the lead, but there's a really, really good battle in lanes 3, 4 and 5. They're pretty much side by side. Minerva Bath, Thames Scullers and Cambridge 99. Charlie, what do you reckon here with 250, 300 to go?
I mean, if I was to put money on, I would say that the sculler from Thames is slightly out in front. That's Florence Dallas. But you're right, there is absolutely nothing in this. I would say just a canvas separates her ahead of Charlotte Pusey from Minerva Bath and Aoife Lenihan from Cambridge 99, who is now moved up through the rankings to contest for this second place position. And this is going to be a great final 100 metres to watch. I still think it is Florence Dallas's advantage, but the rate is going up now, and I'm looking at Charlotte Pusey. She has absolutely jacked the rate, and she is entering this final 100 metres at an absolutely commanding rate. She is going up through the gears, and the other scullers are now trying to match them. They all must be doing in the high 30s, which is no mean feat in a single scull. Something over 34 there I'm seeing on the clock. So while Harriet Snow moves up to the line in first place, the race for second is still on with 50 metres to go. I can't call it. It does look like perhaps that Charlotte Pusey from Minerva Bath, that mad sprint has served her well, because it does look like she's gained a seat maybe advantage over the others. It seems like that Florence Dallas perhaps is just holding off the challenge from Aoife Lenihan, and as the crews straighten up to go over the line, it seems to be just a length in it between the 3 crews in favour of Charlotte Pusey, perhaps, over Florence Dallas and Aoife Lenihan. An amazing final 100 there from the sculler from Minerva Bath.
Yeah, I clocked at 38 as the highest I clocked that at, and that was really necessary to get into that second place. It looked like really side by side about 100 metres out, but there was just so much good boat speed from the Minerva Bath sculler, and it was actually about half a length in the end, so that was great work.
And just looking at the course, I can see that Esme Pugh has been safely retrieved and is moving to the side of the bank. So unfortunately not how she wanted to finish that race, but as you were saying, it's really tricky that if the handles are slightly damp, you just have so much to think about in a single scull. You have to be pushing really hard, you have to be reading the field, you have to be rowing this wobbly technical boat all by yourself, while also trying to stay relaxed and steer straight and not hit anything. It's really difficult, and it's very impressive that these J18s have been doing it so well. Anyhow, we're moving up the field now. We've had the F final. It's time for the E final. Who have we got in this race, Alex?
So just on our screens, we were looking at Sloane Rimmer of Barn Elms in 1, and also Charlie Morby of Burton Leander in 2. Camera's just panned out, so we can see more of our scullers. So we have Paige Darnley of Dart Totnes in 3, Lucy Fontana of Warrington in 4, Esther Cope of Dart Totnes in 5, and Faith Thorpe Williams of Hartbury in 6.
And just look at the times there from, I think, the 1,000 metre mark. It seems that Charlie Morby of Burton Leander was out in front, so perhaps a rerun of the last race, having a single sculler out in front, and then the pack closely behind it. But it was only 4 seconds, so just about 1 and a bit both lengths, separating second, third, fourth, and fifth. And it'll be interesting to see how that comes up. We've just got the times in front of us. So, a 3-second advantage to second place. 4-second advantage. So of Charlie Morby of Burton Leander over Faith Thorpe Williams from Hartbury. But then between them back to the rest of the pack, it's just 4 seconds separating those crews.
Yeah, and in single sculling, you can make that boat change speed much easier than many others. And of course, it's just down to you. If you decide, well, I'm going to put a push on here, the boat's going to have to respond to that push. So just looking at it, does look like lane 2 is in a nice position at the moment. That's Burton Leander's Charlie Morby. Just to her left as she looks, it's Dart Totnes's Paige Darnley, just quite close to her, stern, But yeah, it's quite close racing between, I would say, 3 and 6. Lanes 3, 4, 5 and 6, with Burton Leander's Charlie Morby just out in front at the moment.
Yeah, we've got to remember, Akis, anything can happen in singles. As you were saying, it's the smallest boat, boat class that anyone races. It's obviously the most individual. You're only having to accelerate a hull that weighs probably 10, 15 kilograms in these new modern lightweight carbon fiber boats. Compare that to an 8, not only do you have to accelerate a hull that maybe weighs 50 kilograms, but you've also got to move the mass of something like 900 kilos of all the other rowers plus the cox. And so the way that you can see singles accelerate and snap up a gear in the final 100 always makes for an exciting finish. And the other bit of jeopardy, as we just saw in the previous races, perhaps someone will catch a crab, or we had a sculler earlier today who did just that on the final, literally the final stroke of the race, and it always leads to a bit of drama and excitement. As we enter now the last 250 metres, it is still the sculler from Burton Leander Rowing Club, Charlie Morby, who is out in front. She has probably about 2 lengths on the rest of the pack, but I'm just looking behind it. It is so flat, so compressed. I would say a slight advantage now to the sculler from Dart Totnes, Paige Darnley, who seems to have just about half a length on the rest of the pack. But looking over in lanes 4, 5 and 6 between Lucy Fontana of Warrington, Esther Cope of Dart Totnes and Faith Thorpe Williams of Hartbury, I can't call her. That's dead flat. And of course, we shouldn't write off Sloane Rimmer from Barn Elms. She is also absolutely in the mix. So if we were to say 1, 2, 3, I would say it's Burton Leander, then Faith Thorpe Williams from... then Paige Darnley from Dart Totnes. But the third place, I can't call, Alex.
Yeah, possibly Faith Thorpe Williams over in 6 might be there, but equally it could be Lucy Fontana from Warrington. They're all up in their rate of striking. Charlie Morby is still out in front, is having to work hard here because the race for second is bringing them back towards her, but it looks like it's going to be Burton Leander crossing the line first. A good charge there from Paige Darnley of Dart Totnes. Looks to be crossing the line just ahead of Lucy Fontana of Warrington, and then a close race between 6 and 5. That was Faith Thorpe Williams and Esther Cope. And then Sloane Rimmer has also crossed. So all 6 of those crews, all 6 of those scullers crossing very, very close together there in that, what was that, the E-final was that?
Yes, that was the E-final. And interesting enough, Lucy Fontana there, she was in 6th at the 500. She was in 6th at the 1K, 500 metres to go, and then in that final 500 she moved herself into 3rd, and with just another 100 metres I think she could have claimed 2nd. So we have seen some really excellent sculling, and the apparent winner of that race, Charlie Morby, on screen there having a recovery drink after that effort. Congratulations to her, excellent sculling, and we're looking forward very shortly to seeing the D final of this category in a moment. And indeed, here it is on screen now, the next race. So this is again women's J18 single sculls. Alex, take us through the runners and riders.
So we do appear to have all 6 scullers as expected. In lane 1 is Alice Tate of Christchurch Rowing Club. In 2, Anwen Reid of Agecroft. In 3, Alexandra Francis of Stratford-upon-Avon. In 4, Mia Crisp of Bedford Rowing Club. In 5, Amy Milner of Bradford Amateur Rowing Club. And then in 6, Amalia Sangiovanni Vincentelli of Raboy.
Well, I was just looking at the pictures there from the 1K mark, and it is a very different complexion on this race to the last 2 we've seen, because the 2 scullers who are out in front are neck and neck. There was just 0.4 of a second, I think, separating those 2 crews as we went through the 1,000 metre mark. So Anwen Reid of Agecroft Rowing Club crossed the line 2nd, just a smidgen behind Alexander Francis of Stratford-upon-Avon. And interestingly, both of these scullers have actually moved through the rankings. So Anwen Reid was 3rd at the 500 metre mark. She's now moved up into 2nd. And to be honest, when we see them again at the 1,500 metre mark, she might be out in front. It's all to play for between these 2 scullers. And indeed, we shouldn't write off the rest of the pack, who are only, the 4th place sculler, for instance, only a length behind them as well in turn.
Yeah, 2.2 seconds separating the top 3 crews, so it was very, very tight at that halfway mark. So the second half is where all these races can break apart. So a lot of crews will kind of pace their first half. And just looking down, we can see actually that sculler from a couple of races ago, who did unfortunately, the Hexham sculler, is now crossing the line. So,
Esme Pugh from Hexham.
Yeah, there you go.
If
So
you're
well
here,
done,
just
Esme.
give her a clap. Well raced, even if she didn't quite make it in the way she wanted to. And back to this D final, again, just looking out the window, it does seem that the sculler in lane 2, Anwen Reid, and the sculler in lane 3, Alexander Francis of Stratford-upon-Avon, are battling out. I would say a slight advantage now perhaps for Anwen Reid, who seems to maybe come through the rankings even further now to put herself out in front, but it's not by much. And of course, with this angle, it's incredibly deceptive and hard to decipher. And the pack still looks pretty flat between lanes 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. and we could definitely see another change of lead as we enter now the 500 metre mark to go. We're just waiting for some of those times to flash up on screen to give us a bit of bearing, and here they are. So indeed, yes, it was Anwen Reid of Agecroft has moved through to take just by 0.3 of a second ahead of Alexander Francis. So they'll be fighting it all the way to the line between these three, and then just a few seconds back, 3 seconds back to Mia Crisp of Bedford, who is now in third, and fourth was Amy Milner, about a length behind her, and fifth, Amelia Vincentelli of Rob Roy Boat Club, rounding out the numbers, with Alice Tate of Christchurch also in the mix.
Yeah, so this looks like it could end up being at least a three-way race, maybe a four-way race. At the moment, the three leaders are Lane 2, Agecroft, Anwen Reid, Lane 3, Stratford-upon-Avon, Alexandra Francis, and Mia Crisp of Bedford. Those three are charging to the line, but definitely Amy Milner of Bradford Amateur is in that mix as well. From this position, it looks like maybe Alexandra Francis of Stratford-upon-Avon just has a nose ahead, but it's very, very close here. All four of these scullers approaching the last 250 metres, and it's definitely going to be at least a four-way rumble. And I reckon on that far side, Amalia Vincentelli is also trying to get in on the mix here, Charlie.
She is moving up. I mean, she has raised her rate of writing, and I'm looking at that bow ball. It is moving so smoothly through the water. She is moving a lot more efficiently, and she has momentum compared to some of the competitors. She has moved right the way up the field. She was down by about 3 seconds on fourth place. She's moved up to fourth place, I think, now, and she might be playing claim to coming in third in this next 100 metres. Meanwhile, the battle royale between Alexander Francis of Stratford-upon-Avon and Anwen Reid of Agecroft for first place in this final continues. I'm afraid that the steering of Anwen Reid has gone slightly off as she's concentrating so hard. She's just narrowly avoided clipping a boy, and she's just going right up against them now, which means that a slightly straighter and truer Alexander Francis has a little bit of advantage, but it is still extremely close, and I think actually maybe Anwen Reid does have an advantage despite those steering issues. We've got 5 strokes left in this race, and I still can't call it, even though it's right in front of me. And I think as we go up to the line, it is going to be on the surge, possibly Anwen Reid, but actually I'll have to wait for the official verdict to detangle that. That was definitely a photo finish. We'll just have to wait and see. Exceptional racing, and this is only a D final, and I've just seen the times being withdrawn, revised, and reissued. We wait for the umpire's flag, the white flag to go up. There it is. And looking at the system, it was that Anwen Reid beat Alexander Francis on the surge by just 0.2 of a second. Incredible, Alex.
Yeah, fantastic racing. Like you say, we couldn't call it from up here. It was absolutely bow ball to bow ball, super tight, super tight. And what great racing we've had in those singles there.
Yeah, absolute credit to all the scullers involved in that race.
So, following on from those single races, we now have some double races. It's the J18 double F final featuring RGS Worcester. There's 2 actually RGS Worcester boats in here, in 1 and 5, but we have RGS Worcester in 1, Evesham in 2, Falcon Boat Club in 3, Newark Rowing Club in 4, I say RGS also in 5, and the Windsor Boys School Boat Club in 6.
Well, it's interesting just looking at, we have seen people racing obviously with no hats. We've had people racing with baseball caps. We've had people racing with the controversial bucket hats. And we've now seen someone in lane 3 racing in a woolly hat. It's the wrong season for that, in my opinion, but perhaps that is a secret to their racing speed, because the crew in lane 3 from Stratford-upon-Avon, wrong race, from Falcon Boat Club, they are up in the mix there in 4th place, just a couple of seconds off the leaders, and it's going to prove to be an exciting race. We're just seeing the shots here now from the 500 metre mark to go. That woolly hat of the bow sculler in Falcon Boat Club pushing them forwards, and we just need another few degrees of rotation to give you the lineup. And it does seem that Falcon have gone through the pack, and they were in fourth. They've now moved up, and we'll just see how the ranking plays out in a second as the times come up on our screen. And it seems that the order as we go into the final 500 metres is that the scullers from Newark Rowing Club, that's Freddie Bell and James Gleed, are in first. And then it is the scullers of Evesham Rowing Club. And I correct myself, I've been saying it was Falcon in the woolly hat. It's Evesham in the woolly hat. It's Sydney Chandler and Toby Baker, who are now in second place, just 0.4 of a second ahead of Falcon Boat Club, Harrison Tyler and Rupert Glendinning, who have moved up from fourth into third. This looks incredibly compact, this field, Alex, as we head into the final 350 metres of this race.
Yeah, and it looks like Newark in the black boat there over in lane 4 have the momentum at the moment. They've upped their rate of striking. As we just try and get a little clock on this, I will tell you that they have upped their rate of striking to about 34. It looks to me a bit higher than that, but they are rowing long and strong. They are being chased quite hard by the whole of the pack, really. Like, all of the other 5 crews are really, really overlapping with each other. But it does look like Newark just out in the front. Charlie, what can you see from your angle there?
I mean, the race for second place, Evesham, Falcon, and now RGS Worcester is neck and neck. And it really is the race of the woolly hats versus the bucket hats here between Falcon and Evesham in lanes 2 and 3, respectively. I do think that Newark crew have enough of a lead now to give themselves the first place spot in this final. But we will need to see how the next 5 strokes progress, because it does look like that the woolly hat of Evesham is still just keeping their bow ball in front of the pink bucket hats in the Falcon crew, and it's going right down to the line here. I think that is a half a canvas advantage to Evesham there, and the bow in that woolly hat of the Evesham crew screams in the light and gives his crew member a high five as they claim that second place. A proof, Alex, that although there are no big titles at the end of this race, it's exciting for all the rowers involved and valuable race experience.
Absolutely, you know, a valuable race experience of these scullers are presumably maybe club rowing careers or university rowing careers. So, you know, they want to come away and be able to say that they competed hard and won their final at the British Rowing Club Championships here.
I'm just seeing some nice pictures there. Freddie Bell and James Gleed, who appear to be the winners of that the F final of the J18 Open Doubles. I'm getting some nice pictures there of the safety boats at the, what I think is the 1,000 metre mark of this, the E final now of this event. So who have we got racing in this one, Alex?
So we have City Bristol Rowing Club in 1, George Parr and Jake Capon. We have Hereford Rowing Club in 2, Rory McSherry and Jack Jones. In 3, we have Sir William Borlase, Thomas Hodek and Leonidas Campananos. We also have in 4, St Peter's Boat Club, Roman Zauner and Samuel Candy. We've got Monmouth Comp in 5, Lewis Baker and Sandy Colahoon. And then in 6, Clare's Court Boat Club, Fergus McMillan and Harrison Evans.
I think we're seeing some nice shots there of the scullers in lane 5 from Monmouth, I believe, up in the lead on this one. Just waiting for the times. No, apologies, they're not in the lead. We've just got the 1K time there, and it is St Peter's School who are out in front as we go through the 100, that one through the middle 1,000. And there we are. So we have 5 seconds separating. No, my maths is terrible. I'm absolutely fluffing this. We've got 8 seconds separating first and third, so a pretty commanding lead for that St Peter's School Boat Club crew. They seem to be way out in front, but then things a little bit more compressed behind them. The second place Monmouth crew just have 0.3 of a second ahead of Sir William Borlase, who then in turn have 1.8 seconds ahead of City of Bristol.
And that indeed is the Monmouth Comp scullers that you can see on the screen right now. I believe this is the launch that does have a camera on the front, so we're getting these shots live from right behind the race, because this is the umpire's launch just following down. And let's say that is Lewis Baker and Sandy Colahoon of Monmouth Comp just on our screens at the moment.
Yes, you're absolutely right. I misidentified the crew earlier. So indeed, that is now Monmouth there. And out in front, it does seem to be the St Peter's School boat, who are maintaining a pretty comfortable lead over the rest of it. And I would say, looking at these pictures, they are not particularly pushing themselves that hard. They are not rating that high. They're keeping it very tidy, very effective, as they clearly have a comfortable lead over the rest of the pack. and we're just waiting for Alex to clock them on the rate. They're rating just 32, which is a bit low, frankly, for a 2-kilometre race, and I think definitely some of their competitors are rating much higher. Looking at the far lane there, the crew from Clare's Court, they are probably up at about 34, 36, and some of these scullers as well, they are keeping a much higher rate. Clearly, St Peter's able to just row a little bit lower, a bit more relaxed, and they've got the power and the endurance to be able to keep doing that.
Yeah, and on your screens at the moment, we have the very distinctive Hereford Rowing Club with their black and white horizontal stripes. And on the far side, we also have City of Bristol Rowing Club. So the Hereford Rowing Club, Rory McSherry and Jack Jones, they were 5th through the 1K mark, just chasing down the City of Bristol crew, who were 4th through the 1K mark, George Parr and Jake Capon. So some really great shots we're getting here, just bringing you real close-ups of what's going on in this race here in the E-final of the Junior 18 doubles.
Well, we've just got the 500 metre times flash up on our screen, so indeed St Peter's is continuing to maintain a comfortable lead over the rest of the field, but meanwhile there's been a complete change of the pack. So we've had Borlase move up from 3rd into 2nd, who'd actually have a 0.9 second advantage over City of Bristol, who've moved up from 4th into 3rd. Meanwhile, the crew from Monmouth Comprehensive, having been in 2nd for the first half of the race, have split back to 4th, and we're also seeing the Hereford Rowing Club crew move up into 5th. That is the pictures there of the Borlase crew, and they are sculling very effectively as they head into now this last 350 metres of the race. I'm looking out of the commentary tower window. I can still see the St Peter's School crew out in front, but behind them it is a pretty flat pack, not much in it, just a couple of lengths in between, frankly, the whole of the rest of the pack. And anyone could now move through depending on how good their sprint is. It looks like the City of Bristol crew on the near side are really pushing a bid in to come 2nd in this race, but it's Borlase who seem to hold that slot and are absorbing the challenges. Meanwhile, Hereford also in lane 2 going with City of Bristol. We've just got 100 metres in this race, and it seems pretty flat for the race for 3rd place.
Yeah, we want Borlase to just wind this up. Leonidas there in the stroke seat goes for that length. They're still actually hunting down that St Peter's School boat at the front.
Yes.
This is not over at the moment. I think they've just about got overlap. Can they keep on moving through to the finish line? We've also got wonderful racing here between Hereford and City of Bristol. They were a little bit down in this race, but have really charged up into the end. The City of Bristol charging as well. Really close finish in the end. It's probably about 5 seconds separating the first 4 crews in the end, but some fantastic racing. It looked like it was still St Peter's out in front. Hard charge from Sir William Borlase and City of Bristol, not quite quick enough to get on terms, and then Hereford just following that up, but some fantastic racing there.
Well, I mean, there was a sprint there from Borlase which caught St Peter's School napping, frankly. They had a 6-second advantage at the 500 metre mark, and Borlase have reduced that to just 1.5 seconds. They've taken 4.5 seconds out of them, and that was all down to the sprint. I think St Peter's were keeping their rate low and chilling, thinking they got it in the bag, and suddenly, out of nowhere, that Borlase crew came sprinting up to the line and got the overlap, as you were saying, Alex.
Yeah, you know, just luckily St Peter's woke up for their daytime nap just in time to just maintain their position, but yeah, they definitely made sure they had enough in the middle there that they could control that race at the end, but it was a hard charge from a lot of crews at the end there.
Right, and having had the E-final, we're now on to the D-final. Who are the racers in this one?
So quite a big mix there, and also some exciting bucket hats that we can see on
Pineapple
the screen
flavoured, apparently.
At the moment, but we'll run it through. We've got St Leonard's School Boat Club in 1. That's Matthew Beale and Benjamin McDonough. In 2, we have Rob Roy Boat Club, Will Rudkin and Jamie Crupper. In 3, we have York City Rowing Club, Oliver Richardson and Luke Jackson. In 4, Norwich Rowing Club, Joseph Tigg and Jack Kelf. In 5, we have another St Peter's School Boat Club double, this one featuring George Bateson and Tristan Pemberton. And then we have Cambridge 99s in lane 6, Oscar Rainton and Matthew Harrison.
And wow, just looking at those times there from the 1K mark, 6 seconds between 1st and 6th place in this race, which is just 2 lengths. And this is incredibly tight. As we're progressing through the rankings of the finals, it seems to be getting closer and closer together. So Cambridge 99 out in front on these times, but just 0.2 of a second back to St Leonard's School, who were in 2nd, and then York City in 3rd. Just 0.4 of a second separated those top 3 crews. They've just gone through the 750 metre mark to go, and we've got some nice shots there. The St Peter's School crew. We're waiting for some 1500 metre times to come up very shortly. As the camera swivels round at the 1500 metre mark, they're focusing on the crew in lane 5, but we're swiveling past them to go to the crew in lane 6 from Cambridge 99, who were in 1st at the 1K mark. Will they cross the line first, or will there be someone else who has taken it from them? We've zoomed in right on the Cambridge 99 crew, so it does seem that they would be out in front. But oh, there comes lane 2, just shooting in front of them, and that is just by the bow plate ahead of them. That is Rob Roy Boat Club, who have come from 4th to 1st in the last 500 metres. And there we are, the new rankings. It's just 2 seconds separating the top 4 crews, Alex.
Yeah, and atypically, just going through that K, it was lanes 1 and 6, the outside lanes are actually leading the way, and then it's a charge from lane 2. So it's actually the outer lanes that are performing best in this final here. But it is very, very close. Like you said, it's been tight the whole way down. Probably lane 4 just starting to lose a little bit of touch with the rest of the race. But lanes 1, 2, 3, and 6 are really in the mix in this last 350 metres.
Just a few steering issues there from the crew in lane 1 from St Leonard's. They are right up against the boys on their bow side blades, and they've just got to be careful not to clip them, because that could cause them to catch a cramp and be out of the racing altogether. Meanwhile, it's the crew in lane 2 from Rob Roy, who, as I say, have moved up from 4th to 1st, and they are just moving away from the rest of the pack. I think they're still facing challenging from Cambridge 99 on the far side. As you were saying, it's the 2 outside lanes that are the favourites in this race, but I think they're continuing to move away. And actually, the crew in lane 3 from York City are also moving forward, and I think it's a 3-horse race between these 3 crews. I'd say advantage to that very powerful Rob Roy crew, who have put on that tremendous third 500, the movers and shakers 500, as our colleague Martin has trademarked it. But also this Cambridge 99 crew on the outside lane. They have the higher rate of the 3 crews in contention now to win it, and it will go right down to who can get the best sprint now in this last 100 metres.
Yeah, absolutely. Who has got the biggest shove at this point? It looks like it's Rob Roy. They made that fantastic move from the K to the 1500, and they're still going, still going, still going. Looks like Cambridge 99s are just running out a little bit of steam. Are they going to leave the door open for York?
And that is so tight, and I think York have just snuck through there. The bow of the York City crew first slumps forward, then slumps backwards. He has put everything on the line there to try and get themselves ahead, and I'm just seeing the times flash on my screen. They have done so. 0.3 of a second over the Cambridge 99 crew on the far side. Was it the gap between these 2 crews which meant they couldn't quite work out that York City were coming, perhaps?
Yeah, possibly, but I think York City just went full bore, full send, and just gave everything they had, because this is their last race today, I presume. There's no doubling up, so that's big effort for them to just close out their Saturday racing.
And some nice shots there of the crew from Rob Roy, Will Rudkin and Jamie Crupper, who were the winners in that minor final of the E-final of the J16 double sculls. Apologies, the J18 double sculls. And we're now heading back up the course to race 262. This is the E-final of the women's J16 doubles. Who are the runners and riders in this one, Alex?
So in our E-final here, we have Weybridge Rowing Club in 1, Bella May Keatsman and Charlotte Curtis. In 2, we have Shanklin Sandown Rowing Club, Evie Selway and Lottie Pettit. In 3, St Ives Rowing Club, Amy Dolby and Millie Jeffrey. In 4, Lee Rowing Club, Rosie Hoyle and Florence Thompson. In 5, we have the Thames Scullers, Lilia Cottam and Gwen Llewellyn. And then in 6, Royal Chester Rowing Club, Isla Norbury and Harriet Poppy Bentham Smith. And I think we have some times just flashing through.
Wow, well, that's St Ives crew, 7 seconds ahead of the rest of the pack at the 1K mark. And then I'm delighted to see the Lee Rowing Club crew up in second with about a length's advantage on the rest of the pack. Pretty tight, actually, behind them, just a few seconds separating 3rd to 5th place, or even 6th place in this race. So we'll be interested to see how that all pans out. But that's St Ives crew. They've clearly taken this race by the horns and run away with it. Some 6 seconds with 1 kilometre into the race. And I'm just looking at some of the earlier times as well. And yes, that St Ives crew were up at the 500 metre mark, as were the Lee Rowing Club crew, and they had a commanding lead even at that 500. So they've had a terrific start, clearly, because they took 5 seconds out of the Lee Rowing Club crew at the 500 metre mark, and they've just slightly extended that at the 1K to a 7-second advantage. So it'll be interesting to see whether that's because they've paced this unusually and have tried to go too hard too soon, or whether they just are the physiologically stronger crew and will take this out of the other scullers as they move through the second half of this race.
Yeah, well, the Lee crew were 5 seconds slower in the first 500, but just 1 second slower in the second 500. So St Ives definitely flew out of the blocks, but then their split has dropped by about 7 whereas the Lee's split has only dropped by about 3. So we'll have to just see who can sustain that speed through the middle. It is still indeed, we can see on the screen, it's still the St Ives crew out in front. We can see that them and Lee are in the same shot, and it is St Ives still by a couple of lengths over Lee. So they have managed to sustain their speed, but you know, at some point, if you've burnt all your matches, you don't have any left. So we'll have to just see what they can do in that last 500 meters here.
Yeah, we've still got about 750 metres left to go in this race, so still about another 3 minutes of racing left. They've been racing for 6 minutes now, these J16 double scullers, and indeed that St Ives crew, they have just clearly got the power to give themselves that margin of advantage, because they can just see all the other scullers in this race. They've got the middle lane, which means they've got the advantage of being able to look to their left and their right and see everyone, and that just means that if anyone's coming, they will at least have a fair warning of it if anyone's going to challenge them for the win in this race.
Yeah, so they're clocking about the mid-30s at the moment. They've still got a 9-second lead from the looks of things. Just want to stay efficient in this last 500 metres. That's the only risk when you've gone out really hard, is that you kind of lose a bit of form. But as long as you can stay efficient in that last part of the race, you've probably made enough. You know, they've put 9 seconds in the bank. That's fantastic. Can Lee respond? Like, 9 seconds is a big, big gap, but if Lee have been saving something and St Ives have been spending it, then this race could definitely come back together.
Yeah, they've just extended that lead. So they had 7 seconds at the 1K and they extended it out to 9 seconds at the 1500. So Amy Dolby and Millie Jeffrey of St Ives Rowing Club clearly doing a fantastic effort. But also all credit to Rosie Hoyle and Florence Thompson, who are just also extending their margin over the rest of the field. It looks further back, though, that things are extremely tight, and it'll be interesting to see who can claim the 3rd place slot in this race.
Yeah, and Weybridge just steering there. They're in a good race between themselves and Shanklin Sandown in 1 and 2. It's always quite cool when you've got races going on in sort of adjacent lanes. So 1 and 2 have got a good race going on, and so have lanes 5 and 6. Thames Scullers and Royal Chester have got a good race going on. And in fact, all 4 of those crews are quite close to each other. So we're going to have a really good race for 3rd place here.
Yeah, indeed. It looks like that it will be the crew from St Ives going through first in this race and the Lee crew in second, based on what we can see out the window. But you're right, actually these 4 scullers behind them, they're both in parallel battles with the crew on the adjacent lane. And I would say, just looking out the window, that it's pretty tight between all 4 of these lanes. There have been a few steering weaves from all the crews, just showing how hard they're trying. They haven't got that much mental headspace to think about whether they're going in a straight line or not. They're pulling as hard as they can. I'm looking at the high vis of the Thames Scullers crew, and the bow in that crew is pulling so hard. She is urging with her head to try and get herself ahead of this crew from Royal Chester. And meanwhile, in lanes 1 and 2, it is Weybridge and Shandon Sankdown. We see St Ives go over the line, look of sheer delight on the stroke of that crew, and closely followed by Lee in second place. But as we head with the final 4 crews going in, it does seem that this battle between Weybridge and Shanklin Sandown will go to the line. I can't call it with just 5 strokes to go. I think maybe Weybridge will get it on the line. It's going to be dead tight. I think that was possibly just half a canvas advantage to Weybridge over Shanklin Sandown. And the 2 scullers on the far side have come right up against each other. They're at the far side of the lanes, but it does seem that Royals got the better of that battle. Well, what great racing for all the scullers involved in that. And we're about to do a changeover in the commentary team, so while we wait for the official times to flash up, thank you for listening. We'll be handing over to Sasha and Erin very shortly for the next batch of racing.
Well, thank you very much for that handover there. It is lovely to be back here commentating at British Championships 2025 on this lovely, slightly less rainy afternoon than the morning that we had. We have coming down the course now the women's J16 doubles in the D final. So in lane order, we have Stratford-upon-Avon Boat Club with Martha Cook and Martha Baines. Then another Stratford-upon-Avon Boat Club with Tessa Parkin and Sophie Franklin. Then in lane 3, Calpe Rowing Club from Gibraltar with Maddie Roberts and Isabella Martinelli. Sir William Borlase Grammar School, Amelia Goodchild and Evie Woodbridge. Millfield School Boat Club, Charlotte Godsell and Poppy Clothier. And Marlow Rowing Club in lane 6 with Claudia Iras and Eleanor Lenchitz Evans. So that takes us nicely into the final stages of this race. The crews are starting to enter the red buoyed areas, so they have about 200 metres to go at this point in time. It is looking like quite a close race out there for first, second and third in this D final. Erin, what does it look like to you?
It's looking like the Millfield School Boat Club might be in the lead at the moment, just about, but it is looking like they are getting pushed by Sir William Borlase's Grammar School and by Stratford-upon-Avon.
I think you're right. The two Stratford-upon-Avon doubles are really battling it down. Now, they'll be very familiar with each other's racing plans, but their racing plans have nothing on Millfield School Boat Club, who have just got clear water as they cross over the finish line ahead of their competitors, followed by Sir William Borlase in lane 4. And then I couldn't call it for the last, that third position. So we'll wait to see what the umpires tell us. But it looks like it was a 1, 2 and 3. Yes, that umpire's white flag has come up. So Millfield School Boat Club have come across the finish line first, followed by Stratford-upon-Avon Boat Club A with the two Marthas, and then in third, Sir William Borlase.
It is finals time. We've got some more medals to award today, and if yesterday is anything to go by, we're in for some photo finishes, some pretty tight races and some amazing sprints to the line. Now, if you have missed any of the results from throughout the day, don't worry, just head over to britishrowing.org. But for now, let's head to the commentary team for our Day 2 finals.
Brilliant handover there from Megan into our A, B and C finals. On your screen and at home and powering down the course, we have the final for the women's J18 8s. So big boats, 9 athletes, and gosh, it looks pretty close. Now, a length in an 8 is about 3 seconds, and that is what we have between the crews in second and fourth. Coming down the course, we have 5 crews. Who do we have coming down towards us?
We have Great Marlow School Boat Club in lane 1, then Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association in lane 2, Marlow Rowing Club in lane 3, Leeds Rowing Club in lane 4, and Wallingford Rowing Club in lane 5. Now, coming through the 1500 metre mark, it looks like it was Marlow Rowing Club that was taking the lead, but followed by Wallingford Rowing Club, with Aberdeen Schools Association coming up in that third place, just 0.4 of a second behind second.
Now, with conditions like this where it's slightly more overcast, it is good to have brightly coloured kit, and you can see that bright red of Marlow really pushing it down. Now it doesn't look like they've broken the elastic with the other 8s. A reminder that this is their final, so there are medals to play for here. This is an absolute battle down to the finish line. Now Marlow, I think, are extending quite a strong lead. Wallingford are going with them, but it looks like Wallingford are being challenged by that crew in lane 2, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. If you look at the drone footage, it seems like Aberdeen are maybe pushing out ahead. It will be Marlow that cross across first, but I couldn't call it for the second place. Oh my gosh, it might be on the surge. I think Wallingford may have crossed, so that provisional result of a 1-2-3 for Marlow, then Aberdeen, and then Wallingford. A really cracking race. Those athletes are looking absolutely exhausted. That is the sign of a good race, isn't it? Where you get to the end and you know that you could not have given it any more. We have the umpires' agreement. It is Marlow, Aberdeen, and then Wallingford. So a huge congratulations, and it will be wonderful to see those girls on the pontoon collecting their medals later.
And we are now on to the C final of the Open Club Coxless Quads. We only have 3 boats in this final, so we have Warrington Rowing Club in lane 2, Dart Totnes Amateur Rowing Club in lane 3, and the University of Northumbria Boat Club in lane 4. Coming through the K mark, it looks like Dart Totnes was in the lead by a second over Warrington Rowing Club, with the University of Northumbria coming up in 3rd place.
Now, you row at Dart Totnes, don't you? So can you tell us a little bit about the training that might have led to these athletes coming to this C final?
Absolutely. So as far as I'm aware, this is actually a fairly scratch crew. These boys raced together as juniors, but they've all been off at university the past year and have been thrown back together into a crew this weekend. They all raced in coxless fours yesterday and did quite well, but it seems like today they've had quite a impromptu crew, but there are some very strong athletes in that boat. In the stroke seat we have James Burridge. He's been off at Reading University this year. He's won his divisions in quads at Marlow Regatta, and I think he did really well at Met. And we've also got Chris Abel, who's been off rowing at Exeter University in their B8, I believe.
Absolutely fantastic. I mean, I know that Reading at the moment are really renowned in the British rowing scene for their sculling programme, so it's wonderful to see that put into work in races like this. Now, it looks like they are still leading. We've got a lovely classic chevron coming down the course towards us.
Looks like Warrington still holds that 2nd place position, now 5 seconds behind first, and 6 seconds behind them is University of Northumbria.
Yeah, so Dart Totnes are extending a nice lead, a comfortable lead, I think, at this stage. They're getting towards that final, well, they're in that final 500 metres of the race. So hopefully they can maintain it and they won't need to really crack up the gears should they be challenged by either Warrington or University of Northumbria.
Absolutely, a lovely shot of Warrington there. You can see their blade work is all together. There's nice colours on their kit as well.
It's nice to have bright kit. I always look at brightly coloured blades and unis and wonder how that translates across to their blazers.
Absolutely.
It's fun to play that guessing game, especially at places like Henley, when you just sit there and try and spot who is from where. But it's always lovely to see different colours and the creativity that goes behind it. So congratulations to all kitsucks out there. Dart Totnes look to be extending quite comfortably, but there on the screen now we have the 8s, and I think that is Wallingford. The ladies from Wallingford being given their bronze medals, looking absolutely delighted. A wonderful Felipe cap there, very coveted by many rowers. But no medals to play here. A reminder, this is a C final. Dart.net have done a fabulous job of just pushing ahead of their competitors and are crossing the finish line with, I would say that's an easily margin ahead of the other 2 quads. So provisionally that is a 1, 2, 3 of Dart.net, Warrington, and then Northumbria University. If you have access to a screen, have a look at those very happy faces of the Wallingford J18-8s collecting their bronze medals. As Aberdeen Rowing Association comes down to collect their silver medal for the women's J18-8. So a lovely shot of them smiling happily as they come into it. We do have another race coming down the course, which is the B final of those Open Club coxless quads.
In this one, our lineup is looking like Warwick Boat Club in lane 1, Tees Rowing Club in lane 2, Leeds University in lane 3, Norwich Rowing Club in lane 4, Tideway Sculls School in lane 5, and a Peterborough City Rowing Club / St Ives Rowing Club composite crew in lane 6. And coming through the K mark, it looks like Norwich Rowing Club is leading over Tees Rowing Club, who are just 3 seconds behind, leading over Warwick Rowing Club, who are just a second behind, with Tees Rowing Club, again, another second behind them. But Peterborough City is not far off, so they are still in contention.
So as those coxless quads in the B final of Open Clubs come down towards us, it is a little hard to see how they're doing in regards to one another. We don't have a very clear picture currently, but if I use my binoculars to gaze down the course, it does look like a fairly even field. Now, I think that the crew in lane 6, the Peterborough St Ives composite, they may be trailing ever so slightly, and at the 1 kilometre mark I think they were in fourth. So we will see how they fare as they come into 1500s and enter that last 500 metres of the race. I think it is Norwich that have come in first. How is the rest of the field looking?
It's looking like Tees Rowing Club has managed to get themselves into second, and it's looking like Warwick Boat Club is following in third place. So it's looking like Tees have managed to get that second place position off of Warwick from the 1K mark. But Leeds University is only a second behind in fourth.
Yeah, so Warwick and Tees there really kind of chopping and changing but challenging each other as they come down to the course. There was less than a second in it at the 1K. There's been less than a second in it at 1500. So we'll see who gets the 2-3 on this. But it does look like Norwich are still in their commanding lead. But it looks like Tees Rowing Club might be challenging them ever so slightly. I think that it's going to be a bit of a battle between Norwich, Tees and Warwick. They are all coming down as Norwich storm towards the finish line. They are pulling the rest of the field with them. So who is going to be there? Who is going to hang on the most? I think it is going to be Norwich that crosses first.
It looks like Leeds and Tideway Scullers might be battling for that third place alongside Warwick, but it looks like Warwick might have just crossed the line first.
A happy white flag means that we can confirm it was. Sorry, apologies, that is Northwood Rowing Club that has come in that first position, with Tees Rowing Club in second and Warwick Boat Club in third in this B final of the Open Club Quads. A nice little pan back up the course there to what is now the A final of this coxless quads open club category that we've been watching for the last 10 or so minutes. We're about 3 minutes through, and in lane order we have Agecroft Rowing Club, Wallingford, Bath University, Nottingham Rowing Club, Newark Rowing Club, and in lane 6, Sunderland City. At the halfway point of this race, it was Nottingham that came across first. They have a 2-second lead over Bath University in the lane next to them, and then Newark Rowing Club in lane 5 is just a little bit behind. So again, a nice lovely V coming towards us. We have, it's always nice to get challenged by the people in the lanes next to you, isn't it? It feels like you're having more of a personal battle out on the waters.
Absolutely, and it can be sometimes really tricky to keep track of where other crews are in relation to you when they're the other side of the lake. If that's the person that you're battling out with, it can be really difficult to keep kind of that motivation and that drive, and especially in that last kind of sprint.
Yeah, we've seen a few races today where the angst has been in the outside lanes, which has been, wonderful for them to both be vying for those positions, but probably a little bit harder and almost less motivating maybe if you're just that little bit further away from your competitor. But here, the two boats leading are very much the two in the middle. So Bath University and Nottingham, I would say that it is Nottingham that is still about probably a half a boat length out ahead of Leeds, of Bath, apologies.
It's going to be interesting to see if Bath can really push Nottingham on in this last kind of what they're starting to approach the 500 metre mark. It's going to be interesting to see what those final pushes are like from both boats, and to see if Bath can make up any more ground and possibly even pull ahead.
Yeah, you can see the faces of those Bath scullers there. They are absolutely pushing it. They are not going to give up until they have crossed that line. And they're coming past, they've come past 1,500 metres. It was Nottingham in first, about 2 seconds in front of Bath. So Bath have a little bit of length to make up if they want to challenge Nottingham for that gold medal. This is an A final, so they have everything to play for. It looks like it might be a little bit more of a battle for third, though. We do have those two boats, that Nottingham and Bath, as we've spoken about, out in front, going for 1 and 2. But I think the rest of the field is looking pretty close together. I'd say that Agecroft and Newark definitely at the 3/4 mark were, I think, battling each other a little bit more. But it looks like they might have fallen behind ever so slightly. And, you know, I think Agecroft is really is putting in a bit of a move, but we'll see what happens as they come down towards the line. So in the last couple of meters, as they come up towards that finish line that they have coveted for the last 2,000 meters, it was the scullers from Nottingham Rowing Club that crossed about 3/4 of a length ahead of Bath.
And it is looking like it's going to be that Newark quad that comes across the finish line in third. But it is looking like that crew from Agecroft did push until the very end, followed closely by Wallingford.
Yeah, it's a shame that we don't have medals for fourth, because that would have been an exciting little challenge to watch. Newark definitely put in a big shift at the end of that race, because they had a lot of contact with the rest of the field, but I think just pulled away towards the end. We do have a
hand up.
A hand
from
up.
The bowman of the Agecroft quad.
Yes, so the results are currently provisional. We wait to see what is going on. We will keep you updated from here in the commentary tower. As we wait to update you on what has occurred in the A final of that club coxless fours for the open category, we do look back up the course to another A final. Actually, this is, I think, just a straight final due to the number of entries. It is a mixed club fours, so very exciting. I love a mixed boat. I rode a mixed four for a while. It can be quite hard to get that balance of the same level of technique and power that you get, from different categories. I mean, men and women can row quite differently sometimes, and so it's really nice to see a mixed four like this one there rowing so smoothly. So in this mixed club fours, who do we have coming down towards us?
It's looking like we have Sir William Borlase' Grammar School in lane 1, and then Clare's Court Boat School in lane 2. We have the University of Birmingham in lane 3, Grosvenor Rowing Club, Chester, in lane 4, Kingston Rowing Club in lane 5, and Derby Rowing Club in lane 6. And it's looking like coming through that K mark, it was Birmingham University taking that top spot, with Borlase following them quite closely behind in second place. And it looks like Grosvenor is following in third.
We do actually have an interview with some of the members of that Birmingham University Boat Club, so I wonder if we can bring their thoughts to you to get a bit more insight of what's going on in this race.
I'm here with Birmingham University now. Congratulations on first place in your preliminary. How's that feel going into the final?
It feels great. It's good fun to just turn up at Brit Champs and get a crew out, particularly after the regatta season. We've just all come back for a bit of a fun regatta.
And have you done much rowing in mixed crews before?
Yeah, we had a mixed eight within our own club. It was England versus Wales, and England won, which is sad for me because I was in the Wales boat. But yeah, we have done it before.
And does it make a difference, do you feel like, when you're in the boat or to the training process?
Yeah, I think there is definitely a different feel to the boat with the boys in, so it's just adapting and making sure we're rowing together as one crew.
Well, we best let you prepare for the final. Good luck later.
Looking like they were crowding under the trees for a little bit of respite from the rain. Hopefully they are having a little bit more now as they come down at the course. That is a lovely shot of them moving, but it looks like they might be getting challenged by Sir William Borlase in lane 1. And yes, as they come through the 3/4 marker, it is Sir William Borlase that have come ahead just by a second in front of the Birmingham crew. They're followed by Grosvenor Rowing Club in 3rd and Kingston in 4th.
It is looking like those front two crews have pulled out and made a bit of a gap from 3rd, though, as there is now a 9-second gap between Borlase and Grosvenor.
Yeah, it might be a little bit of a battle for the 1-2 and a battle for that 3rd. Again, this is a final. They have medals on their mind. Now, from my vantage point here, it does look like the move that William Borlase have made in this final 500 is paying off. Birmingham, I think, might be being left behind. They are going to have to really fight if they want to stay in contention for that top spot.
Absolutely, we are going to have to see quite a strong push from them here if they do want to get back into that gold medaling contention. But I'm not sure if they're going to make it, because it really does look like Borlase have really put in a push.
Yeah, and a reminder, these are coxed fours, a boat class that is ever so slightly heavier than some of the others we are seeing at the moment. Now, it is exciting. Birmingham are definitely moving down towards the line, but I think Sir William Borlase are not going to let them have it, and they are crossing the line ahead of their competition. Birmingham doing a fantastic job upping that rate and crossing the finish line. They should be incredibly proud of the row that they've had. Now, whilst Kingston are really trying to hold on, I think it is the crew in lane 4 from Grosvenor that have just crossed in 3rd. A lovely smooth row from Clare's Court School Boat Club as they cross the finish line, followed finally by Derby Rowing Club. A really lovely final there of the mixed club coxed fours. What a treat we have in store. We have another A final. This time it is open beginner singles. Now in lane 1 we have Birmingham University A. In lane 2 Edinburgh University. Lane 3 Agecroft. Lane 4 Nottingham Rowing Club. Lane 5 Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, and in lane 6 we have Molesey Boat Club. Now that Edinburgh sculler is looking very good for a beginner. He's upright, he's getting his blades in, although I think it is the Nottingham Rowing Club sculler who is out in front. We've got Nottingham, Edinburgh and Agecroft in a 1-2-3 at the halfway point in this race.
Got a nice shot of the scullers coming towards us there on the screen. We can see the sculler from Edinburgh University Boat Club, and I believe that is the sculler from Agecroft as well that we can see in our shot here.
Yeah, so Edinburgh and Agecroft definitely up there ahead of the other two competitors that they have. I think that is Aberdeen Schools and Molesey. Again, this is an A final, so they will be really battling it out. A single, I feel like, is always a bit more of a grudge match because it's just you and the others out there. And You know, there's no one to carry you, there's no one to motivate you, so you have to do it all yourself. It is a real mental game, and 2 kilometers is a long old way when it's just you and your boat.
Absolutely, I think single sculling is definitely where you find out who really, really does have that capability of digging deep and who really wants it, as opposed to those who maybe just don't quite have that same grit and determination. But seeing as this is the A final, I imagine all of these scullers will be pretty determined to bring home one of those medals at the end of today.
Yeah, we've got a lovely shot there of the Nottingham Rowing Club sculler. He will be incredibly familiar with this water, as we've mentioned many times today. So that might be giving him ever so slightly an advantage. He will have raced this course thousands of times. Well, maybe not thousands, but some lovely happy faces there of the Sir William Borlase crew from the mixed coxed fours, looking incredibly happy receiving their gold medals. Now we'll see who will get the gold medal in the open beginners single that is coming down. You've got a nice little shot there in the bottom right hand corner of the screen. It looks like Edinburgh is trying to challenge that Nottingham Rowing Club sculler, but I don't know if the Nottingham scullers' familiarity with this water may just bring him across the line first today. Very calm looking Cox there in that Borlase boat. He knew he was going to cross first. He knew he was going to win this. He was not here to play.
It is definitely looking like it is a bit of a battle out between Edinburgh and Nottingham for this gold medal, but it does look like Agecroft seem quite securely in that third place there, just a little ways behind. And it looks like Nottingham might have crossed that line first, just followed by Edinburgh, but we'll wait for a confirmed result.
Yeah, the Edinburgh sculler looking absolutely exhausted as he crosses over, but a fantastic row, especially as a beginner, waving over there to his competitor. What a lovely display of rowing sportsmanship. It was the Nottingham sculler who crossed about half a boat length ahead, and in the Agecroft Rowing Club boat, I think he crossed third, but he had lost sight of the other two in front of him, but he knew who was behind him. So quite a chilled row in the last stages of that race for him. This is a final, so he didn't have to conserve the energy in his legs for anything more today, but a lot of these athletes here this weekend are racing on multiple days, sometimes 2, sometimes all 4. So fantastic commitment from them, but you never know if someone is saving their legs for another day. So yes, white flag from the umpires there. It was Nottingham Rowing Club coming in for that gold medal position, followed by Edinburgh in silver and Agecroft in bronze.
With me is Cambridge University now.
A lovely shot of that Grosvenor mixed coxed 4 coming into the pontoon to receive their medals from their final. Now, they have come in 3rd place, so they will be receiving bronze medals. Now, there was no bucket in that boat. If there had been, who knows what the results would have been.
Turn around and keep smiling, Jemima.
Another Cox looking very pleased there with her medal. In these coxed boats, often it's the difference between, you know, a medal position and a non-medal position is the cox. The rowers have been rowing together for long enough that they know that they can really rely on the other athletes in their boat, but sometimes you just need that extra push, the motivation, and that person who is there believing in you, who just drives you down to the end. As you can see on your screen there seems to be an update on the A final results for the Open Club's coxless quads. It was Nottingham Rowing Club that came in first, followed by Bath, and then Newark Rowing Club. And on the screen there we have, I believe that's Newark, posing potentially with their coach or a family member, very, very happily, just smiling away with their medals. It's always so lovely to see the athletes joyous on the pontoons with all their hard work that's paid off. As we wait to see more of the athletes coming onto the pontoon to receive medals, we do have yet another final. This has been an absolute treat of an afternoon so far. A really great place to start the commentary shift for the first round of these major finals. Now, in this final, we have Women's Club 8. So in Lane 1, Sudbury Rowing Club. Lane 2 is Cambridge University A. Lane 3 is Cambridge University B. Lane 4 is Oriel Kensington. And Lane 5 is Leeds Rowing Club. Now, if you were around and saw the finish of their heat, I believe it was earlier, it was fantastic. Everyone came out of the woodwork and into the rain just to watch them fly past the finish line. I think it was a race for lanes, but boy, did they make it a race.
And coming through the K in this Women's Club 8 final, it looked like coming in first place through that was Sudbury Rowing Club, followed by Oriel Kensington Rowing Club, and then Cambridge University B, followed by Cambridge University A.
Now it looks like Sudbury have extended a pretty good lead of about just under 2 seconds over Oriel Kensington, who are again about 2 seconds in front of Cambridge. But wow, Cambridge are really fighting each other in this. They will obviously be coming from the same club with the same training program and will be very familiar with each other. I think we have an in-race interview to bring you so that you can get a better idea of yeah. So in a moment we will bring you the interview of one of the Cambridge boats so that you can get a bit more of an insight in what's going on, but they are absolutely storming down the course. As I said earlier, I absolutely love eights racing. It's just, I think someone said to me, it's organised chaos, and it really is. With that many athletes in a crew, you never know what can happen, and one small thing can go wrong, but when it is right, boy, is it right. And it's just such a pleasure to see those fast boats. I know it sounds silly, but us rowers are quite adrenaline junkies at times, aren't we? So these bigger boats just give us an opportunity to really paddle it out. So we'll take you over to Cambridge now.
An interesting race. It was very close. It was very entertaining. I think for us, it's like we've only been rowing together for like 2 weeks or so. So I think that was probably the best that we've rowed together in the eights that we have. And less than a second between first, second and third in the Bristol Morning's race. That's got to be pretty exciting going to the final.
Yeah, super tight. I think we're feeling confident. We'll see what happens in the next race, but hoping to push the other boats again and hopefully come out on top at the end. We'll see.
And at Cambridge, you're used to side by side, you're used to longer courses than this. What's it like being in the multi-lane setup here?
Oh yeah, it's super exciting. Yeah, we're normally racing on the cam in Cambridge, so it's very windy, and here there's like, so many lanes.
What an exciting finish that was. We have absolute cheers in the Oriel Kensington boat. I believe that they crossed over first, but it was so close between second, third and fourth. I think it was the Leeds Rowing Club boat that have crossed over in that fifth position. We wait to see the confirmation of results there, but yes, I mean, in first position and between first and third there was 2 seconds, and it was very, very exciting as they came down towards the line. Please do rewind and go back to just watch that final bit. It's so exciting to see these eights come towards the finish line. It's just so much power.
Absolutely, and there's just so much, like the boat speed at that point of the race is just insane to watch. And when you see those crews do go for their final sprint, it is incredible.
I mean, if you were the Cambridge coach watching that, you would know that one of your crews at least was going to medal. They were very much fighting there for that bronze position.
Absolutely, and for both of those boats to finish with just over a second between them on that finish line, that is absolutely incredible racing to watch, especially as that coach getting excited for your own crews.
I'm thinking there might be some seat racing to be had, given just how close those crews are. A lovely shot there of those scullers that we saw earlier from the Open Beginners Sculls. That is the Edinburgh University athlete Jay Martin just getting his silver medal, looking incredibly chuffed. He absolutely should be. What a fantastic display of rowing. And if we think about lovely displays of single sculling, we are currently experiencing the Open J16 singles C final. We have Tideway Scullers A in lane 1, Camus in lane 2, Windsor Boys in lane 3, City of Bristol in lane 4, St Peter's School in lane 5, and Barn Elms in lane 6.
And it's looking like coming through the kilometre mark, we have the Windsor Boys School in first position, and they are being followed by Tideway Scullers, who are being followed in turn by Barn Elms School Boat Club. It's probably about 5 seconds between those 3 scullers, so still fairly close, but it is looking like the Windsor Boys School are pulling out ahead.
As we always say, in these smaller boat classes, and especially in a single, literally anything can happen. We saw a very unfortunate capsize earlier, right at the finish line. I mean, maybe inches from the finish line.
It must have been his second to last stroke that he went in, and it's just so devastating because I think that actually lost him a spot in the A final earlier, but I think his club mates did go through to the A final in the end, which I'm think we should see within the next couple of finals. But it is looking like Windsor boys are pulling out ahead in this race here. There's a lovely shot of them on screen now. That classic Windsor boys technique with that really sharp blade work.
You know, it's often funny. I mean, in conditions that have a little bit more rain, a little bit more wind, you often see rowers and scullers sitting slightly more upright to make sure that they can contend with those conditions. But there is a bit of a habit, I think, and a difference between men's and women's rowing, especially in the British rowing scene, where there's just a lot more length in that women's stroke, whereas the men, even in a junior level, are sat quite upright. And I've seen quite a few races in the last 2 days where actually the difference between the two, the first and the second place as they cross the finish line, it's that first place sculler who just really lengthened out, who didn't shorten up his stroke as he got to the latter stages of that race.
Absolutely, and it is looking like coming through the 1500 metre mark, Joseph Hill of the Windsor Boys School has extended his lead to about 6 seconds now over Harry Shaw of Camberwell Rowing Club.
Yes, so the Windsor Boys School, Joseph Hill, actually started off in the first 500 metres, he was in 5th and has now been first at the halfway and three-quarter mark. So that is someone who has trust in their training. If you know that you are someone that sets off better at a slightly slower pace and just builds the boat speed slowly through that first quarter of the race, and then you get to the middle section and that is where you decide to make your move. It's important to be able to trust that, especially as a single sculler. It's very much that mental game that we always talk about, and the psychology of rowing is quite intense. If you cannot see your competitors, especially when you've got 5 of them, it can be quite demoralizing, but he is doing a fantastic job of just lengthening out, and he has upped his rate and is powering down towards the finish line. He has got something to prove here, and he will cross with very clear water. We apologise for the spider that is currently on the screen. It has gone away. Clearly it was very understanding of the excitement that is playing out here in this C final. I believe it was the Cammer sculler Harry Shaw who did cross ahead of the St Peter's School and the Barn Elms scullers, and coming across now is the last sculler of this C final from Tideway School.
And the white flag has come up, so we can confirm that it is Joseph Hill of the Windsor Boys School taking that first place position, Harry Shaw of that Camberwell Rowing Club taking the second place, and William Gawthorpe of St Peter's School Boat Club in third of this J16 Open Single Sculls C final.
On your screen now is the B final of that J16 single sculls. We have City of Cambridge's William Frierson in lane 1, Duncan Richards of St Andrew Boat Club in lane 2, Artem Solovyov of Hinksey Sculling School in lane 3, Vincent Gutin of Lee in lane 4, and Edward Metcalf of Tideway Scullers School in lane 5. This is the B final of the Open J16 Single Sculls.
And it's looking like coming through the halfway mark, we have Artem Solovyov of Hinksey Sculling School coming through in that first place position, but being chased down quite closely by William Frierson of City of Cambridge Rowing Club. And taking that third spot is Duncan Richards of St Andrew Boat Club, again chasing quite closely.
Yes, I mean, those times at the halfway point of a single sculls race are quite impressive. So we have 1 and a bit seconds between first and second place, a second between second and third, just under a second between third and fourth, and then fifth place is just over a second behind, which means that we have only got about 4.5 seconds between the whole field of rowers, which is very exciting. I love looking at the timings when it comes to races like this, because I think it's a really nice way of just measuring where people are, but also probably the excitement that is in a race. Because in a single, it's quite easy to move out ahead and then fall back behind, but often a lead is extended at this point. So to be halfway through the race and still in that close contention means that it will probably be quite exciting down to the finish line. Now, as commentators, we really hope that that is the case. That is always our most exciting time. It's always fun to get to stand up and press your face against the glass just so that you can really get in on the action. And I think that is the privilege of being up here, is that you really feel like you are part of each of the races that come down this course.
Absolutely, and I think it is going to be a really exciting final 500 from the scullers. We still have Hinksey Sculling School taking that first spot coming into the last 500 metres. Again, very closely chased down by Duncan Richards of St Andrew Boat Club. Again, only just over a second behind. And again, just over a second behind him is William Frierson of City of Cambridge Boat Club, who has now lost his second place position to Duncan Richards, who was in third coming through the K mark.
It seems like Lee and Tideway Scullers have fallen slightly behind the top three of that group. Lee is about 4 seconds behind that third place, and about 3 seconds behind them are Tideway Scullers. So I think it will be a battle between those top three: St Andrew Boat Club, City of Cambridge and Hinksey Sculling School down to the line. You've got a lovely shot there of the three of them completely in sync, almost stroke for stroke with one another as they enter the red buoys. And it looks like Lee Rowing Club has decided to enter the race. They have made a move. That is someone who knew when exactly to really pull it out of the bag. He is absolutely racing like a madman. He is coming through. He has rode through Hinksey. I think they have a full length on him. It looks like St Andrew is really trying to keep up and trying to maintain that. Maybe the second place, but I mean, Lee is absolutely powering it down to the line. They will cross ahead of their competitors, but I think it's going to be a photo finish for the scullers from City of Cambridge and St Andrew. I wouldn't be able to tell you what that is. We wait for the umpires to let us know. We've got feet in the water. That was an absolutely fantastic race from these boys.
It looks like City, I mean, we'll wait for a confirmed result, but it looks like City of Cambridge might have actually taken the second place on that one as well. It completely stormed through while they were all distracted by Lee.
I mean, I was distracted by Lee. I absolutely didn't expect that at all. They were in fourth at each of the markers.
That was an incredible finish.
Yeah, we've got a confirmation there. A huge congratulations to that single sculler from Lee Rowing Club, who has gotten that first place position in this B final of the J16 single sculls. They were followed by City of Cambridge and Hinksey Sculling School, with St Andrew Boat Club in fourth and Tideway Scullers in fifth.
And now we have the A final of the Open J16 single sculls coming to us. So all medals are in contention here. We have Newark Rowing Club in lane 1, Windsor Boys School G-Boat in lane 2, Durham
I'm still very
in lane
adrenaline.
3, Trenton Boat Club in lane 4.
We could do really well, and we did. I think we only came into first in the last kind of 500 metres. So yeah, very excited, very happy.
Those are the 500 metres that count. And how does it feel to have that gold medal around your neck?
Absolutely insane and a little bit ridiculous. Like Oriel Kensington winning gold is really, really cool. Kind of wild.
Well, congratulations to you all.
Thank you. Right, should we go? Yeah. Let's go. Right, pushing out, ready.
We take you back to this incredibly exciting A final of the Open J16 single sculls. If it is anything like the B final that we just saw in the last 200 metres, then what a treat to be up here and in it. So a reminder, we have Harry Woodman of Newark Rowing Club in lane 1. So the Windsor Boys School, Alex Moss he is the G athlete. What a way to demonstrate the depth of your squad. So that's Alex Moss of Windsor Boys School in lane 2, Durham Amateurs Quinn Mosley in lane 3, Lucas Copeland of Trenton Boat Club in lane 4, Lambton Rowing Club's Alec Thompson in lane 5, and Caster Chute of the Windsor Boys School. He is the A athlete in lane 6.
Now, I believe that we have Quinn Mosley in the lead again, which is incredibly impressive. He pulled off first place in the Open J18 single sculls yesterday, which obviously now today has proved that he was rowing up a whole age categories. He's now leading the A final of the Open J16 single sculls.
We've got a fantastic shot of him there. He is such a confident sculler. I mean, he is a good 6 seconds ahead of the Lambton sculler, who he'll probably be quite familiar with. This is looking like a bit of a fight of the northeast as they come down towards the last section of this race. You can see our wonderful commentary tower there in the distance behind the rain. But yeah, Quinn Mosley looking incredibly calm and confident as he comes down towards the finish line. However, it might be a little bit of a fight for that silver and the bronze there between Lambton Rowing Club and Trentham. They are not far behind each other.
Absolutely not, but it does seem like the top 3 from this race so far have pulled away from the rest of the field just a little bit, with about a 7-second gap back to 4th place, which is Castor Shoot of the Windsor Boys School Boat Club.
Do you know, I think that G-boat athlete from the Windsor Boys School, Alex Moss, is the one that actually flipped earlier that we were talking about.
He's still in this A final of the single sculls then. Let's hope he has a more smooth finish this time round.
I mean, absolutely fantastic from him to be, you know, still up there contending. I think no one compares to the absolute steam that is Quinn Mosley.
Look at that sprint finish. He doesn't even really need it, but he's just finishing strong. He's looking great. Again, still looking very relaxed, very calm as he comes across that finish line. Fist in the water. Absolutely ecstatic.
Oh my gosh, he is so happy. A little clap there, a cheer for himself. Again, it is a lonely 2 kilometres out there.
And it looks like Lambton Rowing Club may have taken that 2nd place spot, and with Trentham Rowing Club coming in 3rd, but we will wait for the official umpire result.
If that is indeed another gold medal for Quinn Mosley, he will be incredibly proud. I think he has been unbeaten in the last few weeks. What a fantastic young man.
What a way to end the major racing season, unless he's looking on towards anything kind of beyond club level. That is an incredible end to your major club rowing junior season.
Yes, and the white flag there confirms it. That's Durham Amateur Rowing Club with Quinn Mosley in first for that gold medal in the Open J16 single sculls, followed by Alec Thompson of Lambton Rowing Club and Lucas Copeland of Trentham Boat Club. Now we have some more single sculls coming down towards us. We have changed age categories though. We now have the women's J18 single sculls. This is the C final, and in lane order we have Hexham Rowing Club A, Leeds Rowing Club A, Glasgow Academy A, Walton Rowing Club A, Lee Rowing Club A and Calpe Rowing Club.
It's looking like Leeds Rowing Club took the lead off of that first 500. Followed by Walton Rowing Club, and there's already a bit of a gap there, about 4 seconds. So that Leeds sculler has really gone out hard and fast on that first 500.
Yeah, as we come into the halfway point of the race, the Leeds sculler Olivia Marks is still out ahead. We have Walton in 2nd, Sarah Luzer from Lee Rowing Club in 3rd, and Hexham, in 4th. So there is in a little bit of a change up. That Glasgow Academy sculler, Isabella Kalkman, who was in 3rd originally, has moved down to 5th. A lovely shot there of Isabella Kalkman and Holly Weddell of Glasgow and Walton respectively as they come down towards us. It's hard to tell from our commentary tower when they're still so far away. A wonderful shot there of Quinn Mosley, who I think looks a little bit shocked to be back on this podium again. He's not quite sure what has happened, but my gosh, has he done a fantastic job this weekend. Then we've got there Lucas Copeland of Trenton Boat Club, who is receiving his bronze medal for that J16 single sculls. We've got a nice shot there in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. It's the Leeds sculler who is, I think, starting to be caught up by the rest of the field. Yes.
It looks like she's been unseated from her first place position by the sculler from Walton Rowing Club, who's really put in a shift and is now leading by 5 seconds.
Yeah, we've got Walton coming through in first at the 1500 metres, followed by Leeds, Lee, Hexham, Glasgow Academy and Calpe.
It's still looking like that battle out for second place could still be there between Leeds and Lee, though, with only a second separating them at the 1500 metre mark. 500 metres is more than enough time to make up a second if you really put in that effort and really put that work in for it.
I think third place is probably quite up for contention as well, considering that there was less than a second between Hexham and Lee there. So Lee is going to have to put in a shift. I wonder if they'll be able to pull it out of the bag, as was done by that sculler that we saw earlier coming across in the B final of the J16 single sculls for boys.
You can hear lots of shouts as the boats all start to come into the grandstand here. It looks like a close field from here, but it does look like that. It does look like the sculler from Walton is pulling out ahead.
I think Lee are putting in another massive shift. That seems to be their move of the afternoon. The nice bright orange coming down towards us, as we said. It's always lovely to see distinctive colours, especially on an overcast day. It makes it just a lot easier for us to do it.
Absolutely, but that does look like there's quite a close battle between Hexham and Leeds here for this third place position. They are really pushing each other to the line. There's definitely still some contact there, but Glasgow is also putting in a shift to match up to that Leeds sculler.
I think Glasgow are doing too little too late as Walton and Lee and then Hexham come across. That Hexham sculler has done a phenomenal job. Did Leeds go out too fast?
That Hexham sculler came from being 5th off of the first 500 to coming what should be about 3rd once we get a result confirmed by the umpires. So yes, a 3rd position place for her. So she's made up 2 places throughout that race.
Yeah, huge congratulations there to Holly Weddell that you can see on your screen from Walton Rowing Club, who came first in that C final of the women's junior 18 single sculls. On to the next major final of the women's junior 18 single sculls. It's the B final, and we have Tideway Scholars School in lane 1, Sunderland in lane 2, Newark in lane 3, Weybridge Rowing Club in lane 4, Leicester Rowing Club in lane 5, and Derby Rowing Club rounding out the pack.
Now, coming into the first K, it's looking like Sunderland is taking that first position spot, the sculler Holly Stoker, followed by Leicester Rowing Club with Eleanor Go, and in 3rd place is Naomi Williams of Newark Rowing Club.
Yeah, there's not a huge amount separating Naomi and Eleanor in those 2nd and 3rd positions there, so I wonder if we'll see a little bit of upset, as we've seen in the last couple of races, especially when Lee is involved. It can often be upset almost on the finish line.
Absolutely. Now, the sculler Eleanor Taylor, I've actually had the pleasure of racing her last season. She's a few years younger than me, but still absolutely, I think the word is binned me at Gloucester Regatta. But it's interesting to see her now racing up into the J18 categories. It's great to see her making it into these major finals and doing well. Now, I think this is her first year at J18.
It's all right. We've all been binned by people slightly younger than us. In the Northeast, we have a phrase called "getting yarmed," which is, you know, when you, as a sometimes like 21-year-old average age women's 8 get up on the start against sometimes junior 18s, sometimes junior 16s from Yarm, and you just know that you are going out in that race. You often do.
Absolutely.
And you know what? It's important to have those moments so that you can learn more about yourself.
And it looks like the Sunderland sculler is still claiming that first place position coming into the 1500 metres, followed again by Eleanor Go of Leicester Rowing Club and Naomi Williams of Newark Rowing Club, still holding that third place position.
I mean, if it's any revenge for you, it looks like Eleanor Taylor is rounding out this pack, so
hopefully next year she'll come back with a bit more vengeance. But she's still doing incredibly well, and it is coming into this final bit, it is looking like there might be, I can't tell, the field looks quite spread out actually, but I think there might be some close racing going on in these middle lanes.
I think that you would be right. It looks like the sculler from City of Sunderland is still fairly in the lead as they come in towards the red boys. If you're on the side and you're trying to figure out what the colour of the boys mean, when you hit the red boys, that is the final stage of the race, and yeah, it's a little bit of a wake-up call. If you've been coasting along, hopefully no one has. Once you see the red, you know you just have to go. So it looks like City of Sunderland's Holly Stoker is just making sure that she comes out on top for this B final of the women's J18 single sculls. But
it does look like Eleanor Go of Leicester Rowing Club really is pushing her onto this finish line. She really is sprinting out this last few hundred metres through these red boys. It does look like Holly Stoker of Sunderland City is really having to push to keep that first place position.
I think you're right, but I think that they will run out of water before the change can come into fruition, and it is that City of Sunderland sculler that crosses the finish line with actually a little bit of clear water. Clearly she was challenged and she responded. Now we have the sculler from Newark who has managed to separate herself from the rest of the pack, coming in third, but a little bit of a battle there for fourth. That is a photo finish if I've ever seen it, between Tideway and Weybridge. We will wait to see how they arrived.
And the white flag goes up, confirming that Holly Stoker of the City of Sunderland Rowing Club came in first place of this Women's Junior 18 Single Sculls B final, and with Eleanor Go of Leicester Rowing Club in second place.
On your screen now, the A final of the women's Junior 18 single sculls in lane order: Hereford Rowing Club C, Hartpury University and College C, Rob Roy Boat Club A, Rob Roy Boat Club B, Chester Street B, and Barn Elms Rowing Club A. So Rob Roy in for a treat. They've got those middle lanes and will be battling it out, hoping to take away 2 of those medals if possible.
And it looks like at the moment, coming through the K mark, we have Eleanor McDougall of Barn Elms Rowing Club taking first place, but we do have our 2 Rob Roy scullers battling it out for second and third places with only a second separating them. We have Martha Whitting of Rob Roy in second, and Laura Manthams of Rob Roy taking that third place spot over Gracie Janes of Hartpury University and College.
When we have these slightly smaller boats, and it's slightly more manageable to be able to introduce you to all of the athletes individually, it's nice to be able to hear their names. I think when you are the one doing all of the work in a boat, you should be commended for that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Rowing a 2K in a single is not an easy task whatsoever, especially with some of these scullers. This will be their third race of the day now, so they would have had a time trial, a semi-final, and then the finals that we're bringing to you now.
So we've got the bow of the Rob Roy boat. I believe that is Martha Whiting in lane 4 coming towards us, and then we've got the bow of the Chester Street Susanna Yulton, and then the other Rob Roy sculler, Lara Mathams. A nice close-up there of those, the lovely little stripe. I've never figured out what the decoration on that stripe and the Rob Roy uni is, but if anyone would like to tell me, I'm absolutely intrigued. Rob Roy being one of the clubs of Cambridge, rowing on the Cam. I actually have the pleasure of knowing their president, who's a wonderful man, Mr. Dix.
It's lovely, and it's nice to see these Rob Roy scullers doing well. I remember, I think I commentated on both of their semi-finals earlier today, and they were both absolutely incredible to watch. They put in some really great performances. From what I can remember, both of them didn't necessarily start off in the lead of their finals, but both did obviously incredibly well to be taking those middle lane spots.
I think given that they're in the middle lanes, that does show that they are athletes to be contended with. And I think that they are probably going to put in a little bit of a push at those. They get past the 200-metre marker and know that they are in the final stage of that race.
Absolutely. Coming into this final stages of this race, it does look to be the two Rob Roy scullers out front, along with that sculler from Barn Elms over the far side of the lake.
Barn Elms clearly putting in a shift, had quite a bit of separation. I think that's about 4 seconds between Ella McDougall of Barn Elms and then Martha Whiting of Rob Roy.
Although it is looking like Rob Roy might be catching Barn Elms back up from this angle, but I know that it can be deceptive from the commentary tower at this point in the race.
Yeah, Barn Elms definitely knew what she was working with. Given that she's in lane 6 over there, it might be that she was just saving a little bit of her legs for this final. She knew that she wanted to make it count, and boy, is she making it count. The Rob Roy scullers are neck and neck with each other. They know that they want 2 medals, and they are going to take them.
I don't know which sculler is going to take which medal, to be completely honest with you. It currently looks like Martha Whiting might be slightly ahead, but I feel like all is to play for in these last kind of 10 strokes. We've seen many boats today surge over into a position up just on the finish line. And as they come over the finish line, it does look like the Rob Roy sculler in lane 4 was just ahead over the finish line, but we will see what the official results say.
Yeah, a huge celebration there from Ella McDougall of Barn Elms, slapping the water as she crosses the line ahead of her competitors. But I think you're right, it was the B crew from Rob Roy, Martha Whiting, that crossed just ever so slightly ahead of Lara Mathams. That's at 0.6 of a second. So wonderfully evenly matched scullers. And as we said at the start, Rob Roy came here to take 2 of the medals, and 2 of the medals they have taken.
Incredible to see that depth within the Rob Roy squad, that they've had 2 of their women's J18 single sculls take medals at this event today, and to finish within a second of each other is absolutely incredible.
On your screen now, and in the initial stages of their race, if you look back up the course, we have the B final of the Women's Club Coxless Quads. So in lane 2, Hexham Rowing Club B. In lane 3, Sir William Perkins School B. In lane 4, Nottingham Rowing Club B. And in lane 5, the London Otters Rowing Club.
And it looks like coming through the 500-metre mark that Sir William's Perkins School was in that top spot, with Nottingham Rowing Club following about 3 seconds behind.
A little bit of information about London Otters, actually. It's, I think, the only LGBTQ plus club in the UK, and it's the first time that they have sent a women's boat to the championships. So the squad is continuing to grow. I think this crew has been rowing together for about 4 months, and most of the crew learnt to row with the Otters. So I think the 3-seat Laura learnt to row at Oxford, but yeah, they are big fans of their club, so I hear. as they come through the halfway point of this race. It is Sir William Perkins School out there in front. A wonderful shot of those schoolgirls just powering it down. They are against other clubs. Reminder that this is the women's club coxless quads B final, so you have quite a lot of depth of who can actually enter. So fantastic to see schools coming in and coming out in front. Some beautiful rowing there. I always think that as a rower, the quads are some of the most wonderful boats to watch. They are, I think, if you look at the amount of power that can be put down versus the weight of the boat and the speed, it is probably one of the fastest up there with the 8, just because you've got the 8 blades in the water but only 4 athletes. And when a quad is right, they're just absolutely beautiful to watch. And obviously the conditions here are not entirely perfect. They have definitely been worse. It's always a little bit exciting when the wind picks up, but yeah, really wonderful to watch some quads. But here we have on the screen, and if you're close to the medal pontoon, you can see those 2 Rob Roy scullers picking up their silver and their bronze. A huge congratulations to them and their coach.
Absolutely, and in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, there's still that really lovely shot of that quad from Sir William Perkins School, just powering through. It looks like they're still in that top position coming into the last 500 metres with a lead of about 7 seconds over Nottingham Rowing Club. So they are looking quite relaxed and quite comfortable at this point. But that is also a nice shot of the Nottingham Rowing Club there, really putting everything in. They are trying to make up that space.
Yeah, and also we've got there in centre stage the gold medal for the Barnelm sculler, who has just won the A final of the women's J18 single sculls. That was Ella McDougall of Barnelms, and you can see just how much that medal means to her. And it's just so wonderful when you see all of the immense hard work that is put in to the training for these athletes just paying off. Sat there, I think, with her coach, celebrating a very well-deserved win. She had a commanding win over the rest of the field, and it was such a pleasure to watch that final. I think taking it back to the B final of those coxless quads, so William Perkins is still out there, but I think Nottingham Rowing Club are starting to make up a little bit of the distance that Perkins put down behind them. There is quite a big gap back down to London Otters, who are currently in 3rd place. And apologies, Hexham Rowing Club that we mentioned earlier has in fact scratched. So this is a 3-boat, 3-lane race.
And there is William Perkins School looking nice and composed, neat and together as they come across that finish line, followed not too far behind by Nottingham Rowing Club. I think that is Nottingham Rowing Club's B crew. I think their A crew might be in the next final.
You would be right there. So it will be exciting to see how their A crew fare against the competitors for that A final. A lovely drone shot there of the quads as they just make their way down. As we see the athletes from, I believe, the women's club coxless quads coming down the course now towards us in the initial stages of that race. We also get a lovely shot of one of the safety boats, I think that is, moored up to a pontoon. I'm going to use this as a unabashed moment to thank all of the volunteers that are here today. If you see anyone in anything remotely British rowing related, please do go up and just shake their hand. I think everyone is doing a huge shift today, especially to battle the rain that we had earlier. And what a fantastic job they're doing. This has been such a lovely, joyous weekend for so many people so far. So I hope they enjoy the rest of the weekend, and when they're out in safety boats and launches, don't get rained on too much for the next couple of days.
Absolutely, and here we have the Women's Club Coxless Fours A final. We have Sir William Borlase in lane 1, Nottingham County Rowing Association in lane 2, Newark Rowing Club in lane 3, Warrington Rowing Club in lane 4, Nottingham Rowing Club's A crew in lane 5, and Lancaster University in lane 6.
Yes, and they're coming through that halfway point now. It was Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association that was out in front, but only just. There was less than a second between them and Warrington Rowing Club in the lane next to them. So this will be quite a fun battle for the two of them when you are that close together, both in distance that you have between you in terms of who is out in front, but also distance between you and them in the next lane. It just, it becomes a duel, doesn't it?
Absolutely. And it is great to see that there is 0.6 of a second between first and second at the halfway point of this race. So hopefully this will be quite an exciting one as it comes through the grandstands later on in the race. Hopefully we will see some of these athletes really have to fight and hold on for those positions that they so desperately want, especially with medals up to play in this A final.
Yeah, and if you have access to one of the screens now, I suggest you pop up to the competitors' village if you are on site. But there's a lovely drone shot of the athletes as they come into that third 500, and I think that all of them have contact with each other. Now, that Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association crew in lane 2 is definitely out in front ahead, but I think only just, and they are being pushed. So we will see whether they are able to extend that lead as they come into the last 500 of this race, or will they be challenged up to the line?
And it does seem that they have been challenged. Coming into the 1500 metre mark, Warrington Rowing Club have taken the lead with a 0.4 second ahead of that Notts County Rowing Association club, followed by Nottingham Rowing Club in third place, about a second behind. It's great to see these Nottingham clubs battling out on their home water, on their home stretch. I'm sure they're very familiar with this water, even just by the end of this weekend, let alone with their training year round. So it's great to see them really fighting for those places on their own water.
Yeah, 3 seconds in it in those middle 4 lanes between first place and fourth place. So medals are up for grabs. They can smell them. They can sense the finish line is coming. They are in the red buoys and they are hunting for gold.
Absolutely, and I don't know what you're like, but as a rower, I always find that even just the motivation of a medal is something that can honestly, the things you can achieve just wanting a medal is absolutely insane.
I think you're absolutely right. And when you have that up for grabs, as you come down and you can hear the crowds, you can sense that you're in the home straight, you know that you're almost there, even if you have given absolutely everything, something can just be pulled out. And it's those crews that can pull it out of gear, that can stay in the pain cave. It's that hand in the fire mentality. Everyone has their hand in. Can you hold yours in for longer? It looks like it will be Warrington that potentially take that first place. I think that the athletes from Notts County may have put in too much too soon.
That might have been more or less a photo finish between Notts County and Nottingham Rowing Club, though. That was incredibly close. I could not tell you who got that silver medal.
A grudge match, if we have ever seen it. The provisional times are up there, and there is less than it's about a second and a half in between Warrington and Nottingham County Rowing Club there in first and third. And the umpire is confirmed it is Warrington Rowing Club who came out in first, dropped down to second for a little bit, but have came back. They sensed that medal and they were going to get it. And so a huge congratulations to Francesca, Ella, Madeline and Ifenia from Warrington Rowing Club. Nottingham Rowing Club came in at second place and Nottinghamshire County in third. A lovely shot of that rest time that the athletes have at the end of their races, just making sure that they are drinking, refueling, and that they have the energy to get themselves back on the pontoons before they go and celebrate their wins. Now we have another final, so we've been absolutely treated here. I love it when you have finals back to back. It's just excitement followed by excitement. So this is the final of the women's beginner doubles. We have the University of Birmingham in lane 1, Hartpury University and College in lane 2, the University of Leeds in lane 3, University of Leeds B in lane 4, Millfield School in lane 5, and Chesterley Street in lane 6.
It's great to see Birmingham Uni put in such a beginner presence at the regatta this weekend. It's been really great to see that they've clearly encouraged their athletes to stay on rowing beyond the academic season and try and achieve some great things at the club championships.
I think Birmingham have a really fantastic squad that has only been going from strength to strength. I had the pleasure of watching their lightweight women's double at Henley Women's, winning now. Darbs may come and fight me about this, but I believe it is their first Henley Women's win, and what a race it was. So from the very top there, winners at Henley Women's in women's lightweight doubles to beginner doubles, you know, to have a crew, as you said, in that final. What a testament to their training program and their coaches.
Absolutely, and coming through the halfway marker, it looks like we had the Leeds University A crew taking that top spot, followed by 2 seconds behind with that Leeds University B crew, and in third position there would be the Hartpury University and College Boat Club crew.
Yeah, it looks like Leeds have come to get medals and take names. They are absolutely powering it down the course. They are striding ahead of their competitors, and it looks like that Leeds A crew is making sure that there is no contention between who is the top double here in this race. They want to make sure that they have a good length lead on their crewmates in the lane next to them.
A great shot of those two Leeds crews battling it out between each other there as they come towards the 1500 metre mark.
Lovely smooth rowing from a double there that is in the beginner category. It's so incredibly impressive when you see good rowing just in general, because especially when you know all of the effort and the energy, both emotional and physical, that go into rowing. You know, it's fantastic to see athletes doing well, but to see athletes looking that calm and composed in a beginner category is just a real pleasure. It will be wonderful to see what these ladies from Leeds do in the future. They have extended a 4-second lead at the 1500 metre mark over their colleagues, and in third is that Hartpury University and College Boat Club double of Fleur Eastman and Amy Jones.
And centre screen on your screen now, we have the lovely ladies of Nottingham County Rowing Association collecting their bronze medals for the women's club's coxless fours. All big smiles there. It's great to see that they are still absolutely chuffed with those bronze medals, even though they were in contention for that gold at some points in that race. It's absolutely great to see how excited they are about this.
It can be heartbreaking when you feel like you are going for gold and then get pipped at the post sometimes, or even just rowed through. I think that they were slightly rowed through there by their competitors, but it was not that they lost the race at all. It was that their competitors won it.
To come away with a bronze is still absolutely incredible in a field like that. As we saw, the whole race was incredibly close between all 6 boats.
Yeah, and they were just absolutely fantastic to watch. It was such an exciting final, and we have the wonderful view straight down the finish line. So
It looks like this Leeds A crew has really extended their lead coming into these final few hundred metres. They're now into the red boy zone, maybe the last 10 strokes left. And as you said, it's so amazing to see these crews looking so composed and so together and so neat. I remember watching crews like this come through at Bucks Regatta in the beginner divisions, and just the improvement from then to now over these past couple of months has been incredible.
Yeah, really strong there, about 3-length lead over their fellow Leeds double, but that's a lovely silver and gold for the Leeds crews today in the women's beginner doubles.
And it looks like Hartpury University and College comes over in that 3rd place position, hopefully taking home bronze, and Birmingham in 4th.
Finally coming across the finish line are the Millfield School Boat Club double and Chesley Street Amateur School. So now that all of the crews have crossed the finish line, we await the umpire's confirmation, and there it is, the coveted white flag. It is a Leeds gold and a Leeds silver. We will now pass you over to the lovely Carol and Zoe, who will be taking you through the rest of the A, B and C finals of this afternoon. We leave you with the wonderful view of athletes being rewarded for their incredible hard work as they pick up their medals on the pontoon. If you are on the course, please do come down and have a look and cheer them on. All support is hugely welcome. So thank you so much for having Erin and I this afternoon. We will leave you in the hands of the experts.
Well, thank you very much to Sasha and Erin there for their entertainment for the last few hours. I have been sitting outside on the grandstand area just listening and watching to the footage, and there's been some phenomenal footage, some great racing. So you're with Zoe and myself for the next till the end of play, and I've been looking forward to some of these finals that we've got coming up. And we've got the C final here. The Open Junior 18 double sculls. And in this race we have City of Bristol in lane 1, Northwich in lane 2, Weybridge in lane 3, Tees Rowing Club in lane 4, Molesey in lane 5, and Hinksey Sculling School in lane 6. And this race is coming rapidly towards us. Zoe, what are you thinking here?
Yeah, it's super close there. It looks like they're all just coming through into the last sprint now through the red boys, all taking their ratings up, see if they can put one last push in to help them clinch that medal.
So it's Hinksey Sculling School doing very well in this Junior 18 double sculls, and they've just heard the beep there, so going through the line in that first bit. But look at this sprint for second, third and fourth in the C final.
Oh my goodness, wow.
This is so close. To my eye, I think it was Molesey and then Northwich, possibly Tees and Weybridge.
I think so. It's super close there between lanes 2 and 3, so we will wait for the official result, but that was a really fantastic effort and sprint there by all.
So this was the C final. We've got the just on screen here we've got the women's beginner double sculls picking up their medals in the previous from the previous race.
Yeah, lovely to see everybody getting their medals here. And as Sasha said not long ago, if you are down here by the lake in the spectator zone over here, please do come and give some support to the crews collecting their medals. It's really lovely to see them being rewarded for their efforts here today.
I think that's Hartbury there just picking up their medals. And Fleur Eastman and Amy Jones. And was pan out. We might see the other two doubles just having picked up theirs as well. It's lovely to see the three doubles just ranked up there on the medal pontoon. But we have this B final of the Open Junior 18 double sculls coming towards us. This race we have Cambridge 99 in lane 1. Oh, Sir William Borley's have scratched from lane 2. George Watson's College in lane 3. The Windsor Boys School in lane 4. Marlow Rowing Club in lane 5. Rob Roy in lane 6. Some really good sculling clubs there in this race. So lots of pedigree. I've been watching some of the time trials earlier on, so should be another good race today.
Yeah, absolutely. And as they come through the 1,000 metres, we've got some confirmation that it is the Windsor Boys School who are leading this final so far, followed by Cambridge 99, Rob Roy, George Watson's and Marlow. And it's no real surprise to see the Windsor Boys School up there. They've got an excellent outfit there, haven't they, with their sculling. They always produce some great,
really fast crews, really fast competitive crews, and they seem to have this year particularly. I was watching the singles yesterday. They seem to have an inordinate number of singles, very competitive singles. So of course they're putting them into the doubles and the quads, and you know, if you've got competitive singlers, you'll end up with very competitive doubles and quads.
Definitely, and they've had a lot of success over the years with the Foley at Henley Royal as well. So it's no surprise to see them here performing as they are today. So it'll be great to see how this race unfolds. And as we were just talking about on your screens, that is the double there in lane 4 from the Windsor Boys School. Excellent sculling on show here today.
It's beautiful to watch them. It just looks so effortless, the way it just looks so smooth, so tidy, very tight together. But just making that boat glide through the water.
It does, yeah. The legs are going down, all of these crews really, the legs are going down really nice and smoothly together. And yeah, as you said, Carol, it does look effortless. But it does look like they are all just starting to bring the rates up now as they approach the final 250.
It's very impressive that this far into the race there's so little separating these 5 crews. I think,
yeah, it just shows the standard, really, doesn't it? That they're all so close together as they come up to the line.
Just looking at the times from 1,000 metres, it was still the Windsor Boys crew in first place, but Cambridge 99 have snuck themselves into that second place. They're in lane 1. There's a bit of a gap between them and the rest of the crews. I think Cambridge 99 are pushing for a higher placing than you would expect from them being in the outer lanes, but they are certainly motoring on as they come towards us.
They are, and there's a great shot on the screens there for you now from the drone above. I just love that view. It's like no other, and it's great to be able to show that for you guys here today. And you can just see, even when we're this zoomed out, you can just see how in sync and sharp on the catches these crews are. It's just really great to see that from above, how in and on they are together. And here they are coming up to the line. We're going to have a great sprint here. George Watson's pushed through from 4th to 3rd at the 1500.
Cambridge
Will they be able to hold
it? Just going for the line here. Definitely the Windsor Boys School going to hold on to that lead. And Watson's picking it up. Cambridge 99. Looks as though they're going to have to settle for that third place in this B final. Over on the far side, we have Marlowe and then Rob Roy. These results to be confirmed by the umpires, of course, but that's as my eye saw it as they were coming towards the line.
Yeah, but that was excellent from George Watson's College to come through from 4th at the K to 3rd at the 1500 and to a provisional 2nd as well. It's really great there. They've obviously executed a great race plan there where they've sort of pushed on and on as they've come down and really been able to take the seats from the other crews. And there we have the Windsor Boys School Boat Club B crew on your screens there. Just winding down after the line.
Just looking ahead into the A final, we've got the Windsor Boys School A boat in lane 3. They were leading at 500 metres, still leading at 1,000 metres. But also in this race, we have Northampton in lane 1, Hexham in lane 2, the Windsor Boys School in lane 3, Hartpury University and College in lane 4, Hartpury University and College and lane 5, Cambridge 99 in lane 6. So it's between Windsor Boys School and Hartpury in the middle of the course, Zoe. Very close indeed.
It is, and as we came through the 1,000 metres, it's the Windsor Boys School A crew who are still leading the field, with Hartpury B in 2nd, followed by Northampton, Cambridge 99, Hexham, and Hartpury A.
Interestingly enough, we've just had the 500 metre out times, and it's still the Windsor Boys School leading. I don't think they've increased their lead any much more over Hartpury than they've already had. And we have seen some very strong finishes from Hartpury in the past. I think Windsor Boys School are maybe not out of danger yet.
No, absolutely, it's not over till it's over, and you know, in a boat as small as this, you can change the speed much quicker than you can in other crews. In singles and doubles, you can really decide, right, we're going to do a push now, and that boat speed will change way quicker than in the bigger crews because there's obviously a lot less to move. So there's still time for the crew from Hartpury University and College Boat Club to make a move on the crew from the Windsor Boys School A.
Just a lovely shot there of this double just coming towards us, just focusing in on the technique. Just relentless, that rhythm that Stroke has set in that double. But it's the Windsor Boys School still leading, but Hartpury now putting in a big push. They've just lifted it up as I stood up out of my seat to get a better view. Windsor Boys School saw that push coming from Hartpury. They've lifted it as well. Look at these two crews just going for it as they come towards the line. Windsor Boys School pushing on with every stroke. Hartpury ramping up that rating just to try and overhaul Windsor Boys School. And on this side, we have Northampton so trying to get themselves securely into that third place. Windsor Boys School led early on, led at 1,000 metres, led at 1,500 metres. They're delighted because they know they've gone through that line first place.
Definitely, and that crew from Hartpury, you know, you've got to hand it to them. They gave it their all there. They threw everything in to try and knock the crew from the Windsor Boys School off the top of the podium, but it just was not quite enough. That crew from Windsor Boys obviously just had a little bit left in the tank there, and were able to be in the advantage of being in front of them, see them coming, and obviously match their push as well as they came towards the line.
Great performance there. Some fantastic racing we're having this afternoon.
Definitely, and if you are listening and you're at the course and you're not near the finish line, then what are you doing? Please get yourself down to the finish line and come and watch these races. There's no better place to watch it. It really is the best for you. So get yourself down. You can watch these really close finishes and you can come and support people as they collect their medals as well.
As the Open Junior 18 double sculls are collecting their breaths, just having finished their race, we're moving back to the C final of the Women's Junior 16 double sculls.
And in lane 1 we have Hinksey Sculling School, lane 2 Falcon Boat Club, lane 3 Warrington, lane 4 Brentford Boat Club, 5 Bedford, and 6 Tees. And as they come through the halfway mark, it's the crew from Falcon Boat Club who is leading the field from the start, followed by Hinksey Sculling School, who have made a jump from 4th to 2nd, which is a great push they would have put in there in that second 500s. And it's Warrington in 3rd, Bedford 4th, Brentford 5th, with Tees Rowing Club rounding out the field.
If you look up the course, we're just getting them on screen now. You can see that there's very little separating these 6 crews.
Yeah, these times here, there's only a few seconds between them. So between 1st and 6th, we've got about 8 seconds. Between 1st and 2nd, we've got about 2 seconds. So it is still all to play for. And as we said before, you can really switch up the speed in these smaller boats very quickly. So it's going to be really exciting to see what comes up.
Some good performances here. Falcon sort of in lane 2, just going very strongly there. We've just got some medal ceremonies from the previous race.
And then we've got the 8 crew from the Windsor Boys School who are collecting their medals there for the J18 double sculls.
And it's Bailey Taylor and Adam Elliott.
And in the bottom corner of your screen there, you can see the race that's on the course right now. It's still looking pretty close as they come through the 1500s.
To my eye, I think Falcon are out there leading the field, but Hinksey have gone with them in lanes 1 and 2, closest to us on the grandstand side of the course, and they're still battling it out. Then there's a sort of chevron pattern just behind them, with Warrington, Brentford, Bedford and Tees completing.
Yeah, there's quite a few seconds now between each of them from the times that we've got here. So they are starting to, as you said, chevron out and open up the field as they come towards the 250 now. They'll be getting ready to put in their big finishes.
Just picking up their silver medals, we have Lewis Sheesby and Daniel Page from Hartpury University and College.
And it looks from our view here that it is still the crew from Falcon Boat Club who are leading the field, followed by Hinksey. And I think it's still Warrington who are in 3rd.
A great battle between Falcon and Hinksey here, though. I think Hinksey was just stolen maybe a canvas in front in that last 100 metres or so, Zoe. Just sort of inching their way along that Falcon boat.
Yeah, they definitely are. It's great to have somebody next to you like that you can push off as they come up to the line, just really giving them something extra to push off. And they're all really going for it now. This is really great sprint finish from everybody here.
Oh, absolutely. Look at these crews go. And I think it's going to be Hinksey maybe taking the honours in this Steve final.
That crew from Hinksey, gosh, they've really found something there in their back pocket, haven't they? They've really pulled it out of the bag there. That was great. And even as they came across the line, they were really calm and collected.
Falcon into that 2nd place from my eye. Warrington having to settle for 3rd. And then Brentford, Bedford with Tees just completing their race now.
That was a really great finish there by Hinksey. They were just really together there, weren't they? And really managed to squeeze through to clinch that 1st place there. They'll be really, really pleased with that. And next up, we have for you the B final of the Women's Junior 16 double sculls. In lane 1, Lee. 2, Cambridge 99. 3, Nottingham and Union. 4, Agecroft. 5, Hereford. And lane 6, AB7 Boat Club.
1,000 metres. It's Agecroft leading the field with Nottingham and Union slightly behind them, about 2 seconds in the time distance, but that's no time at all at this stage of the race. You're 1,000 metres, you're just halfway in, that can be overturned, turned round, turned backwards. Third place was with Cambridge 99, fourth with Hereford, fifth with AB Severn, and then Lee in that sixth place at present.
And just around a second there between second and third. So I think we're going to have a really nice, exciting, close battle for the line here again in this B final. If we've got times like that at the 1K, when they've still got another K left.
Looking up the course, it's Cambridge 99, Nottingham and Union and Agecroft battling it out there. I think Cambridge 99 have come back into the race. As you said, there was very little between these three crews at 1,000 metres. 1,500 metres out, it's Agecroft in first place, Nottingham and Union second, and Cambridge 99 third. Less than 3 seconds separating these three crews.
Yes, and the crews here in first, second, third and fourth as it stands, they've kept the same lineup since the 1K, so they're all pushing on together, battling it out against each other. And we've got a sort of U shape here from the line, haven't we, from the finish, them all spread out. But they're all still going for it at this stage. And it's going to be really interesting between the crews from Agecroft and Nottingham and Union. There's still about 2 seconds between the two of them.
I can see the drone in the air. We might get an overhead shot shortly, Zoe, just to help us out here. I think Cambridge 99 have made a move in that last 150 metres or so. And to my eye, possibly getting a bit of a canvas in front of Agecroft. If so, it's only a tiny bit of the canvas. And Agecroft's starting to lift it now as they can hear the shouts of the crowd. They can see the orange boys, they're starting to lift it. And they know what they're going to have to do. Cambridge 99 really putting in a performance as well.
Definitely, and that crew from Agecroft, they're still trying to hold on as much as they can to make sure that they get that first place in this B final.
This is so close. As Cambridge 99, what a charge they put in there, and I think to my
they've
eye,
really flipped that order round, haven't they? Nottingham and Union and Cambridge 99. They've really flipped back round in the last bit, so I'm sure Nottingham to Agecroft will be a bit disappointed with that, but they should not be. They held a really great rhythm there, keeping first all the way throughout. But sometimes people just have a little push there in their back pocket.
That was a big push.
A very big push.
If you can hold that back, it's quite an impressive feat to do, but yeah, much credit to these ladies.
Yes, again, a really great B final we had there for you. And on your screens now, it's to the A final. We have got Barn Elms Rowing Club A, Hartpury University and College A, Marlow A, Strathclyde Park A, Hereford Rowing Club A, and George Watson's College. And how's that looking so far, Carol?
I'm delighted to see 2 Scottish crews in this A final, to start my comments, but very, very close in the middle of the field. It's Marlow leading, Hartpury in second place, and then Hereford in third. And fourth was Barn Elms, fifth was Strathclyde Park, and sixth was George Watson's College. I know that Stevie Gildart of Strathclyde Park raced in the single earlier today, had a tough race in the final. I can't remember if she got the bronze or not. I think Caitlin Warnock got the silver, but I think Stevie may have got the bronze, so her legs will be feeling it now. But to get into an A final, having already been in an A final, is very impressive.
Absolutely, and we've got a great shot there for you a moment ago of the drone, so you could see really how spread out they were as they're coming down towards the 1500s. Looks like they've got some really nice conditions out there today as well, which will be helping them
Yesterday was very hot and muggy, high sun. It's quite hard to race. It's a bit cooler today, a bit more overcast, less bright conditions. I think the rain has flattened the water beautifully. I
Yeah.
always think rain flattens water.
It does indeed. And look at that Marlow crew there we've got on your screens, who are leading the field still as they come through the 1500, looking really, really strong. This junior crew from Marlow.
Oh, indeed they are.
And we've got Hartpury University and College Boat Club who are still in second, and it's Barn Elms who have put a push in the between the K and the 1500 to move from fourth to third, which is super impressive, knocking Hereford off the third spot, followed by Strathclyde Park and George Watson's. Great drone shot there for you all. Can really see how well that crew from Marlow have pushed out, and they've got a good 3 seconds over the crew from Hartpury.
And the drone shot giving you just an idea how beautiful this water is. You can see the puddles coming back from the boat all the way down the course. You can see how straight these crews are in their lanes. Some beautiful steering, some beautiful shots, some beautiful rowing. Well, this Marlow crew are really motoring now. There's a big push coming in from Hartpury University and College, but going with them we have Barn Elms. And these are the three crews fighting for these medal positions. And Hartpury just ramping that rating up, but Barn Elms going with them too. Is Marlow going to be caught napping here? I don't think they are. They need to do something.
Hartpury will certainly be hoping so, won't they? We've just seen them pick up a few medals for the junior boys, but none of them were gold, so they will be really hoping that they can
Marlow
take
just
that.
putting it in, really sending those finishes off, but Hartpury is still ramping up this rating. Goodness me, look at them go for the line, Zoe. This is an impressive finish. Good grief.
That was super, super close. I think if Hartpury had maybe one or two more strokes on the surge, they may have clinched that from them, but really impressive by both of those crews from Marlow and Hartpury to battle against each other for the finish there. But it looks like it was the crew from Marlow who crossed the line first, and we will get the official results for you shortly.
And Barn Elms did a phenomenal job to pull themselves into that third place, to my eye. Just they saw Hartpury make a move and they thought we'll go with them, and that sort of pulled them in front of the rest of the field. Great performance there. But the official results will be up soon, and we can share those with you later.
And in progress now, we have the C final of the Open Junior 18 pairs. In lane 1, Liverpool Victoria Rowing Club. Lane 2, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. 3, Newark Rowing Club. 4, Peterborough City Rowing Club. 5, Hinksey Sculling School. And 6, Derby Rowing Club.
That's interesting. At 500 metres, it was Newark leading. I'm just laughing, I forgot to put my mic back on. So I had some blistering commentary that you've all missed out on. Never mind. 500 metres, it was Newark leading the field, with Peterborough in that second place, Aberdeen Schools third. 1,000 metres, those positions had not changed. Still Newark leading, Peterborough still in second, Aberdeen in third, Liverpool Victoria fourth, Hinksey Sculling School in fifth, and Derby in sixth.
And we've got a great shot there of 3 of the crews as they come down the course. And it's a really great skill to row in a pair, to make sure that you're really matching the other person's power, and then someone steering at the same time. And, you know, steering in a double, it's obviously a bit different because you've got equal power.
blades.
Yeah, equal power on both sides. But steering in a pair, from experience, is much harder. So credit to all of the steers here today, because yes, you've got those boys there as a guide, but it is a tricky thing to do, and it's great to see these juniors coming down in a pair and steering some excellent lines as well.
Very tricksy boat to row successfully, and it requires great trust between you and your buddy, because you have to rely on them to do what you're expecting them to do and vice versa. So as Zoe has said, much credit to these juniors, and we've seen some great junior pairs racing. And Charlie was talking about it yesterday, and some adults could take some lessons from these juniors as to how to row pairs successfully.
Definitely. And as we come through the 1500, it is that crew from Newark Rowing Club who are still leading the field, but it's the crew from Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association who have pushed up from third to second, knocking Peterborough City into third. And Hinksey have also obviously put a little push in there to move them up from fifth to fourth, knocking Liverpool Victoria to fifth, with Derby rounding out the field.
Really good performance there, but you know, these second, third, fourth places, still very little in it, and I'm sure these crews will be pushing off each other as they come closer towards us. It's still Newark leading.
They're leading by about 6 seconds as well, which is super impressive. So it will be really interesting to see whether they maintain that lead in that many seconds, or if the other crews can close the gap as they come through to the final 250.
As you say, it'll be impressive to see. I think Aberdeen Schools have now overhauled Peterborough. I think they're Peterborough is slightly behind, probably about half a boat length behind. Aberdeen Schools working really hard to sort of maintain contact with Newark, who are still leading. Newark led 500 metres, led at 1,000 metres, led at 1,500 metres, and as we come into this final phase of the race, they're still in that pole position.
And this is the bit now, as we were talking about the steering, when you're putting in that push at the line, that's when the steering really comes into place. You've really got to make sure you keep it straight, stay away from those buoys so that you don't disrupt anything as we come up to the line. And it looks like it is the crew from Newark who have crossed the line first. Little handshake there. They're very pleased with that. That's William Lees and Edward McDermott of Newark Rowing Club, who look to have crossed the line first there.
And to my eye, it was Aberdeen Schools second, Peterborough third, and Hinksey over in fourth place, with Liverpool Victoria on this side in fifth, and Derby over on the far side is completing their course now.
And on the screens here now, we have Marlow Rowing Club collecting their medals for the women's J16 double sculls. That's Isabel Moss and Alice Moss. I wonder if they're sisters or if it's just a happy coincidence. They do look quite similar, don't they? So yeah, congratulations to Marlow Rowing A there for winning the women's J16 double sculls A final.
Breather.
Isabel, Alice, incredible race there. What was going through your head on that finish line?
I was getting really close at the end, but we managed to keep it together and we did really well. Very proud of how we did.
Fantastic, and you should be. And is the surname a coincidence, or are you sisters? Twins. You're twins. What's it like racing with your twin?
Sometimes. Stressful at times, but we get through it and we do really well. So.
Well, you've done very well today. Congratulations to both of you.
Thank you very much.
Well done. Congratulations.
So back with racing, we're in the B final of the Open Junior 18 double sculls. Clare's Court School in lane 1, Rob Roy in lane 2, Wallingford in lane 3, Kingston in lane 4, Monmouth Comp in lane 5, and Stratford-upon-Avon in lane 6. And just checking the screen, Kingston were leading at 1,000 metres, second place with Rob Roy, third place with Wallingford, so it's all the red crews leading the pack.
And as we come, excuse me, through the 1500, it is still the crew from Kingston who are leading the field, with Rob Roy in second and Wallingford in third. So they are maintaining it, with the crew from Clare's Courts in fourth, Monmouth Comprehensive in fifth, and Stratford-upon-Avon in sixth. So exactly the same positions as it was through the 1,000 metres. So I wonder if this B final will be 1, 2, 3 as it is now, or whether the other crews can pull something out the bag and come through, Carol.
It's sometimes weird that you look at the screen and you look at the sort of time differentials you have at 1,000 metres, but then as they get close to us, you can just see that those differentials on the water seem to have lengthened out. To my eye, it's Kingston certainly very much in the lead now. You're just seeing us on the screen, and both Zoe and I have stood up so we can get a better view, because usually the best commentary is delivered standing up. So it's, to my eye, it's Kingston just inching out a lead there, just making it bigger with every stroke.
I agree. Obviously, we are not dead side on, so we can't see the actual margins, but it is very clear from the tower here that this crew from Kingston are really pushing out. They've got a fantastic lead here over the rest of the field, and they're not letting off. They're still going.
Absolutely.
They're going to make sure that no matter what happens, they get over that line first.
As big as it can be.
Exactly.
And I wonder if they just missed out in the A final by a margin, a tiny margin, and they're just out to prove that they are certainly the fastest, the 7th fastest boat in the UK.
Definitely, with that win now, with the big margin now, I would not be surprised if they were super close to making it into the A final. And you know, if you're going to win big.
Absolutely, and if you get to that stage and you're in the lead, you feel you've still got it in the legs and in the tank, why not just put it all out there? No point saving it now.
Exactly, got to leave it all out there. Last race of the day. And next up, we will be bringing you the A final of the J18 pairs.
Oh, we've had some exciting races in the previous finals, so I'm looking forward to this one. And this one we have Great Marlow School in lane 1, a Calpe Mediterranean Composite in lane 2, Walton in lane 3, Cantabrigian in lane 4, St George's College in lane 5, St George College A crew in lane 5, St George's College B crew in lane 6. I did see the Calpe Mediterranean crew earlier in their time trial. They certainly seem to be chunking it along in the water. So I'm really pleased to see them in the A final, because I thought they were moving fast.
And it's really great to see coming through the 1,000 metres. We've got a battle here in second and third between St George's A and B, and it is the crew from St George's College B who are ahead by just over a second over that A crew. You know, they're probably teammates, and being in the two lanes next to each other, they've probably got a point to prove, especially that B crew. They'll want to prove that they're faster than the A crew, and they've got each other next to each other so they can paddle it out all the way down the course.
And I think that will give them a great incentive to motor on, because there's nothing like having clubmates next to you and you've got a point to prove. And I'm sure that they will want to beat each other and just not let the other one win. So I'm not surprised that they're so close together.
Yeah, well, it will make for some great racing here today. But it is the crew from Walton who are leading the field from the beginning as they came through the 1,000 metres, with St George's B in second, St George's A in third, followed by Cantabrigian, Calpe Mediterranean Composite in fifth, with the Great Marlow School rounding out the field. And we will be bringing you some 1,500 metre times very shortly, as they are just approaching that timing marker now.
If you've got a chance to have a look at the screen, we're getting a great close-up shot of this Walton pair here. Really, both of these boys moving beautifully together. The timing is spot on, which helps keeping that boat going in a straight line. I did see them earlier on. I did think they were moving particularly well in their time trials, in their heats, but there's the aerial shot, and that is some lead at this stage in this race, Zoe.
Yeah, that's fantastic. There's no denying it now from that drone shot that they've really got a fantastic lead over the rest of the field. And you could tell by their faces that they were really giving it everything there when we had that close-up just before. As we come through the 1500, it is, of course, that Walton crew who are leading the field, with St George's B in second, St George's A in third, Canterbridge in fourth, Calpe Mediterranean Composite in fifth, and Great Marlow rounding out the field. So exactly the same standings as it was at the 1,000 metres, and the crews are all now comfortably into the red boys of the final 250, and they've got us on our feet here in the commentary tower.
I'm really impressed with these two St George College crews because they were in the outside lanes, which doesn't necessarily give them the faster times. But I think they've used being side by side with each other to push off each other, to bring themselves down this course faster. And they are still working really hard. The B crew seems to have the honours at the moment. The A crew is going to have to fight off this challenge from Canterbridgian. And Zoe and I are bouncing up and down our toes to get a better view here. But what a performance from Walton.
Yeah, fantastic from Walton, and look how pleased they are. Hands in the water,
and it's
little handshake there.
St George's College B crew just going marginally in front.
Look at
of
that,
the
really smacking the water there.
Who managed to hold off that challenge from Canterbridgian. What a performance there in this A final.
Yeah, and that's really great for the two crews from St George's as well to be taking away 2 medals today. I'm sure that A crew will be a little disappointed that the B crew just had one up on them there, but you know, those crews, they've probably done a lot of side-by-side sprints, battle paddles throughout the winter, and that has really helped them here today. But you know, it's still great for the club to take away 2 medals there in that A final.
Absolutely, and coming from the outer lanes, you know, you usually expect the middle lanes to do better than the A final, but to come from the outside. So as Zoe said, the battle paddles through the winter, the side-by-side racing through the winter. I'm sure there'll be seat racing variously through the winter as well. So they probably know each other very well and know where the weaknesses are, the strengths are. But what a great performance from these crews from St George's College. And well done to Walton. Led all the way down the course. Looked beautiful on the close-ups that we did catch. So much credit to them.
Yeah, they were super strong throughout that whole race. So congratulations to Walton. And next up, we will be bringing you the C final of the J16 pairs. In lane 1, it's Queen's Park Chester Rowing Club. Lane 2, Wallingford D. Lane 3, Reading Bluecoat School. Lane 4, Peterborough City. Lane 5, Great Marlow School. And Lane 6, North Staffordshire Rowing Club. And we've got a great shot here on the screen for you of this C final of the Junior 16 pairs. Great side shot there of the crews as they come through the 1,000 metres. It is the crew from Wallingford who are leading over Reading Bluecoats. Bluecoat were leading over Wallingford, at the 500. So that crew from Wallingford have obviously put a good little push in there to get them ahead by just a second, with Peterborough City following, Queen's Park Chester in 4th, Great Marlow School in 5th, and North Staffs rounding out the field here And on your screen there, we've got the medal ceremony. There's that fantastic crew from Walton who are collecting their well-deserved medal there for the Junior 18 pairs.
So the Walton pair, Charlie Howells and Jake Heatherton. How proud the St George's College coaches must be just to sit there to see two crews side by side picking up the medals.
Definitely, they must be super proud. It's going to be great achievement for them to go back home and say that they've managed to get 2 medals in this race. That'll be really great for the club and for the squad. And there's their coach looking very proud, as he should be. And in the bottom of your screen there, we've got the J16 pairs who are battling it out in this C final.
No times from, just getting the times now from the 1500 metres, and it's still Wallingford leading. And second place now with Great Marlow School have pulled themselves into second place from 5th. That is an impressive performance. 3rd, Queen's Park Chester. 4th, Reading Bluecoat. 5th, Peterborough now. And North Staff still in that 6th position. A great performance there from...
This goes back to what we were saying earlier about how quickly the speed of a small boat can change as well, and that's just proven here in the changes in the positions from the 1,000 metres to the 1,500. Just one little push can really get you ahead.
And you can see the Great Marlow School now, they're just pulling themselves away from the crews on either side of them and just trying to get back in touch with the Wallingford crew. Wallingford have got Queen's Park Chester on the side nearest the grandstand, so they've got that crew there. I don't know if they've seen the threat that Great Marlow School are posing over in lane 5. Queen's Park Chester just picking it up now, just picking it up in these orange boys, just making a sprint for the line. I think Great Marlow School might be a challenge there. Peterborough have seen where they are and are just starting to pick it up again. Oh, this is great. This phenomenal sprint for the line here between these crews.
I think that crew there from Queen's Park, as long as they don't have a little meeting with the boys there, could potentially change their position.
I think they have. Good spot, Zoe, there. They certainly have. They've done an awful lot of work in that last 250 metres, but it's going to be Great Wallingford with Queen's Park Chester. What a finish they had there with Great Marlow School in 3rd. Oh, sorry, to my eye, confirmed by the umpires, of course, once the race is all finished, all the crews over the line.
Yeah, that was fantastic there by Queen's Park. I was a little worried. They were getting a little close to the boys there, but they managed to keep it together really, really well. Whoever was steering that did a fantastic job to keep them in their lane, and hopefully we'll get the confirmation soon, but it looks as though they did take the 2nd place there.
So that was the C final. We're moving rapidly into the B final. We've got Calpe in lane 1, Henley Rowing Club A in lane 2, Aberdeen Schools A in lane 3, Nottingham and Union in lane 4, Aberdeen Schools B in lane 5, and there's no crew in lane 6.
And as they come through the 500, the positions were Henley Rowing Club leading the field, with Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association in 2nd, Nottingham Union 3rd. So that was Aberdeen Schools B before, with Aberdeen Schools A in 4th and Calpe in 5th. And as we come through the 1,000 metres, It's slightly changed. It's still Henley leading the field, but it's Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association A who have made a massive jump from 4th to 2nd, with Nottingham and Union maintaining 3rd, and the B crew from Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association jump back from 2nd to 4th, and Calpe still rounding out the field there. And here they come down the course. It looks like Henley Rowing Club there at the bottom of your screens. Is that Henley Rowing Club
Yeah, it
there?
looks like Henley kit. Aberdeen Schools are both black.
Sporting some, looks like some funky bucket hats they've got there. Hopefully that's what's giving them that extra speed here today. A great shot of these pairs coming down the course, really nicely in sync.
We were talking about juniors racing pairs earlier for the junior 18s, and it goes the same for the junior 16s because they have had less rowing experience, and here they are racing the pair quite successfully. Just quite a challenge up here, as we've said before. Very tricksy boats. You need synchrony between you and your partner, just to make sure that the timing is spot on. The power is going in at the same place at the same time.
And as we come through the 1500, the final 500 to go, it is still that crew from Henley Rowing Club in those funky bucket hats who are leading the field. And it's Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association A who are maintaining 2nd, with Nottingham and Union in 3rd, Aberdeen Schools B in 4th, and Calpe rounding out the pack. And they're all approaching those red buoys now. They'll know when they hit those buoys that it's the final sprint. Everything in, kitchen sink.
I think Henley have made a move early on, actually. I think they threw the kitchen sink out the boat a while back, and they've just increased their lead over the rest of the field. Aberdeen Schools just mounting this challenge now. They've seen the change of colour of the boys, and they just think this is it, this is the time to go, and this is what they're doing. The B crew from Aberdeen Schools over on the far side are just mounting their challenge as well now. And I think Nottingham and Union in the middle are maybe getting dropped out of that sandwich.
Oh, that Henley crew, they look super clean. They are making me slightly nervous, Carol, with that buoy line there, but I just really hope that it does not disrupt their sprint. They've got a good enough lead now.
Indeed they have, and a great performance from Henley there. That's Luke's from Aberdeen Schools just coming into that 2nd place in this B final.
Yeah, really well executed race plan there from that crew from Henley. Oh, don't fall in.
And Aberdeen Schools just taking that 3rd place, just pulling themselves in front of Nottingham Union and Calpe. A bit of issues with their steering coming down the course, but now back in lane 1 to complete this field.
Yes, well done to all crews in that B final. And next we will be moving on shortly to the A final of the Junior 16 pairs. And going through the lanes for you, 1 through 6, we've got Wallingford C, Windsor Boys, Wallingford B, Kingston Grammar School, Clare's Court School and Glasgow Academy Rowing Club. And we've also already got some times for you at the 500. It's Wallingford B leading over Kingston, followed by Windsor Boys, Wallingford C, Glasgow and Clare's Court. And Carol, can you take us through the 1,000 metres?
Yep, and it's still Wallingford leading. Real good performance from these Wallingford crews today. Really good coaching system going on from Wallingford, but it's Wallingford leading. 2nd place still with Kingston, not by much though. Kingston just marginally in front of the Windsor Boys School there, just as we're at 1,000 metres.
And on the course now, we can see on our screens this A final of the J16 pairs. Great shot there of 4 of the crews coming down the course, with that Wallingford crew just leading over the crew from Kingston. So that looks to be Wallingford B there on your screens.
We've talked about this before, about how some crews can make it look so smooth and so simple, but that's a very nice performance from that Wallingford crew. They're just moving that boat so nicely, no ups and downs in it, no sort of movement, the sort of power's coming on smoothly, the bow ball isn't bouncing up and down too much. Really nice pair racing from this Junior 16 crew from Wallingford.
Absolutely, and as we come through the final 500 to go, it is the crew from Wallingford B who are still leading, with Kingston in second, Windsor Boys third, Clare's Court in fourth, followed by Wallingford and Glasgow.
A beautiful drone shot there on the screen gives you this phenomenal chevron pattern. It just shows you, the crew in the lead with the, and you can see what we talk about when we're talking about being in command of the race, because when you're that crew in front, closest to the bottom of the screen, you can see all the crews behind you and you can see what they're doing. So Wallingford are in that really nice position of being able to keep an eye on what the other crews are doing. So if the other crew starts lifting their rating, they can see and reply to any challenge that's being produced.
And I can see lots of people getting up off their seats, and some people are even running towards the finish. So this looks like it's going to be a really great sprint for the line. If you're close by, get yourself to the finish line here in this A final of the Junior 16 pairs. It's getting really loud here on the banks now. Everyone cheering for these crews as they sprint to the line. But it does look like, barring any mistakes, it will be the crew from Wallingford B, but they are really being pushed by Kingston.
Look at this race for the silver and bronze. Windsor Boys School and Kingston. Kingston led Windsor Boys School for a fair while. Windsor Boys School ramping it up. And can they overhaul Kingston? Oh my goodness me, this is going to be right on the line.
I think they might have it on the surge.
It's an umpire's decision, but to my eye, I thought perhaps Windsor Boys School got their bow ball in front.
I think, judging by those celebrations, they would certainly agree with you, Carol. We will wait for that official verdict, but it did look like they just took about a canvas or so there. They really put a big push in those final few strokes.
That was an impressive finish, but credit to Wallingford. Led all the way down the course, kept their cool, did what they needed to do, got themselves out in front and managed to maintain that position.
Absolutely, really classy row from Wallingford there.
Just a picture of them on the screen.
Stanley Sharp and Frederick Henry from Wallingford there. And here we go. Oh, look at this.
Oh, brilliant.
This is what I've been waiting for. I love these shots. Got a great shot on screen here for you of all of the crews on the stake boats now in this A final of the women's J18 coxless fours. We've got Tyne United, Calpe, Glasgow Academy, William Perkins School A, Wallingford A and Monmouth Comp A. And they are all aligned, blades in the water, ready to go on the stake boats, waiting for the starters' orders, and they're off. And it looks like we've got a bucket here in this crew closest to us. They had a little bucket rig there. So it's interesting to see how that goes for them here today. Looks like they've all had a nice clean start out of the stake boats there as they move down the course. And as we progress through this A final of the women's Junior 18 fours, hopefully we will have some times for you very shortly.
So we were talking about the pairs earlier, Zoe, and we're now got a coxless 4. It's not as tricky balance-wise as the pair, but equally has its challenges. You don't have a cox to tell you what to do, so all the decisions have to be made within the boat, within the crew. Somebody has to take charge of steering, somebody has to save some energy for making the calls, talking about what you're going to do when, and...
Oh gosh. We're just seeing on our screens here the crews from, I believe is that Wallingford and Monmouth were getting a little bit close there. The umpire has just gone over. It looks as though they did not clash. They were able to fix it. But when you get that close, you just have to be careful that you don't overcorrect the steering.
And then send yourself off in the wrong direction.
And send yourself off course. And in these crews, we don't have the information, but it could be absolutely anyone who's got the foot here, who's got the toe steering. You can steer from any seat. So it'll be interesting to see who's doing that. And again, it could be any seat that chooses to make the calls as well. It's just whatever works the best in that
for
boat.
that crew, absolutely. And just a shot on the screen, if you're watching on screen, of our medalists in the Junior 16 pairs, just picking up their medals on screen. But yeah, we were talking, and often sometimes the umpire will place their launch just between some boats that they think are maybe going to collide, and just having a physical presence behind boats will give them a cue to move apart, or just where the straight line is. Often off a start, that's when some of the steering issues happen, because some people just give it too much welly on the start, and you're just having to fight too much power coming from one side of the boat than the other.
Yeah, and I hope that they didn't clash. It did not look like they did from where we were. It looked like they were able to correct it in time. But it looks as though it's the crew from Sir William Perkins School who have got the lead at the moment over Glasgow, followed by Calpe, followed by Wallingford, followed by Monmouth Comp and Tyne United. So that little near miss there that Wallingford and Monmouth had is obviously not damaged it too much. It's not pushed them right to the very back of the field. And as we come through the 1,000 metres, it is the crew from Sir William Perkins School who are leading still over Glasgow Academy, followed by Calpe. And, it's quite spread out. We've got there, gosh, quick maths,
just going to do
14 seconds.
14 seconds between 1 and 2.
Between 1 and 2, that's incredible.
A big margin.
It is, and then only about a second between second and third. But then between third and fourth, you've got another about 6 seconds. So that's a really incredible lead there by this women's Junior 18-4 from Sir William Perkins School.
Frederick, that's an amazing row. Talk us through your race.
Well, I mean, we've only trained sort of a few times before this, so it was a bit of an unexpected win, but we knew we had it in the end, so.
Well, congratulations. We couldn't have told that you'd only trained a few times. Incredible job. And what does it mean to be the champions of this event at the British Rowing Championships today?
Oh, I mean, it means a lot. I don't know what to say, really. Yeah.
Well,
it was good.
It was good. Good. Well, we're pleased, and congratulations to both of you.
So back with this race, and what about, we were just discussing off air this William Perkins School, Sir William Perkins School. They had a commanding lead at 1,000 metres, looking up the course. You can see this on the camera on the screen. If you're standing in the grandstand, just look up the course. Really great performance from Sir William Perkins School there. They've pulled themselves out, had a big lead. They're not backing off that lead whatsoever. They're not sitting on their laurels. They are just going through their race plan and executing it beautifully.
And we just had a great shot there a moment ago of that crew from Glasgow Academy. They looked really, really well together there, really strong. And you can see here that crew there from Sir William Perkins, they are just really taking that rating down. But even with the big gap that they've got, and even though you could tell that crew from Glasgow Academy were really fighting to try and close that gap, they still looked so, so well together. But what a commanding lead this crew from
And
Perkins have got here.
We've now got the aerial shot from the drone, and you can see that lead. That
Wow.
is amazing. Just stunning performance from Sir William Perkins School, and they are demonstrating how beautifully they can row this boat. Just look at that poise, that control. They know they've got the eyes of this grandstand on them, and they are just making capital out of it. And there they go, unassailably through that line. First place. I'm sure they're delighted with their performance.
And they certainly look it, and it's great, that shot as well, the drone shot, to be able to see all the puddles moving away. They're clearing the puddles really nicely.
Over on the far side, I think it's going to be Calpe taking that second place from Glasgow Academy, the purple boat of the academy there, just coming through and settle for third in this race.
You can just see how much it means to all the crews here today, though. The celebrations there from that crew from in second place there, they were just so pleased with it, smacking the water still.
And
that
here
crew
we
from
have
Calpe, they were really pleased with that
Wallingford
performance.
just come through to complete their course, followed by Monmouth Comprehensive, and then Tyne United over on the far side. Great performances yet again. This is a really nice slot to have. So
It is. We're very
good
lucky.
ones to
And
commentate
yeah,
on.
excellent work by all there, but especially to that crew from Sir William Perkins School. What an incredible lead they had there over the rest of the field. Looks like it was about 19 seconds they had there on the finish. That's
a margin.
That's
A big
amazing. They'll
margin.
be really pleased with that. So congratulations to all. And next, we will be moving on to the B final of the J16 coxed force. So as you were saying before, Carol, we were talking about the steering with the coxless boats and obviously someone having to do the calls. So here, that's all taken away from them. They can just solely focus on the rowing, and they'll have the cox there to control everything for them, give them the calls, and keep them straight as they come down the buoys.
Absolutely, and a good cox is worth their weight. And if anybody's ever been coxed by somebody who isn't particularly on their game, they will appreciate having a good one.
Definitely. And here we've just got 5 crews here, no crew in lane 6. So through the lanes, we've got lanes 1 through 5, Trafford Rowing Club, Evesham Rowing Club, Queen Elizabeth High School Rowing Club, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association A, and Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association B. And as we came through the 500 metres, it is the crew from Aberdeen A who are leading the field, with Evesham in second, Queen Elizabeth High School in third, Trafford in fourth, and Aberdeen Schools B rounding out the pack in fifth there.
A lovely shot just on screen there, just as they're coming to this timing point, and just seeing these crews rowing up. This water today is just lovely. It's a bit cooler, which I would prefer. The sun's trying to break through, and we might have sunshine before the end of racing. But really nice performance here from these crews. And I'm trying to get my eye in. I still think it's lanes 4 and 2 in contention. Evesham and Aberdeen Schools. Aberdeen Schools A and Evesham fighting it out there for 1 and 2. This is the B final. The A final is to follow.
And it does look like as we come through the 1,000 metres, it is the crew from Evesham who have taken the lead over Aberdeen A. Over about a second, so it's still super close as they come down the line. And on your screens now, we've got the medal ceremony. That's the Junior 18 fours, and that's Glasgow Academy Rowing Club, who are receiving their bronze medals today.
I just hear the commentators say that this is Calpe picking up the silver medal. I've been trying to think if I've seen Calpe pick up a medal this year yet at this Championships Live 25, to get the tagline right. And I don't think I have. They'll be delighted to go back to Gibraltar with a medal.
And just looking at this B final of the women's J16 coxed fours in the bottom right of your screen, we'll be looking to get some live times from the 1500. They are just shy of the timing marker, so we will bring those to you shortly. But at the 1,000 metres, just to recap, it was Evesham Rowing Club leading over Aberdeen Schools A, followed by Queen Elizabeth High School, Trafford Rowing Club and Aberdeen Schools B.
And as they're coming closer towards us, I would say that's pretty much the same. It's Evesham and Aberdeen Schools A fighting it out for 1 and 2. Queen Elizabeth High caught in that sandwich between these two crews, and I think Trafford are just holding on to Queen Elizabeth High's stern canvas. I think Aberdeen Schools B over the far side are just marginally behind at the moment.
I would agree, and it's great for Aberdeen to make this journey and have two crews here in this B final. That'll be really great for them. And as we come through the 1500s, it is the crew from Aberdeen A who have taken the lead over Evesham now, which is fantastic for them, with Evesham in second, followed by Queen Elizabeth, followed by Trafford and Aberdeen B. So it's going to be a real battle to the line, I think, between Evesham and Aberdeen A.
Oh, absolutely. And I know the Aberdeen girls are very determined and not ones to fight back off of a challenge. I think we are going to have a real, as you said, the battle is on between Evesham and Aberdeen Schools. I think Evesham are maybe pulling back in front again. I think Queen Elizabeth High are in that lovely space of just being pulled along by a couple of faster crews. They're sort of raising their game because they can feel the pressure from both sides. That often causes you to row just that bit harder and faster. Oh, I'm running out of voice here. Just getting excited, and it's quite a few more races to go, so I better save some breath and energy. Aberdeen Schools, Evesham, I cannot split these two at the moment.
It's super, super close, and they're just coming down those red buoys now. We'll just wait for them to get a little bit closer because it's very tricky to see from this angle. But the coxes now, I imagine they'll be really, really geeing them on now.
I think
getting
Aberdeen
them
Schools
to go
have now
for
pulled
it.
themselves in front, and I think Queen Elizabeth High have gone with Aberdeen Schools. They've started to overhaul Evesham. So in my mind now, I think it's Aberdeen Schools, Queen Elizabeth High, and then Evesham. Just sort of came off worst in that battle, and I think Queen Elizabeth High got sucked along with Aberdeen Schools and just pulled along and sort of thought, well, we can possibly get ourselves in front of Evesham, which is what they've managed to do.
That
Much
was
credit to
great
them.
by all crews, and I'm feeling super nostalgic, Carol, because I thought from the shot on the screen here that boat that Evesham are rowing in was the boat it is, and now I can see them from here. I used to cox in that boat when I was a junior at Evesham. I won many races in that, so it's great to see it still going in that wrap. It's got a distinctive zip on the wrap of it. It's called Nemo, so it's great to see that boat is still going strong many years later.
Many happy memories, Zoe.
Exactly. So congratulations to all the crews in that B final there. An excellent race by all, and we will be moving on now on your screens to the A final of the women's J16 fours. We've got Clare's Court School, Glasgow Academy, Lambton Rowing Club and Tyne United Composite, Trent Rowing Club, Wallingford and Weybridge. And look at that shot there we've got there, Carol, isn't that great?
These stunning shots. This is sort of world quality that we are watching here at Nottingham, and it to my eye it looks as though this crew from Wallingford, no, it's not Wallingford, it's Trent. The action's happening in the middle as you'd expect, but I think I've got 4 crews: Glasgow Academy, Lambton, Tyne United, Trent and Wallingford, all vying for 1, 2 and 3. I think present Clare's Court, Weybridge, both slightly off the pace, just falling off the back of the pack. But what a fight we're going to have here. It's Wallingford. We've seen some quality Wallingford crews this weekend already. 2 days in, and we've seen some really nice performances from Wallingford. I wouldn't discount Trent, nor Lambton Composite, nor Glasgow Academy.
And the juniors from Wallingford have had an incredible season and an incredible last 2 years actually. And there's quite a lot of the girls from Wallingford who have got some GB vests coming up over the summer. So they're definitely a force to be reckoned with here today.
So is it Wallingford and the Lambton Tyne United Composites, maybe with Trent and Glasgow just slightly behind there? Maybe Glasgow just falling off.
Yeah,
pace
so
slightly.
We've got confirmation now coming through the 1500. It is Wallingford who are 4 seconds ahead of the Lambton Trent Composite, followed by Lambton Tyne Composite, followed by Trent, who are half a second behind the Composite. That's super close margin. Followed by Glasgow Academy, Clare's Court and Weybridge rounding out the field. And
as you said that half a second to Trent, I think they heard you, and I think they've just upped their
they've
rating.
said, no, we'll have that half a second back,
and
thank
half
you.
a second is nothing at that stage of the race, and it's half a second to change the colour of the medal that's at stake. Great performance from Wallingford, though. They've got themselves out in front. I think there's maybe 2/3 of a boat length clear over it's Trent now in that second place, I think, with the Composite from the northeast. Ooh, just a canvas behind Glasgow Academy, maybe half a length behind them. And what I love when you're standing in the tower is you get this wall of sound. So many supporters on the bank over the far side shouting these crews on. I can't tell who they're shouting for, but I just hear noise, and that's just brilliant to hear. But what a performance from Wallingford. Look at them just motor on through that beautiful water as they come towards the finish. Who's it going to be, though, between Trent and the Composites, Zoe? This is a big battle.
Definitely. As you said, Wallingford have got a really nice, comfortable lead there. But it's going to be super close. I think it is just going to be that crew there from Trent. They look like they are comfortably ahead enough to take the silver here today. We'll wait for the official verdict, but it looks though it was Trent followed by the Composite of Lambton and Tyne.
Glasgow Academy having to settle for 4th place to my eye. And then a good battle here between Weybridge and Clare's Court School. I think Clare's Court are going to have the honours as they come through the line in this women's Junior 16 coxed fours A final.
And just a massive congratulations to all of the crews there. You know, they've made it into the A final. They should be really pleased with that. And we look forward to seeing the medals very shortly. And we are super excited to bring to you now on your screens the final of the Mixed Championship 8. I tell you what, Carol, I wish I was on the water in these now because I love a mixed 8.
I love a mixed 8 too. I love a mixed 8 too. I've raced in so many great mixed 8s. So much fun. And just I had so much to it. And I saw the list of events. I thought, wow, isn't this fantastic? So impressive to see them. But in this race, we've got Hinksey in lane 1, Thames B in lane 2, University of Bath, Avon in lane 3, Thames A in lane 4, Trentham in lane 5, Sheffield University in lane 6. And Zoe, tell us about Trentham.
I will, Carol. So just to let you all know, this Trentham Rowing Club crew, and it's interesting because you can see by the names here that, you know, we've got the likes of Thames, but then we've also got some university and some juniors, so it really is a big old mix in this mixed 8 final. But the crew from Trentham Rowing Club, they're all juniors aged 16, 17 and 18, and this is the final time they will all race together, I imagine, before they all head off to pastures new at their universities. So
And
they'll
they've
be
made it into the A final.
yeah, so
and
they'll be
they
really
are having
pleased.
a ball.
Hopefully they will. Hopefully they are having the time of their life out there. I'm very jealous of the mixed dates, and it is coming through the 1500s. It's Thames A who are leading the field, with Avon County and Bath University in second, Hinksey Sculling School in third, followed by Thames B, Trentham, and the crew from Sheffield University rounding out the field.
Just there's something so exciting about a mixed eight. I'm with you, Zoe. I'm just sold on the whole concept.
It just reminds me, it's just the quintessential summer regatta race, really, isn't it?
Absolutely. Great performance from Thames A crew here. Just really motoring on. I know they've got a huge stable of athletes to be able to choose from, and they've put together a really impressive mixed eight there.
They certainly have, and I recognise lots of names in both of these Thames crews. They've obviously cherry-picked, and they'll be battling it out against each other.
But it's Thames A motoring towards the line. But then look at this sprint we have from University of Bath and Avon, and they are really, really going for it. And in third place, we are now going to have Hinksey. The blue of Hinksey are coming through to my eye to take this third place. Thames B having to settle for fourth. And it's the juniors from Trentham coming towards us in the line. Last time they will ever be in a boat together before they go their separate courses over the summer. So it's great for these juniors to race in an open mixed eight.
Absolutely, and it's great to see. Well done to Hinksey as well to be up there in the medals with two sort of senior crews is really great for them as well. And I really hope all of the crews there had great fun there, but especially that crew from Trentham, those juniors on their last race together. And next up, we will be bringing you some more eights. It's the final of the Open Junior 18 eights in Lane 1. It's a composite of Tideway Scullers and Tyne Amateur Rowing Club. Lane 2, Leeds Rowing Club. 3, Reading Bluecoat. Lane 4, Clare's Court. Lane 5, Nottingham and Union, and Lane 6, it's Leeds. And as they come through the 500, Carol, tell us what's happening.
I don't know if I could be unbiased in this one, Zoe. I do have a bit of interest in Reading Bluecoat, my adopted nephew, I suppose. Not adopted, really, but, I've seen him for a very long time, but he is racing in that boat, and I'm delighted to see him here today. But anyway, leading. I remember watching the heats earlier on. Reading Bluecoat won their one, Clare's Court won their one. Wasn't much between them in the heats. That's why they're in the middle of the field. So at 500 metres, Reading were leading Bluecoat by, less than a second. And then that's nothing in an 8, really. And so it's going to be really tight. I know Reading Bluecoat had a very fast first 500. Clare's Court had a really good second 500. So this is going to be interesting as to how these positions change as they come further down the course. We've got 6 8s here. Junior 8s are always great fun because they are super competitive.
Definitely, and I don't know if he is coaching this particular crew or if he's here today, but Reading Bluecoats,
John
Johnny Jackson,
He's
JJ,
here.
yeah.
Definitely here. I've seen him, and he'll be dancing around.
Great
somewhere in the
asset
coast.
to Reading Blue Coat. I first met him when I was at Upper Thames. He was a junior there, and then we went on and we were both at Leander together. He obviously coached there for a while as well, and now he's at Reading Blue Coat, which is a great addition to them. And as they come through the 1,000 metres, it is Clare's Court who have taken 0.4 of a second over the crew from Reading Blue Coat, who are back in second now. So those two crews there in the middle of the lake, they'll be battling against each other. They'll have each other in each other's sights. The coxes will be sort of eye to eye, trying to get their seat ahead of the other one, followed by Leeds, Nottingham and Union, Tideway, Tyne, Composite, with Leeds B rounding out the field.
Now, I hadn't spotted that when I was reading the crew listing, but we've got 2 Leeds crews in here, which is very impressive. From not often you see Leeds featuring prominently in junior events, but delighted to see 2 8s that they've put out today.
Definitely, that just shows the strength in their squad as well, that they're able to produce not just to produce 2 8s, but to produce 2 8s that are making it into this A final. And we've got a lot of cheers here at the finish as the crews. It's a Wallingford crew.
It's the Wallingford Junior 16 Coxed 4 just coming in to pick up their medals. Huge support in the bank. I thought it had to be one of the mixed 8s, but no, the juniors have got their supporters out in style. Just coming towards us, we've got these 6 8s thundering down the track, and it's Clare's Court, Reading Blue Coat, and I think maybe Clare's Court have got their noses out in front there. Maybe Reading Blue Coat are going to have to put in a big push, but going with Reading Blue Coat, we have Leeds in lane 2, and then we've got the Composite, Tideway Scullers, Tyne, just charging for the line now. I think Clare's Court have just got their noses out in front, maybe half a length. Reading Blue Coat just picking it up now, just making a move. Oh, Clare's Court responded. Look at that rating go up as Reading Blue Coat put their rating up. And Leeds have gone up with them too. Everybody's sprinting towards the line now. I love seeing 8s sprint towards the line, Zoe.
Me too, and it definitely looks like that crew there from Clare's Court have really pushed out ahead now.
They have
I
indeed,
wonder,
and they are motoring on.
And I don't think, barring anything bad going on, that the crew from Blue Coat will be able to take that away from them. But fantastic battle between those 2 crews there.
Absolute great performance from these 2 crews. Both really good in their semi-finals earlier. Clare's Court just taking the honours. Reading Blue Coat second place. Leeds coming in third with the Composite from Tideway Scullers and Tyne. And then over on the far side we have Nottingham and Union. And then we'll have the second Leeds crew just coming to complete their course. Some phenomenal racing there from these 6 8s.
And what was really nice there as they crossed the line, I saw the crews from Blue Coat and Clare's Court, some of the athletes in the stern of the boat, they were looking across to each other, giving each other thumbs up. Really nice camaraderie there between those 2 sort of local rivals there, for them to sort of give a little thumbs up to the crew next to them, just as a sign of,
acknowledgement.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks for the race and well done. So it's really nice to see.
And Zoe, just look on your screen, and we have got the 8s on the start. I love seeing the start. It's not often we get the opportunity to see the start of these races, but we've just got a bit of gap to be able to watch this. And you see these 8s beautifully lined up. You can see the bow balls perfectly in line, so every boat does 2,000 metres.
And there you can see they are not yet under starters orders. They are relaxed, blades flat on the water. And we can bring you the lineup 1 through 6. We've got Monmouth Comprehensive, Hereford Rowing Club, Derby Rowing Club, City of Cambridge, Darts Totnes, and Evesham Rowing Club.
Brilliant. And just in, if you've got the screen in front of you, we've got a split screen, and we're just picking up one of the Mixed eights from Hinksey picking up their bronze medals. And you can see these eights start will be going through the process, going through the countdown. When you see them come forward, you know that things are going to happen imminently.
And I think, Carol, this is going to be the last race of the day we've got here on our screens.
I haven't even had a chance to get my favourite word into the whole commentary, my penultimate word, because our penultimate race has been and gone.
And they look to be under starters' orders now. The blades are squared and buried, and they are ready to go.
Isn't that a beautiful sight? Just one of those wonderful sights, seeing 6 8s side by side, and that's it, they have gone.
And here we are. The final race of the day is underway.
And just look at that view going down the course. The umpire's lawn's getting into position in the middle of the field, chasing these 8s down, just making sure no incidents happen. And just what a cracking view, just down towards us in the finish tower. As you said, Zoe, last race of the day. And here we have another 8 from the mixed championships 8s. This is a composite from Avon and University of Bath, just picking up their medals. And look at the smiles in these faces, much deserved. Great race from all these athletes, just super.
And in the bottom right there, you can see that excellent aerial shot there from the drone of the A final of the Club 8s. It looks pretty close. It looks like there's a couple of crews in the middle that are sort of edging out, but it's pretty tight.
I was just trying to figure out who was in lane 2, and it's Hereford. In lane 2, I would say, have just got their noses right out in front there.
I agree,
the
definitely.
black and white stripes of Hereford, and really motoring on. That's just Derby on the right-hand side of the shot. You see the black and white. That's a club that's coming and going over the years, but certainly very much in evidence today and yesterday. So a lot of juniors from Hereford doing very well. Nice to see the seniors from Hereford going strongly too.
Definitely, and as we come through the 500, as you said, Carol, it is Hereford who are out ahead by a couple of seconds over the crew of City of Cambridge A, followed by Derby, followed by Darts Hotness, Evesham and Monmouth Comprehensive.
And if you've got the screen in front of you, the split screen, we've just got Thames coming in to pick up their gold medal in that mixed championship 8. Big smiles. As Zoe said earlier, it's a fun boat to race. If you've never been in a mixed 8, try and get together with some of your clubmates and have a go, because they are good fun.
And I always love to see how they decide to put who where. In a lot of mixed 8s I've been in, it's pretty much been a standard that it's the 4 men in the middle and the 2 women at the start, 2 women at the end. You get the power in the middle. Yeah, exactly. But they've gone a little bit against the grain here. But obviously whatever they've done, it's worked for them absolutely. But yeah, it can be. That's the beauty of the mixed 8. You can do whatever you like. But that's what I've always done.
Standard. We usually have the 2 women at stroke and 7 to get the technique going and to get the rating up, and the powerhouse in the middle, and then the technique at the end again. So yeah, but here we are, Open Club 8s. To my eye, I think it's still Hereford leading the field as they come towards us, with City of Cambridge A in that second place. Derby still stuck in that sandwich, holding on to their coattails and just not letting them get too far away. I think Hereford have seen, had obviously seen that the other crews were very strong and just decided to take this race from the neck from early on and just see how far out they could push it and see if they could hold on to it.
Agreed, and we've got a great shot here of the crews coming down the course now as they storm towards the 1500 metre timing marker. It's going to be really interesting to see whether the current lineup of first, second and third of Hereford, City of Cambridge and Derby that's been that way since the start. Will anyone be able to disrupt it? Will that crew from Dark Totnes, they're about 6 seconds, 5.5 seconds off the crew from Derby at the 1K. Will they be able to close that gap? But judging by this beautiful aerial shot we've got here on the screen, there is quite a substantial gap now between the first and second half of the field.
Absolutely. So the race is on for the colour of the medal, I think. And I think City of Cambridge are starting to make a move there. Just I think that lead that Hereford had is shrinking.
They really are. And I would say that they've got plenty of water left to be able to make a big change now and to take the win here. So it's going to be really exciting to see how close they can get to them.
I think Derby are lifting it too. I think these three crews leading the field, Hereford working really, really hard. They have done down all the course. City of Cambridge are just starting to pump this rating up. The Cox is pushing that crew on as much as he dare, and I think they're inching along that Hereford boat. Hereford still maintaining that lead, still holding on to it, pushing really, really hard. Oh gosh, Zoe, this is so exciting.
It's great, and you can see from the drone here, they're really taking the seats back now. They're getting back down.
City of Cambridge got up again.
But from this angle, it looks like that crew...
City of Cambridge are going up again and again. Hereford are having to lift it to get it to stay in front. City of Cambridge, they are moving. What a move at the finish.
This is so
Hereford,
close.
Can Hereford hold on? Cox is pushing them on, pushing them on, pushing them on. Hereford by a canvas. Zoe,
I would say so, and look at that celebration there. So pleased with that. We will, of course, wait for the official results, but it did look like it was Hereford who took the win there, followed by City of Cambridge, followed by Derby.
And then we have Dark Totnes. Ooh, great race here.
I think it's Monmouth, with Evesham rounding out the field just at the end there. Fantastic final of the day there.
Absolutely brilliant. What a push City of Cambridge did from that last 500. They were motoring on.
Yeah, but that Hereford crew, they really dominated that race right from the get-go, and luckily for them, they were able to hold on to it all the way through to the finish. And on the screens there for you, if you can see that, we have got the crew from Reading Bluecoat School who are just collecting their medals there from the, go on Carol, say it, what race of the day was it?
Open Junior
The
18.
penultimate.
Oh,
You've been waiting all day, and I gave you your chance.
Gave me the chance.
The penultimate race of the
Gave
day.
me the open goal and I missed.
That was
Football
Reading
was never my game.
Bluecoat collecting their medals there on the screen for the Open Junior 8s final. And we can also see on our screens now, it's the crew from Clare's Courts who are just waiting to collect their medals. And I can't believe, Carol, that I didn't notice earlier, they've also got funky bucket hats on. So it clearly is bucket hats equals free speeds and wins here today at Home Pierpont, and they are just coming in now to collect their gold medal.
I think they've just put the bucket hats on because the sun's come out.
Potentially, because you know me, I don't miss a bucket hat, and I definitely didn't notice it before, so perhaps they've brought them out for the photo opportunity.
Well, absolutely, milk it for what you can. But yes, funky bucket hats, not as funky as the other ones we saw.
Arthur Llewellyn, James Howlett Bolton, Joshua Spanswick, Thomas Peaty, and their cox, Ollie Payne James.
I have been coaching because it's kind of like almost a scratch. There we go, straight. Always. Right, Cox, lift that goal up for me. I was in my 8th and then I got an injury. Now, so I kind of just became. Yep. Yeah.
Who you going with, these or the last? It's just kind of like these.
One second. Coach, just put yourself down just here. Right, everyone looking this way. That's it. 3, 2, 1. Yes, great job, boys.
Claire's Court, congratulations. Can you talk us through that race?
It was a good race. We worked hard at the start, worked hard at the end. It was a very good race, yeah.
Incredible, it all seemed to go well. And what does it mean to be representing your school here today at the Brit Champs?
Very, very proud to represent my school here today, yeah. It was a good race, down through the middle bit and then pushed through to the end and ended up winning, so yeah, very happy.
Pretty good way to end it, and you got some good conditions in the end after a rainy start this morning.
Yeah, it was very nice. Rainy conditions at the start, but then we worked hard through the entire thing. It's good, yeah.
And how are you going to celebrate?
Ooh. Wingstop. Yep. Wingstop. Yeah.
Well, congratulations. Well done.
Thank you.
And Zoe and I were just reflecting that it was so nice in the Open Club 8s that we've got medals going to clubs that perhaps you don't often see medalling at national championships. So just coming in to pick up their medals, we've got Derby picking up the bronze.
And a massive congratulations to all crews today, medalists, finalists and competitors alike. Thank you all for coming down today. Thank you for those who are here supporting. Thank you for those who have tuned in to watch at home. And Carol and I will be signing off now, and we will see you here with the team tomorrow at 8 a.m. for the time trials.
Absolutely, and if you've enjoyed it today, come back and join us tomorrow because we'll have more fun and entertainment during the day.
You got anything for Janet to offer just while we wait for this next one to come in?
Thank you.
It's because you're not wearing any target yet, mate. Do you know Rose Federa? No. You won't think it.
On whose picture?
In second place, we have the City of Cambridge. Congratulations to Joe Holy, Frederick Smith, Harry Caulfield, Matt Hinton, James O'Dell, William Watson, William Gavin, Edward Davis, and Amy
Yeah, I did. Thank you very much. Right, second to lift them up for me. That's it. Great stuff.
That's why you were off.
Not only one dry race, so what about five to lift on the middle?
The medals for winners today, we have Peter Sullivan, Independent Director for Welsh Rowing, and Chris Hallow, Chair of the Organising Committee.
Alex says hello, Lucy. There you go. Sorry, mate, repeat that. You need me to do what? Okay.
Right, everyone looking this way. Lift your medals up. Right, coach, looking this way. Right, everyone looking this way. Good photo. Perfect, that's it. That's it. And 3, 2, 1.
Thank you to everyone coming along today. We'll be back tomorrow with time trials at 8 a.m. Until then, have a lovely evening.